Chapter 40, Human Society is in good shape, but more importantly, I want seaweed. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 40. Human society is in good shape, but more importantly, I want seaweed. The region ruled by Viscount Balches was experiencing an unexpected period of prosperity. This was because the project to reclaim the Devil's Nest forest 3 days' journey from the town was proceeding smoothly. Most of the powerful monsters living there had already been hunted down, and even when monsters did appear, it was usually an orc or two wielding thick tree branches as clubs. The hired adventurers had no problem dealing with them. The soldiers cut down the trees and earth. Attribute magic was cast by mages to make the ground flat and to crush the rocks into smaller pieces, making them easier to transport. It hadn't even been half a year since the reclamation began, but not even a quarter of the original Devil's Nest remained. The reclamation would continue until snow began falling and the rich soil would be cultivated. Water wells, reservoirs and irrigation channels would be dug into the ground and the preparations to set up multiple farming villages would be complete. With the coming of spring, people would immigrate and gather here, houses would be built and seeds would be planted in the ground. Considerable harvests could be expected on the first year cultivating the land of the Devil's Nest, so the inhabitants cultivating the land would need little assistance. Once the tax exemption period ended, plenty of taxes would enter the purse of Viscount Balches. In 10 years' time, not only would he have recouped the costs of reclaiming the land, he would have made a profit. It had even been decided that the Viscount's third son would take the position of governing the reclaimed land. Of course, it was not only the Viscount and his vassals that were making a profit here. Those immigrating to live in the farming villages that would soon be built, the inhabitants of slums who were unable to find jobs, sons of farming families who couldn't inherit their families' fields because of the order in which they had been born, adventurers who had been forced to retire due to reasons such as injury or age, and other people like these would also benefit. Thanks to this reclamation project, they would be able to own their own houses and fields, get married and have families. And building farming villages would mean that guards would need to be organized to protect them, so the budget and number of available positions in the army would increase. Churches for Alda, the god of law and fate, would also be built, so there would be more positions available for those involved with the church. The Viscount's region had been reliant on trading with other regions to obtain produce up until now, but if people could harvest their own crops, they would be able to obtain fresh produce for cheaper prices. And the town closest to the reclaimed land would be supplying the villages with goods and daily necessities, lining the people's pockets even further. Everyone would be receiving the blessings of this time of prosperity. Even people living outside Viscount Balches' region were benefiting. Immigrants were being recruited from slums elsewhere in an effort to reduce poverty. The ones not benefiting would be the adventurers and Marshal Palpapek. However, even though they were not benefiting largely, that didn't mean that they were being set back by this project either. The adventurers had lost the Devil's Nest forest as a place they could earn money, but there had always been a larger Devil's Nest that was even closer to Viscount Balches' town. It wasn't a large problem for a small Devil's Nest with no dungeons that took 3 days to reach on foot to disappear. Marshal Thomas Palpapek had been criticized harshly by the finance minister and resigned from his position of marshal in order to clear away the accusations that he had some kind of illegal backroom deal with the reclamation project. But though the Shield.Nation's government couldn't publicly commend Palpapek due to how things had turned out, it was true that the nation had benefited from these events. And though his failure had been an unprecedented event, it didn't produce any casualties. So it was expected that he would be reappointed to his position after the commotion surrounding the reclamation project died down, or even if it didn't, he would be reappointed within the next 10 years. The Palpapek family of earls didn't have a monopoly over the position of marshal. 3 families of earls would take turns filling the position in periods ranging from a few years to over a decade. This was because if the position was owned by a single family and that family's head and his heir were to be suddenly assassinated, the army would lose its chief executive. With other families filling the marshal position generation after generation, marshals supported by knowledgeable vassals could be prepared if such a thing were to happen. It seemed like a callous approach, but the nation had been at war repeatedly with neighboring nations since its foundation. There was no room for naivety. The Palpapek family of earls had produced the most exceptional marshals among the three families that filled this role. Even now, Thomas was striving to be known as a protective god of the nation. In fact, several vassals of the Palpapek family of earls were planning to enlist to become guards for the new farming villages that would be built. Even they were benefiting from these events. That was why nobody was at a loss from this reclamation project, everyone was benefiting. On the surface, at least. Has a route through the mountain range still not been mapped out yet? Eleonora, in a room of an inn in the town reserved for the upper class, the red-haired noble-born vampire Eleonora was sitting in a chair with a very clearly scornful gaze directed at Sir Krent, who was wearing a sour expression. The wounds on his face and body from the merciless punishment that Berkheim had inflicted on Sir Krent had healed completely, leaving no scars behind. However, it seemed that he found the rage induced by the words spoken by the woman in front of him to be more unbearable than the pain of that torture. Do you even understand how difficult the request you are making is? Sir Krent exercised all of the patience he possessed to control his rage. Though this was a high-class establishment, it was still just an inn, not a castle or building owned by vampires. He couldn't raise his voice to be heard in the nearby rooms and corridors. Oh, but didn't the humans accomplish that just 200 years ago? Eleonora, 200 years ago is different from now, and why do we even have to avoid monsters as much as possible in the first place? That is where we are different from the humans. Sir Krent and Eleonora were both noble-born vampires. Their ability in battle surpassed that of lesser dragons, and could even be compared to fire dragons and ice dragons. They also possessed various special abilities that dragons did not have, and as their bodies were in the same shape as those of humans, they were able to move around very dexterously. Of course, they had weaknesses as well. The sun, silver, offensive light. Attribute spells and anti-vampire magic items created by the followers of the god Alda. However, when crossing the mountain range, the only thing they would have to be careful about was the sunlight. There were monsters that cast light. Attribute spells, but most of these spells would be flashes of light to blind the enemy, deceiving illusion spells and spells that removed all light from a space in order to create an opportunity for a surprise attack in the dark. These wouldn't be a threat for vampires. Even if they didn't bother finding a route that would let them avoid monsters, they would probably lose a few subordinate vampires crossing the mountain range, but that would be the extent of their losses. However, Eleonora gave an exasperated sigh. Sir Krent, your foolishness is beyond help. Eleonora, what did you say? Sir Krent, how skillful of you to shout while still keeping quiet. But it would be troublesome if you don't use your brain more than just for that. Eleonora treated Sir Krent with none of the ladylike behavior that she had displayed in front of Berkheim. This was her true self. She was showing that there was no need to keep up appearances with Sir Krent. Did you forget the information that you reported yourself? The target damper is a spiritualist, isn't he? With that being the case, he'd be able to obtain information about us from the spirits of the monsters we kill, won't he? Eleonora, that may be possible, but that would normally be quite difficult. Didn't you conclude that spiritualists aren't capable of anything significant with your own investigations? Sir Krent, there weren't many who possessed the spiritualist job. It is a job that is completely unsuitable for battle, and it does not enable the creation of items or products either. It only enables communication with the dead, fortune-telling and small exorcisms. Because of this, the number and popularity of spiritualists was quite low. That was why Eleonora was planning to use her inherent skills to obtain information about spiritualists from the Adventurers Guild and a spiritualist in person, while Sir Krent was to find a route across the boundary mountain range. And do you think that the spirits of the monsters would seek the damper of their own accord? Sir Krent, spiritualists are capable of seeing and conversing with spirits, using necromancy to summon the spirits of the dead and reading residual memories. Though it was impressive that they overturn the rule of dead men tell no tales, it is not as if all spirits are friendly towards spiritualists and they are unable to tame undead. Sir Krent thought that a spiritualist wouldn't be such a large threat if caution was taken against them, but Eleonora had a different opinion. And what will we do if he is capable of something significant? The information I gathered only applies to normal spiritualists. This damper has been accomplishing unprecedented things one after another, hasn't he? Doesn't that make you think that he might not be a normal spiritualist? Eleonora, Sir Krent had no response to these words other than to nod. For example, what if he was able to summon only spirits that met certain conditions among a large group of spirits? If the damper was able to summon spirits holding malice against those who meant to do him harm, the Boundary Mountain Range was not only a sturdy wall but a garrison of faithful guards for him. Eleonora did think that such a thing would be impossible, but this damper had already done plenty of things that were considered impossible, and as a result, the man before her eyes was on the edge of a dangerous cliff. If she underestimated the damper, she would be joining him on the edge of that cliff. So make sure you plan our route properly. To think that you wouldn't understand these things if I didn't explain them to you. If you don't understand things, can you at least have the obedience to listen to what I say despite not understanding? Eleonora, being reprimanded in a way even worse than simply being told outright that he was incompetent, Sir Krent ground his fangs together. But for the vampires who followed the teachings of the evil god of joyful life, this kind of conversation was extremely commonplace. Their personal relationships with each other generally only amounted to whether the others were superior or inferior to themselves. They used words like equals, companions, brethren and siblings, but they only judged and thought of others as above or below them. It was simple when the hierarchical difference was clearly established, like the difference between a pure breed and a noble born, or the difference between a noble born and a subordinate. However, things got very bloody very quickly between pure breed vampires or noble born vampires. With others in better positions than them, they would take any opportunity they could to bring the others down and raise themselves above. With others below them, they would emphasize their superiority and make the others obey, trampling them underfoot to make sure they didn't get any funny ideas. And when those hierarchical differences of who was superior and who was inferior had not yet been decided, they fought in various ways to establish those differences. And though Eleonora was a genius, only several years had passed since she had become a vampire, while Sir Krent had spent a considerably long time as a vampire. Though Eleonora was a little stronger than him, the difference between them wasn't a large one. However, Sir Krent had been criticized harshly for his failure by Berkine, and almost all of the important figures in the community had seen him in an extremely pitiful state. He had received no protection or support from Gubbleman, his parent. There were orders that he was to be killed if he failed again. That was why he was in a vastly inferior position to Eleonora. As long as he was in an inferior position, Eleonora would have to keep kicking him down. If she didn't, then that would mean that she wasn't superior to this fallen man. In short, she would be viewed as inferior to him. All right. I'll make the subordinates work faster. Sir Krent, if it seems that it will take some time, perhaps you should ask Elder Gubbleman for any suggestions. He was involved with the events of 200 years ago, wasn't he? He might know something that would be helpful here. Eleonora. I'll take that into consideration. Sir Krent, seeing Sir Krent say these words over his shoulder and leave the room, disappearing behind the door, Eleonora whispered. Sorry. But I don't want to be dragged down with you. Eleonora no longer felt hunger and had gained the power that would allow her to fight against even a dragon without dirtying her own body in the process. But the color of fear was visible in her eyes. Because she understood that if she failed, she would be the next to stand in Sir Krent's position. The final day spent training to acquire the chant revocation skill was the 7th day of training. Ooh! I have finally acquired the chant revocation skill. This is yet another warm gift of generosity from the Holy Sun. Mwaza, Mwaza raised his arms that were supposed to be made of skin and bone but were now thick and muscular up in the air as he let out a happy shout. Ha, it seems that I have been beaten to it. Zadiris, ha ha ha, though I am a lesser lich, I am still a lich, after all. Mwaza, well, I am a ghoul mage. And I even possess the mage job. Zadiris seemed envious of the proud Mwaza. She still hadn't managed to learn the trick behind using the skill. Monsters do gain bonuses and penalties to skills based on their race. They aren't as remarkable as the bonuses a person would get from acquiring a job, it is simply a matter of being suited or unsuited to certain skills. Orcs are strong, kobolds are agile and so on. So the fact that Mwaza had acquired the chant revocation skill before Zadiris meant that he possessed more aptitude for the chant revocation skill than her, or that he possessed more relevant knowledge. Incidentally, it is a fact that talent in this world allows those who possess it to level up more easily, increase their ranks quickly and learn and develop skills more quickly than normal. However, that doesn't mean that hard work isn't important. Both people and monsters level up through training and diligent study, and can increase their rank by meeting certain conditions. They can even learn skills through hard work. However, it was a matter of when. Even if someone with genius talent in wielding a sword were to acquire a level 5 skill in swordsmanship within a year, a normal person might be able to reach the same level with years or decades of dedicated training. Even a particularly unintelligent, weak goblin would be able to become a goblin king. Though that would require it to put in tireless effort for almost its entire lifespan, it is possible. When an adventurer with a superhuman talent studies diligently and gains experience with various things, he becomes an A-class adventurer capable of defeating dragons and fully clearing high-difficulty dungeons. An adventurer with meager talent may only end up as a D-class adventurer even with the same amount of hard work and experience. However, if he puts in 10 times or even 100 times the work of the adventurer with superhuman talent, his hard work and tenacity may be rewarded with the achievement of becoming an A-class adventurer. In the majority of cases, the hard work is interrupted before it can be rewarded. There are few who can obstinately strive for the top while sacrificing everything else in their lives to do so, there are plenty who give up and turn their attention towards other endeavors. In the case of adventurers and monsters, many die or are forced to retire due to serious injury before their hard work produces any results. The law of survival of the fittest applies to everyone. I did like the type of protagonists who overcome genius with hard work when I was on Earth, though. As Vandalyu absent-mindedly made acorn powder while supplying everyone with mana, he realized that to everyone else, he must seem like a genius rather than an ordinary person. Having a vast amount of mana was a great talent in and of itself. He had been an ordinary person on Earth and his talent had never been rewarded in Origin, so he didn't really get the feeling that this was the case, however. Now then, I think that if you use chant revocation to cast spells the skill will level up, so please return to your normal training. Vandalyu, now that it has come to this, I feel a little reluctant. Mwaza, fufufu, you can go to the dungeons and devil's nests anytime now. Zadiris, Mwaza seemed disappointed, while Zadiris gave an ill-mannered laugh. It seemed that Vandalyu's mana made those under the influence of his death attribute charm feel a very pleasant sensation. Well, since my 1-week break is over today, I'm thinking of going into a dungeon tomorrow. Vandalyu, what? Zadiris was surprised, and Mwaza was the one to give an ill-mannered laugh this time. Their positions had been reversed. Boy, do you not think that it would be wise to rest a little longer? Zadiris, I want experience points, not rest. And there are materials that I want to get my hands on as well. Vandalyu, the next dungeon Vandalyu planned to clear was Doran's Aquatic Cavern. It was a D-class dungeon like Garan's Valley, but it also had many floors and its monsters were considered stronger than those of Garan's Valley and dangerous traps appeared more frequently. It was also the dungeon that had supplied Talashim with its marine products. Many of the floors in Doran's aquatic caverns were arranged as caves containing underground lakes with islands of various sizes and underground rivers, but the water of the rivers was saltwater and inhabited by creatures that would normally be found in oceans. Vandeleur hadn't been particularly fond of seafood on Earth, but right now there was an ingredient that he had to get his hands on no matter what. He wanted kombu, wakame one or any kind of seaweed that could substitute for those. I tried making miso soup with the acorn miso, but it didn't turn out well for some reason. That reason is because I don't have dashi too. Vandeleur had made miso soup for himself as a student on Earth, but he didn't use dashi back then either. He had tried to reproduce that miso soup in Lambda, but for some reason it was clearly worse than when he had made it on Earth. Perhaps there was a problem with the tools he was using to make the soup, or perhaps the miso made from walnuts and acorns weren't suited to be used in soups. Giving it some thought, he had come to a sudden realization. The miso soup he had on Earth had contained dashi. The miso he had used back then contained dashi to begin with. But the miso soup he was making now was handmade, dashi-less miso. There was no way that he could create delicious miso soup this way. He had come to the conclusion that to make delicious miso soup, dashi needed to be used as a base. And with dashi, he would also need katsuobushi*, dried sardines and kombu. He had to obtain these from Doran's aquatic caverns. The kombu was the most important one. It was possible that the culture of eating seaweed didn't exist in the continent of Bon Gaia. At the very least, it didn't on the Amid Empire side of the continent. Darshia, Sam and the others had never heard of eating seaweed before, so Vandeleur wanted to at least try spreading the idea. Even on Earth, only certain regions and people had the culture of eating seaweed including Japan, so there couldn't be many people eating seaweed in this world. Since it seemed unlikely that he would be able to obtain these ingredients in the Orbaum Kingdom, he needed to obtain them and experiment while he could. Katsuobushi would need preparations in order for the smoking process, so he wanted to obtain the kombu first. Also, wakame and nori one. Nori was a necessity for sushi, ramen, somen 2 and onigiri. He also wanted tengusa 3 to make vegetable gelatin. Zadiris, I need kombu. I need it to make delicious miso soup. Vandeleur, no, I think it is plenty delicious as it is. Zadiris, I think so too, but the Holy Sun seems to have a strong ambition to reach new heights. Mwaza, I would say the boy is quite the glutton rather than that he has strong ambitions. Zadiris, it seemed that Vandeleur's passion for food wasn't shared by the others. However, everyone's opinions would change once they tasted miso soup containing dashi. In fact, Vandeleur himself had given a strong reaction upon trying miso soup before he tried making it himself. Ah, I forgot to think about the tools for making it. The next day, Vandeleur entered Doran's aquatic caverns. The members joining him this time were Sam, Braga, Sran**, Kachia and Vigoro. Sam had been brought along because of his ability to carry things and because he wanted to test his new equipment. The Black Goblin Braga had increased his rank and was joining him to test out his strength. Sran, who had formerly been a rare scout among the Titans, was acting as Braga's supervisor. Kachia had been brought along as a frontline fighter. And Vigoro, who was clearly excess firepower to bring into a D-class dungeon, was here for safety reasons just in case anything happened. They entered the first floor to find fish, catch the fish. Titan, fish sauce, fish sauce. Titan, the undead titans catching small fish using nets. I've seen this scene before, Vandeleur, we can't help it, Holy Sun. It's all for the fish sauce. Titan, the one making it is me, though. Vandeleur, the hunters of Talashim had originally ignored the small fish. Fish smaller than 50 centimeters in length were incredibly small to Titans, had few edible parts and didn't sell for much. They had been better off spending their time catching the big ones that were over 2 meters long. That was apparently how they had thought back then. Fish sauce was the thing that had overturned the large fish supremacy movement. Undead titans charmed by its taste had appeared one after another, just like they had after being charmed by miso, and there were many who had been farmers while they were alive but had now become fishermen instead. Incidentally, they were still reliant on the rock salt in Garan's valley as a source of salt. The water in Doran's aquatic caverns was seawater, so it was possible to make sea salt from it. But unlike the rock salt that could simply be carried off and used after being mined, sea salt would take time and effort to make. If they simply let the water dry off, they wouldn't be able to remove the impurities from the salt, and it would be impossible to build salt evaporation ponds inside the dungeon. Sunlight didn't even reach inside the dungeon in the first place. With that being the case, the next logical step would be to carry the saltwater outside the dungeon, but that would be difficult, of course. It would be fine if it were just a few sacks full of water, but transporting the saltwater en masse would require containers like barrels, and the titans would be defenseless if monsters were to attack them while they were carrying those barrels. And if the barrels were damaged and the water was spilled, it would all be for naught. That was why the titans of Talashim hadn't used the saltwater here for their salt. Though there was one occasion in the past in which the second Princess Zandia had used space-attribute magic to transport seawater outside to turn into salt. With that being the case, I'll collect some saltwater before we clear the dungeon. Vandalyu, why was he going out of his way to do this when there was rock salt available? As this question passed through the minds of everyone here, Vandalyu nimbly rolled the barrels that were loaded in Sam's carriage. Get up, get in. Vandalyu, turning the pure saltwater running down next to the path into aqua golems, he ordered them to enter the barrels. It was difficult to maintain the shape of golems made of liquid, but it was possible to have them enter these nearby barrels that were lying on their sides. Now he just needed to carry them, but... Get up. Vandalyu, with a loud rumble, the wall of the corridor began to move and became rock golems that picked up the barrels. Now then, please head to Talashim. Vandalyu, and then they lumbered off. Golem transmutation was a truly convenient skill. Vandalyu, what are you going to do with the saltwater? Vigoro, rock salt has a different taste from sea salt. Vandalyu, really? Vigoro gave Vandalyu a puzzled look, but Vandalyu assured him that he would notice the difference if he tried both. He was going through this effort to turn the saltwater of a dungeon into salt not only because its taste would be different, but also because since salt was such an important seasoning, he thought that it would be better to have multiple ways to acquire it. At any rate, there were many undead titans addicted to miso and fish sauce. It was important to have a steady supply of the salt needed to make them. However, he did wish that he could get his hands on soya beans or some kind of sweet flavoring. I wonder if there's any sugarcane growing somewhere. Vandalyu, well, he couldn't expect to acquire it from this dungeon. Name: Braga. Rank: 3. Race: Black Goblin. Scout. Level: 7. Passive skills: Dark Vision. Status effect resistance: Level 2. Enhanced agility. Level 3. Intuition. Level 1. Detect presence. Level 2. Active skills: Short sword technique. Level 2. Throwing. Level 1. Silent steps. Level 2. Trap. Level 1. Dismantling. Level 1. Unlocking. Level 1. Chapter 41, Let's Take Life One Step at a Time Without Rushing Things. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 41. Let's take life one step at a time without rushing things. Vandalyu was finding it difficult to level up. When he had consulted the former A-class adventurer, the Sword King Borkus tapped his fingers against his head as he answered. It can't be helped. The death attribute mage job is probably a specialized job. The dungeon you went to is Garan's Valley and those guys are the ones you brought with you. With that being the case, I'm sure leveling up would be hard. Borkus, this knowledge wasn't something that had been properly quantified, but anyone who had progressed with their jobs to a certain extent knew certain rules of thumb. You know that each job requires different amounts of experience points to level up, right? Apprentice jobs are easy to level, generic jobs are moderately difficult and specialized jobs are harder. Borkus, as their names suggest, apprentice jobs are jobs with the word apprentice at the beginning of the job title. Badya and Zadiris had reached level 100 for these jobs in a matter of days. They are very easy to level up. Generic jobs are jobs such as warrior and mage that give bonuses to a wide variety of skills. And finally, specialized jobs are jobs like swordsman, specialized for swordsmanship, or fire, attribute mage and water, attribute mage that are specialized for specific attributes. Since your job is a newly discovered one, I don't know the details about it either. But judging from the name, I can tell that it's a job specialized for death. Attribute magic. Still, it does seem that it provides bonuses to more skills than jobs like light, attribute mage and fire, attribute mage. Borkus, apparently jobs such as these required a lot of experience points to level up. Adventurers and even normal people only take specialized jobs when they are aiming to become first class in that field. With a job like that, there's no way you can become stronger faster than a complete novice. Borkus, apparently, this is how it was. Incidentally, the reason ghouls have a rank like monsters while Vandalyu didn't as a damper despite both being races created by the goddess Veda is because of the different origins of the two races. Races like ghouls that possess the blood of both a monster and a goddess such as vampires, lamias, scyllas and centaurs have ranks like monsters while also being able to gain jobs like humans. However, Vandalyu was a damper born between a vampire and a dark elf, so only a quarter of his blood originated from a monster. Because of this, he possessed a stronger constitution than humans while not having a rank. Borkus and the other titans who had become undead originated from the union between the goddess and the colossus god Zerno, so they hadn't possessed ranks while alive either. Having decided not to be worried about his level increasing more slowly than those around him after consulting with Borkus, Vandalyu proceeded through Doran's aquatic caverns. The majority of the monsters appearing here were aquatic species. Past the 5th floor, fish. People who possessed pale limbs protruding from the bodies of fish called Sawajin, the flying sharks that had been present in Talashim's waterways, big cancers that possessed pincers large enough to cut a human in half and enormous octopuses called killer octopuses would appear. Sawajin were rank 2 demi-human. Type monsters that were called the goblins of the sea, armed mainly with spears, but they were small. Fry. This isn't edible, is it? Vandalyu, I suppose they aren't, though they might taste good if you haven't had any food or water for 3 days. Zran, it seemed that even their materials were goblin-like. They had fought flying sharks at the waterways of Talashim many times, so nobody had any trouble dealing with them. Braga, as Braga dodged the jaws of a flying shark, he used a short sword technique martial skill, cutting deeply into the flying shark's neck. Braga had been born with a body built for agility, but it was training that had elevated that agility even higher. Braga had learned the techniques of a scout with Zran as his instructor and gained the short sword technique skill that relied on his speed more than his strength. His agility already matched that of a wild animal. As rank 2 monsters, the black goblins were the weakest among the new races created by Vandalyu, so even the weakest of the monsters in Garan's Valley that they used for training were at least the same rank. By fighting the monsters in there, they were able to gain large amounts of experience points. As a result, his rank had increased and now he was a black goblin scout, only half a year after his birth. I've raised quite the fearsome monster, if I do say so myself. Zran, I suppose so, the flying shark's head has been half severed. Vandalyu, no, that's not what I mean. Zran had a shrewd expression, brown brows furrowed and his mouth turned upwards into a smile. He's a monster scout. He's a monster with stronger physical abilities than a human while possessing human-level skills. There are a lot of magical beasts that have special abilities that allow them to conceal their presence and catch their enemies by surprise. But that doesn't mean they're smart. They're just acting on instinct. But Braga would be able to do things like concealing his presence to tail a group of adventurers and assassinate the healer first, or infiltrating villages and towns to kidnap women and children. Zran, I see. You mean that Braga has a high potential to become a covert operative in the future. Vandalyu, that was indeed a fearsome prospect. The noble orc Bugin that Vandalyu had fought a difficult battle against had trained his skills to high levels. That was why Vandalyu had been forced to allow his own flesh and bone to be cut in order to win. If Bugin had nothing but brute strength, Vandalyu wouldn't have even allowed Bugin to cut the tip of his smallest finger. Braga had the potential to become a monster as threatening as Bugin. The possibility of him catching an enemy by surprise and stabbing them in the side instead of attacking from the front was particularly fearsome. No, what was fearsome wasn't just Braga. It was all of the black goblins. Braga was the fastest to develop among all of them, but according to Zran, all of them would increase their ranks and become black goblin scouts by the end of the year. In other words, all of the black goblins had the talent to be assassins and spies. They would be a group of monsters capable of slipping past the defenses of humans to infiltrate their villages and towns. Though infiltration for long periods of time would be impossible due to their appearance, but they would at least be able to deal with the guards and open the gates from the inside to allow their comrades in. But you knew from the beginning that they would become fearsome when you were teaching them, didn't you? You were the one who taught them the short sword technique, after all, Zran. Vandalyu, ha 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 ha. Zran, wait, you're a monster as well, aren't you? You're an undead. Vandalyu, ha 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 ha. Zran, you really just wanted to act cool and boast about your student, didn't you? Vandalyu, ha 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 ha, very perceptive, holy son. Zran, it's just that I know how you feel because I'm a person who likes boasting myself. Vandalyu, though Vandalyu wouldn't call himself a parent, he felt strangely old as he thought about how that tiny Braga had grown up to be so great. It would be good if Braga became powerful enough to hunt monsters on his own, and he would be a reliable ally to have if the Merg Shield. Nation ever dispatched another extermination force. What are you talking about, King? Braga was nimbly returning after retrieving some shark fins and placing the meat in a container in Sam's carriage. We were saying that you're like a ninja, Braga. Vandalyu, telling him outright would be too embarrassing, so this was the answer Vandalyu gave. But Braga and even Zran gave him puzzled looks. Ninja. Zran, you haven't heard of them. Even you, Zran. Vandalyu, Zakhart had tried to spread knowledge and technology from his own world, so Vandalyu had thought that at least Zran would know what a ninja was. After that, the two of them began to pester Vandalyu to tell them stories about ninjas every time they stopped to rest. Incidentally, big cancers and killer octopuses were rank 3 and they were simply large crabs and octopuses, so they didn't have any trouble dealing with these monsters. Apart from the marine products that could be harvested in Doran's aquatic caverns, there were also metals that could be mined. Precious metals such as gold, silver and mithril couldn't be found here, but they could mine tin, copper and iron. That was why miners would slay monsters with pickaxes while digging at the walls. Vandalyu imagined that it might be incredibly difficult to carry large quantities of heavy ores outside the dungeon, but it seemed that the metal originating in the dungeon formed in large lumps. Even the purity was high enough that it could simply be used to make metal goods and armor straight away. Upon learning this, Vandalyu had thought, other worlds are so convenient. This was why Talashim had blacksmiths but no smelters to turn ores into masses of metal. After greeting the miners who were carrying these lumps of metal on their backs and taking a break to eat food with them, Vandalyu's party continued their journey to clear the dungeon. From the 6th floor onwards, rank 4 monsters began to appear alongside the rank 3 ones. Squid monsters that could change the color of its own body to conceal itself to attack its enemies by surprise, chameleon squids. Monsters that appeared to be 1. and .5 meter long lobsters that had sharp claws that were like bladed weapons, blade shrimp. Monsters that looked like beautiful flowers on first glance but actually secreted paralyzing venom and possessed countless tentacles, shark-eating anemones. These were just a little problematic. Braga's intuition and detection skills as well as Vandalu's danger sense. Death let them immediately know where monsters were hiding. And though it wasn't like Garan's Valley, they had more than enough strength to get through. Quick Slayanash. Zran, with incredible force and enough speed to cut the air itself, Zran sliced the blade shrimp clean in two. He was just like a berserker as he ended its life with his short sword. Whip axe. Vigoro, writhing tentacles were severed by the axe swung by Vigoro's arm that was even more flexible than them. And then the shark-eating anemone's main body was sliced through as well. It seemed as if Vigoro's desire for battle had increased since he had become a ghoul berserker. Was it just in Vandalu's imagination? Bakken, might it not be wise to stop those two? If I am not mistaken, they are supposed to be supervising you. Sam, Zran as well as Vigoro in particular had high ranks. Defeating monsters that weren't bosses in a D.class dungeon wouldn't gain them any reasonable amount of experience points. Even if they wanted to improve their skills, their enemies were so far below them that this was nothing but a warm-up exercise for them. The enemies were simply too weak for this to be real training. In fact, since the enemies were so much weaker, their skills and instincts would become duller instead. So the reason the two of them were rampaging around at the front was, well, they've been saying they're bored. Vandalu, they had grown tired of supervising without participating in the fights. Well, it is rather awkward to have the two of them do nothing. Sam, we can take a break while those two are fighting, too. Vandalu, that's fine, but, can we really eat these? Kachia looked at the killer octopus legs, blade shrimp and sashimi made of fish and shellfish with a displeasured look on her face. Of course. Do the people of the Merg Shield nation not eat octopuses and eels? Vandalu, even on Earth, there had been countries without the culture of eating octopuses. Though he wasn't sure if this was true, Vandalu had also heard that there had even been ancient civilizations who absolutely could not eat it or avoided doing so for religious reasons. With that being the case, it was possible that there was a culture of not eating eels in Lambda. No, there's no eels because there's no ocean, and octopuses are just dried meat. Kachia, apparently Vandalu was wrong. The fact that octopuses were used as dried meat meant that they could be eaten normally. So why was Kachia hesitating? Did she simply dislike seafood? Then do you at least eat fish? Vandalu, that's not the problem. It's raw. Kachia, that's what it is. Vandalu, it seemed Kachia's apprehension was due to the fact that they would be eating marine products raw. In Western countries on Earth there had been dishes like carpaccio where fish and meat would be eaten raw, so Vandalu had thought that it wouldn't be a problem. Did carpaccio not exist in Lambda? Or had Bellwood told everyone that eating fish raw was dangerous so that Zackert couldn't spread the culture of eating sushi and sashimi? It's alright. Look. Vandalu, while Kachia was still apprehensive, Braga was enjoying the sashimi. Delicious. Delicious. Braga, they ate eels, squid, shellfish and fish with fish sauce and wasabi. Normally soy sauce would be better than fish sauce, but soy sauce created from walnut miso and acorn miso had a questionable flavor, so they had only brought fish sauce with them. Were the walnuts or acorns bad to use, or was there a problem with the fungus used for the fermentation process? Either way, Vandalu really wanted soya beans. It's delicious. Kachia, have some too. Braga, the combination of this tender texture with the sharp spice of the wasabi is indeed marvelous. Sam, Braga encouraged Kachia with joy on his face while Sam did the same with a report on the food. You might say that, but humans can't eat fish raw. Kachia, you're a ghoul now. Braga, that's right. But even ghouls can't eat raw fish, can they? Kachia, monsters like goblins and kobolds generally don't cook their food. They feast on meat and anything else raw. Other demi-humans might roast meat on a fire at most. But the ghouls had been using primitive techniques such as using skewers to roast meat and baking it in leaves since before Vandeleur arrived. Like Titans, they were a race of people created by Vita. But it's alright. It's extremely fresh and I've even used sterilization, bug killer and disinfect, so there's nothing harmful left in it. Vandeleur, even if fungi and parasites had been present, they were all exterminated now, and Vandeleur had even used the death attribute spell disinfect to remove any poison. With this much treatment done, even poisonous mushrooms would become edible. If you've gone that far. It's delicious. Kachia's eyes opened wide in surprise, and then she began greedily munching on the sashimi like Braga. Seeing how happy she was, Vandeleur also felt happy. Incidentally, after Zran and Vigoro returned from their monster hunting, Zran said, "Raw meat tastes delicious after you've become an undead, so I can't help it," as he gleefully dug into the sashimi. Vigoro on the other hand rejected the idea like Kachia had at first, saying, "Raw. We'll get stomachaches." But then he began to eat after being reassured that it was safe to do so. The mid-boss that appeared on the 10th floor was a rank 4 Sawajan berserker with rank 3 Sawajan pirates as subordinates. Since they didn't yield any valuable materials, they served as training partners for Vandeleur to improve his unarmed fighting skill. From the 11th floor onwards of Doran's aquatic caverns, rank 4 monsters began to appear, leading groups of rank 3 monsters. The frequency of traps also became higher. There were pitfalls with poison spikes at the bottom, spears hidden amongst the stalactites in the ceilings and axes that came flying at them from the walls. "King, there's a trap here." "Braga, that's right. Can you disarm it?" "Vandeleur, I'll give it a try." Braga, poisonous gas was released with a hissing sound, so Vandeleur neutralized the poison with disinfect. "Sorry, I failed." "Braga, it's fine. Do your best next time." Vandeleur. Why is it that the Holy Sun who is at the back is the first to know where the traps are? Zran, depending on the types of traps could be more dangerous than monsters. However, Vandeleur could detect traps that would kill with his constantly active danger sense. Death. This allowed him to detect traps faster than Braga, who was actually searching for them. In addition, many of the traps in Doran's aquatic caverns were poisonous, so he could deal with them immediately with disinfect. With the Holy Sun here, aren't scouts unnecessary? Zran, don't sulk like that. Aren't materials and training the reasons we came here? Vandeleur, that was why Vandeleur didn't say or do anything even after detecting traps, leaving Braga to search for them. And I can't detect traps that aren't deadly. For example, a trap that spits out oil that's hard to remove. Vandeleur, that would be more of a prank than a trap. Sam, he would probably be unable to detect a trap where a blackboard duster would come falling from overhead. But wouldn't it be fine to not detect those? They won't kill you, after all. Zran, well, that's true. Vandeleur, in a dungeon, half of the traps were designed to kill their victims. The other half would either immobilize or apply a status effect, making it easier for monsters to kill the intruders, so Vandeleur could detect most of them. But it's not like I'll be around every time. Vandeleur, I suppose you're right. Zran, and so they continued and set up camp. The next day, they finally arrived at the lowest floor. There were apparently only 10 floors 200 years ago, but like Garan's Valley, the number of floors had increased after being abandoned. There were now 18 floors to journey through. Vandeleur was able to obtain the seaweeds and skipjack tuna that he had come here for on the 15th floor, so this was a happy surprise for him. When he returned to Talashim, he would make a room for smoking food and make katsuobushi. If that was too difficult, it might still be good to use the fish after drying it like it had been in the Warring States period star. By the way, does this turtle spit fire or anything? Vandeleu, it doesn't. Vigoro and Zran, as Vandeleu asked this question with no signs of nervousness, Vigoro and Zran almost shouted in response. The boss of Doran's aquatic caverns that was waiting for them was a rank 5 crusher turtle accompanied by 6 rank 4 bullet turtles. Bullet turtles were turtles with 1-meter long shells at first glance, but they were problematic monsters that could withdraw their limbs into their shells and use wind-attribute magic to spin through the air at high speeds in order to perform ramming attacks. Their shells were harder than iron, their ramming attacks would be dangerous even for heavy warriors. The crusher turtle was 5 times larger than a bullet turtle, but its ramming attack wouldn't be only 5 times as powerful. There were apparently numerous incidents in history where stone walls of towns were destroyed by the ramming attacks of giant turtles such as these, and it had a powerful defense as well. They were monsters that were difficult to defeat among rank 4 and rank 5 monsters. In fact, not only Braga and Kachia, but even Zran and Vigoro were having a hard time dealing with them. Nah. It's fast. Vigoro, and they're coordinated, too. Zran, with their heads withdrawn into their shells and spinning at high speeds, the turtles had begun to move in a coordinated fashion. As Vigoro made an attempt to reduce their number by 1 first, others attacked from the side and above him to interfere. Half-hearted attacks would simply bounce off the spinning shells that were harder than iron. This is where magic would come in handy, but Vigoro, Vran and Kachia couldn't use magic. Leave it to me. Kachia, but Kachia raised her sword and stepped forward. Kachia, it's impossible. Braga, it's not impossible. Rapid reaction. Kachia, taking no notice of Braga as he tried to stop her, Kachia increased her reaction speed with a martial skill, dodged a bullet turtle's attack with the bare minimum required movement and released a deadly thrust into the side of its shell. Pierce. Kachia, a swordsmanship technique that increased the speed and power of a thrust. Now that Kachia had become a ghoul, she had more physical strength than she had possessed as an adventurer. Her attack pierced the bullet turtle's shell. There was a sound of breaking metal. Kachia's plan fell apart along with her sword. As she opened her eyes wide, dumbfounded, another bullet turtle closed in on her. She noticed it, thanks to her rapid reaction. But though the pierce she used was fast and powerful, it also left a large opening. Even though she had seen it, her body couldn't keep up. I'm done. Kachia, I won't let that happen, don't worry. Vandeleu, though Kachia thought she was doomed, the bullet turtle crashed into the ground. Well, if I erase their mana, they're just huge turtles. Vandeleu, the bullet turtles that were using wind-attribute magic to fly through the air like bullets lost their ability to fly as they were engulfed in magic absorption barriers. They crashed with full force into the walls and into the ground. If they had wings, perhaps they might be able to glide through the air, but all they had were flipper-shaped legs. The amount of experience points gained will decrease if I interfere, but it can't be helped. Everyone, please finish them off. Vandeleu, yeah. Vigoro, sorry about that, holy sun. Zran, they dealt with the turtles by thrusting their short swords and claws into the gaps in their shells. The crusher turtle resisted a little by attempting to bite them, but it joined its subordinates in death with one swing of Vigoro's axe. Let's have a new sword made for you when we get back. If there's anything nice in the treasure room, you can simply take it. What's wrong? Vandeleu, Kachia, who was sitting down with the broken sword still in her hand, had tears in her eyes. Should Vandeleu have helped her quicker? Had he spent too long waiting to see what would happen? As he panicked, her tears began to fall from. I'm sorry, Kachia, why was she apologizing to him? Vandeleu wanted to ask her this question, but decided to console her instead for now. I felt my limits even before being captured by the orcs. You. And then I became a ghoul, but even so, Katya, I see, so you were impatient. Katya was a fast learner. She had grown strong rapidly after becoming an adventurer, catching up to her seniors, and then she had hit a wall. It wasn't a hard iron wall, but a soft one made of mud. It gradually became harder to level up, and no matter what kind of training and battles she went through, her skills were improving at a snail's pace. She couldn't even imagine when her skills might level up. I don't need to worry about it, the growth period for my strength has just passed. I just have to become stronger one step at a time from now on. Even though she told herself this, she could only see the backs of the seniors that she was supposed to have caught up to, and those who started training in the same year as her left her behind. Even her juniors were catching up to her. She suddenly felt that the stories of retired female adventurers that spread throughout the Adventurers Guild were real. If Katya had earned enough money, she might have retired in the same way. However, she had only just become a D-class adventurer, and all of her money was going into her equipment, living costs, and paying off the debt that her parents had left her. Though she didn't live extravagantly, the amount of money she had was only several months' worth of living expenses. She didn't have the connections to be hired as an exclusive escort. The Merg Shield Nation didn't employ female soldiers to fight on the front lines, though some were used for office work. That was why she had no choice but to continue as an adventurer, putting in hard work without knowing when it would produce results. It wasn't that Katya had become weak. However, the adventurers around her had become strong and left her behind. She was unable to find decent requests to accept, the monsters in devil's nests whose materials would sell for high prices were too much for her to handle, and there were many cases where more skilled adventurers were already hunting them. Perhaps it would simply be better to find a suitable man to run away with and marry. She had been captured by orcs while thinking this and fell into despair. She thought that she would be giving birth to a noble orc's children until she died. She would have been better off dying during her adventures, even when she still had dreams to accomplish. However, Katya was rescued by the ghouls and decided to become a ghoul at Vandalyu's suggestion. After becoming a ghoul, Katya thought that she had been reborn. She gained the superhuman strength and pain resistance skills, and her attribute values increased. She was clearly more powerful than she had been as a human. She could finally become stronger. She would regain her pride and her dreams. That was what she thought. But because everyone else was becoming stronger faster than you, you grew even more impatient. Vandalyu, that was why she had grown impatient and done something like that, believing in herself. Katya, these were Katya's circumstances. Hearing this, Vigoro and Zran thought that this was where Vandalyu would scold her. After that, Vigoro and the others went to retrieve the items in the treasure room. And all of them began the journey back to Talashim. Katya and Vandalyu were sitting together on top of a golem that Vandalyu had created. This was because Sam's carriage was full with the harvested materials. Braga looked jealously up at them. Vigoro didn't understand the circumstances of humans, but he knew how it felt to be frustrated with one's own lack of progress. However, allowing that to cause reckless behavior was not good. His death would cause the village to lose strength. That was why Vandalyu had to scold her, even if he understood how she felt. He had to scold her and teach her so that she wouldn't become impatient again. That was his job as a leader of the village. I understand how you feel. I really do. Vandalyu, but Vandalyu's words faltered. Vandalyu. Vigoro called his name out, wondering why he wasn't continuing, but the words that came from Vandalyu's mouth weren't scolding or reprimands. I've thoroughly experienced that. Vandalyu, it was sympathy. Vandalyu knew all too well why Katya had felt impatient. No matter how hard he had worked on Earth, his grades were just a little above average. He had always been scolded at his part-time job, and he had been unable to make any friends. When he had finally participated in the school trip with the money he had saved, Everyone else was having the time of their lives and he had to mask his feelings of being alienated by trying to enjoy the view. His own worth shouldn't change, but as others rose above him, he had felt that his own worth was decreasing relative to them. I still feel impatient. Among my mother's enemies, Gordon is an old man, but judging from the sound of his voice, Heinz was still young. He'll have grown stronger by now, but meanwhile, this is how I am. Vandeleu, Heinz had been B. class back then. It had been 3 years, so he might have become A. class by now. Even while Vandeleu was doing this, Heinz was undoubtedly becoming even stronger. And Amamiya Hiroto and the others who would be reincarnated here were likely undergoing high-level training and fighting in Origin right now. They wouldn't have the experience gained in previous life not carried over curse, so they would be able to make use of that training fully once they reincarnated in Lambda. Vandeleu didn't know whether they were serving as soldiers or agents in Origin, so he could only make vague guesses as to what kinds of things they would experience, but there was a high chance that they would possess first-class skills even without their cheat-like abilities. So how can you stay so calm? Kachia, I intend on using any method available to me. And no matter how strong they become, they won't be immortal. Vandeleu, he would kill them even if he had to use poison, spread diseases, or catch them by surprise. He would have no qualms about making thousands of undead and golems to crush them to death with the strength of numbers. He wouldn't care if he was called a coward. In the end, he just needed to be the one to stand victorious. As for those who would reincarnate here, well, if they insisted on killing Vandeleu no matter what, then he had no choice but to deal with them in the same way. They wouldn't be immortal either. However, he still wanted to avoid having to fight all 100 of them. He didn't like them, emotionally speaking, he couldn't forgive them. But if he couldn't defeat them in the end, all of it would be meaningless. He would talk to them. If they apologized, he would keep his distance and watch them work hard to develop this problematic world while enjoying a comfortable life eating delicious food with everyone else. That would be more than enough as revenge for him. So what should I do? Kachia seemed to have calmed down. Vandeleu took a moment to think before replying. How about leaving swordsmanship aside for now and trying some magic training? Ghoul women are supposed to have a high aptitude for magic, after all. Vandeleu, she might just end up as a jack of all trades and master of none, but she was currently not making much progress, so it wouldn't be a bad thing to have more options. Yes, I'll give it a try. But what if it doesn't work out? Kachia, if it doesn't work out, I'll be there to listen to you again if that time comes. Vandeleu felt that he was responsible for Kachia. He was the one who had suggested that she and the others become ghouls. He had known that their previous lives would come to an end and this would be a step down a one-way road that they would never be able to turn back on. That was why he thought that taking care of them was the obvious thing to do as a person, if he wanted to be considered a person. Wanting to help others in need was how a person should act, wasn't it? He got the feeling that everyone said that the character for person was one person supporting another. I see. You'll be there to listen. Kachia, if magic doesn't work out either, there are other options like becoming a specialist in making fish sauce and acorn miso. Vandeleu, try again. Kachia, then how about becoming a maid with Saria and Rita? Vandeleu, a maid, huh? Well, let's go with that for now. Kachia, why did she add, for now? Could it be that she wanted to be a maid in the past? Was her childhood dream to become a maid leader? I found my motivation. I don't know how far I can go, but I'll do my best with magic as soon as we get back. Kachia, leaving that aside, it was a relief to see that she had recovered. Bastia has a rival now. Vigoro, this is good, isn't it? Heroes are supposed to be popular with the women. Zran, I want to be popular too, like Berg. Braga. Had Vandeleu raised some kind of flag? Vandeleu didn't care, since he was looking forward to making miso soup with kombu and dashi. Name. Kachia rank. 3 race. Ghoul level. 24 job. Warrior job level. 77 job history. Apprentice warrior age. 19 years old. Passive skills. Night vision. Pain resistance. Level 1 superhuman strength. Level 1 paralyzing venom secretion, claws. Level 1 active skills. Swordsmanship. Level 3 armor technique. Level 1 shield technique. Level 1 dismantling. Level 1 as a human, Kachia possessed moderate strength for AD. Class adventurer. But she had the flaw of having no skills other than swordsmanship, and hitting a wall in her growth made her feel even worse about not making progress. She has gained passive skills after turning into a ghoul, and her attribute values have increased under the effect of Vandalu's strengthened followers, but the way she fought as a human is unable to make use of them and display her strength. Chapter 42, Shadows of Unrest approach unseen. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 42. Shadows of Unrest approach unseen. Hogya. The thing that was crying like a baby was no normal baby. It had blonde hair that looked as if made of pure gold, and skin as white as the rock that this royal castle of Talashim was built from. It had pink, triangular ears, and there was a short tail growing from its bottom. Incidentally, pig.beast. People apparently didn't exist in Lambda. Before we knew it, the live, dead had turned to ashes, and this child was crying. Badia, I see. Vandalu came to check on the live, dead after returning from Doran's aquatic caverns to be greeted by Badia holding a baby in her arms. It seemed that while Vandalu was in Doran's aquatic caverns, the fetus had developed sufficiently and the live, dead had run out of mana. Well, I don't really care about the live, dead. I was planning to bury it after it served its purpose anyway. Vandalu turned the ashes into a golem to gather them up. The live, dead had simply been a creature with a beating heart but no soul. It had existed only to nurture its reborn self in its uterus. So this child was born safely, but I've been troubled because it won't stop crying. Badia, Hogya. Baby, can I see the baby for a bit? Vandalu, of course. Badia, Vandalu took her in his arms. She stopped crying and stared at Vandalu. Vandalu observed her as she gazed at him. Aha, it does resemble her. Vandalu, its face resembled that of the live, dead, and its spirit, and it had a human's nose. And it was definitely a girl. It was not a noble orc whose race only had males. I'm going to have a good look at you, so bear with me for a moment. Vandalu, you. Baby, using spirit form transformation to turn a part of his body into spirit form, Vandalu examined the inside of her body. Her organ count, the shape of her bones and the like were different from orcs, they were close to a human's. It was still impossible to tell whether her body would function the same as a human's. But she was clearly not an orc or noble orc. But it couldn't be said that she was completely human. She had the same golden hair as the noble orcs, and her eyes were blue. And her ears and tail made it very clear that she wasn't entirely human. She was still just a baby. It was possible that she might develop more inhuman characteristics as she developed. Was she a half-noble orc? Can you see your status? Vandalu, amu, baby, for now, it seemed that she wasn't going to angrily shout, "This isn't what you promised me." Because of her strange appearance. Could it be that you're hungry? Vandalu, Van, I don't think a baby would be able to understand what you're saying. Badia, as Vandalu turned to face Badia. Or tried to, the baby put him in a headlock. She was unbelievably strong for a child. With his head being held in place by both her arms, he couldn't move at all. I had my memories from quite early after I was born. I thought that she might be able to understand. Vandalu, I see. But I don't think she understands. If she did, she would have listened to me and stopped crying. But she showed no signs of listening and kept crying until you arrived, Van. Badya, then it might take some time before she regains her memories. Vandalyu's memories had returned relatively soon after being reborn in Lambda. But that was because it had been the work of Rodcourt, who was a god, while Vandalyu had used a new technique for the first time to carry out this baby's reincarnation. It might take several months or even years for her memories to return. Well, several months had passed after her death before Vandalyu used her spirit for the reincarnation, so it was definitely possible that her memories and consciousness might have parts missing, however. Well, I've asked Bilda and the others to provide milk in advance, so let's head over to them. You still can't produce any, right, Badya. Vandalyu, me. Badya, yes, you're pregnant. Please make sure you wear the magic item that protects the baby. Vandalyu, is that true, Van. Badya, it's true, congratulations. Make sure you come to me regularly so I can check its progress. Vandalyu, yeah. Badya, and so two auspicious events were celebrated at once. Vandalyu dried kombu in the clear winter air and weak sunlight with the reborn girl. Now then, I'll begin the experiment. Vandalyu, AI. Baby, he slowly applied withering on the kombu to remove its water content while also slowly applying aging. If he made a mistake it would dry out too much and fall apart, and if he took too long, it would turn into powder, so he needed to be very careful. He continued controlling his spells for just a minute while enduring a headache and fever. It turned out perfect, so he stopped his spells and retrieved the dried kombu. Now then, time to actually taste it. Vandalyu, AI. Baby, he threw the kombu into a pot on a magical stove he had found in the ruins and turned the stove on. Dashi began to come out steadily. He removed the kombu when enough dashi had come out before the water started to boil and scooped some out with a ladle that the blacksmith Datara had made for him. He placed it onto a small plate, cooled it and tasted it. Aha, that's good dashi. Vandalyu, satisfied, he added ingredients like wakame and vegetables and then dissolved miso in it to make miso soup. It's turned out well. Vandalyu, you. Baby, I think it's a little too early for you to be drinking miso soup, Pauvina. Vandalyu, oh, Pauvina, the live, dead who had been reborn as a half-noble orc seemed dejected, so Vandalyu comforted her as he felt satisfied at having successfully made kombu dashi. Applying the aging spell that was originally intended to age living things to kill them through old age to the kombu and drying it, he was able to apply 20.5 years worth of drying in a single minute to produce high-quality dried kombu. It was a groundbreaking discovery. It was a process that shortened a 20.5-year-long process to 1 minute. Incidentally, the reason it was 20.5 years was because Vandalyu remembered that kombu that had been dried and fermented for that long had been treated as a much higher quality product than normal kombu on Earth. If he recalled, it was because the process changed the umami content in the kombu. He had no spell that could confirm whether the umami content had really increased, and Vandalyu had never tried miso soup made from high-quality kombu dashi, so there was no denying the possibility that Vandalyu was just making an assumption here. Oh. Pauvina, though Vandalyu had originally thought that Pauvina hadn't regained her memories yet, she had in fact regained them to some extent immediately after her birth. But as Vandalyu had feared, they were very broken memories and she hadn't even been able to remember her own name. She only remembered that her corpse had been turned into a live, dead and that Vandalyu had saved her. The latter could be referred to as Vandalyu using her, but she felt thankful towards him and was emotionally attached to him. Pauvina, but even after regaining some of her memories, her mental age was still that of a child. Unlike people who had been reincarnated like Vandalyu, she was simply a child who remembered a little about her previous life. She would develop and become an adult for the second time. She would surely grow to be large. At 3 months of age, her height was almost the same as Vandeleur, who was 3 years old. Even taking into account the fact that Vandeleur had a small build, she was growing incredibly quickly. Was this because she had some noble orc blood in her? As Paulvina lifted Vandeleur into the air, he wondered, am I trying to be some kind of mad scientist who creates new species? Mwaza and the other titans seemed happy about it, however, saying things like, it is just like how the goddess Vita gave birth to us, it is truly divine work. He would soon become unable to ever get rid of the title of prophesied Holy Son. Vandeleur thought that if he wasn't the Holy Son, it would be nice if the goddess could give another prophecy or something to say so. So far, everything is going well. Vandeleur, you. Paulvina, everything but the katsuobushi, I suppose. Vandeleur, Paulvina was developing well. Vandeleur didn't know how long it would take for her to become an adult, but it would likely be 10 years at most. She didn't seem to have any problems with her health, and they were getting along well. Since he had used her and reincarnated her, Vandeleur had to take responsibility for her new life, so he planned to take good care of her. Bastia's pregnancy had been discovered at the same time as Paulvina's birth, and that was also progressing well. She had only been pregnant for 3 months, so Vandeleur had been carefully examining her, but the magic item had been exhibiting its effects with no problem. It was even better that she liked the piercing. Vandeleur had once again put a halt on his dungeon clearing so he could take care of Paulvina and Badia, but he was still going into the devil's nests that were close enough to make a day trip into with everyone to continue his training. He assisted those training to acquire the chant revocation skill, played reversi and Jenga, and made fish sauce and miso. Everything was going well. The only thing he was struggling with was making katsuobushi. It seemed that the concept of smoking food didn't exist in Lambda. There was dried meat, so Vandeleur had assumed that smoked foods existed, but this wasn't the case. Not even bacon, ham, sausages or wieners existed in this world, let alone roast beef. He had asked Kachia and the others, but dried meat in this world was meat that had been salted and dried in the sun. Because of this, Vandeleur had been forced to build a food-smoking facility using only his own knowledge. Darcia had finally given Vandeleur permission to use fire, but the first real cooking that he was doing himself, using smoking tools based on his limited knowledge to make katsuobushi, was difficult. In origin, I learned things from the spirits of Western people who were knowledgeable about Japanese food, but they weren't experts in making katsuobushi. Vandeleur, he dried the fish and charred it to make smoked fish. This process simply produced a burnt product or left the center raw. All of his attempts had failed. To make fermented food, all Vandeleur had to do was prepare the ingredients and use fermentation. It seemed that Vandeleur would struggle to make bacon or wieners as well, even though he had ingredients for them in the form of orc meat. No, he still lacked the spices to make them. First of all, put me down now. Vandeleur, you. Paulvina refused. Vandeleur spent the 4th winter of his life being held in the air. The search was extremely difficult. A relatively safe route across the mountain range had been planned out, but in the end, a third of the subordinate vampires had been wiped out. And the search for the damper after crossing the mountain range was proving difficult as well. I didn't think that it would be this troublesome. Eleonora, the objective of Eleonora and her party was to murder the damper, but they didn't have any convenient magic items like a damper radar or spells like detect damper. That was why they had decided to first find the village of ghouls that he led. The ghouls might have lost about half of their numbers while crossing the mountain range, but there would still be at least 200 left. A village of 200 ghouls would be quite large. And ghouls weren't particularly adapted to living at high altitudes, nor were they good at navigating steep cliffs. There was no doubt that they would choose flat ground, similar to the Devil's Nest forest that was undergoing reclamation now. Under those assumptions, they released familiars to search for them, but not a single ghoul had been found. Geez, just where have they gone? It's not as if they could have disappeared like mist. Eleonora, Eleonora sighed as she poured holy water that they had brought with them over the defeated subordinate vampire at her feet. They were truly useless. Their master was useless as well, but just why was every single one of the subordinates gathered here so useless? They might have gone underground. I suppose we should search the caves as well. Surkrent had a look of exhaustion on his face as well. He didn't care about some of his useless subordinates dying. But he was desperate because if he couldn't complete this mission, his life would be forfeit. But even then, the ghouls would need to gather food, so it would be a cavern system with multiple entrances. Or perhaps, the ghouls already served their purpose in helping him cross the mountain range, so he disposed of them. Eleonora, leaving aside whether that was really possible, if it was true, that would explain why the search using the familiars that had even cost a third of the subordinate vampires' lives had turned up nothing. That damper had stayed hidden from the search of that renowned religious fanatic Gordon when he was less than a year old. If he was on his own, he would obviously not need much food and living underground would be simple. More importantly, isn't there a possibility that the spirits of these guys who have just died have gone to give the damper information about us? Surkrent, Eleonora and Surkrent were conducting their search with a policy of not killing or dying any more than needed in order to deal with the damper who was apparently a spiritualist, but even so, the devil's nests of the Boundary Mountain range weren't easy to deal with. Unlucky encounters with dragons and such had cost them another third of the subordinate vampires. They poured holy water on the dead bodies to prevent their spirits from lingering in this world, but they couldn't actually see spirits. Only those with the spiritualist job can see spirits that haven't become undead. That was why they couldn't tell whether the spirits were in the vicinity of their dead bodies. The spirits could have rushed off towards the damper and they would have never known. Even if the damper is a spiritualist, he wouldn't be able to summon the spirits of people whose names and faces he doesn't know. The possibility of him being able to do that is low. I want to believe that. Eleonora, I see. But what will we do? Where do we search from here? Surkrent, let's see, how about we go to where the city of Talashim once stood. Eleonora, the nation of titans that the Amid Empire used the Murg Shield. Nation's army to destroy. The pure. Breed vampire government had used the Amid Empire to do this, and Tunisia had been partially involved as well. It would certainly be a ruin by now, swarming with undead titans. Even though they're ruins, there might be some usable buildings left, and it would be easier to establish a village there than to build a new one from nothing. Eleonora, though it was unlikely that the damper was aware of this, there were dungeons near Talashim. If he used those, he would be able to gather food efficiently. However, Surkrent looked doubtful. No, Talashim should be overflowing with undead. It would be impossible to build a village there. Surkrent, looking at Surkrent's face, Eleonora was overcome with an urge to kill him on the spot. See, the reason Surkrent didn't want to go to Talashim was an extremely insignificant one. He didn't want Eleonora to gain leadership. For Surkrent to erase his past failures and return to his original position in vampire society, he of course needed to successfully kill the damper, but it also needed to be his own achievement rather than Eleonora's. Even if he completed his mission, doing so under Eleonora's command would mean that he had stooped low enough to become her dog, and it could even be interpreted as proof that he was an incompetent fool who couldn't even exterminate a single damper without having instructions spelled out for him. Those living in the society of the vampires who obeyed the evil gods constantly tried to gain the favor of those who were on the rise while striking down those who were falling. If Surkrent simply prioritized the completion of his mission, his social position wouldn't move an inch. However, even though he understood that, there was a reason Eleonora couldn't allow him to have his way. Because that would mean that she, a member of Berkine's bodyguards, had considered obeying Surkrent, which her pure. Breed master wouldn't accept. She would be subjected to indescribable punishment and unhealable wounds would be inflicted upon her. She didn't want that. That is why Eleonora had decided that she would have the pitiful Surkrent fall as far down as it was possible to fall. I see. Then I'll go and scout out the ruins on my own. Eleonora had only been working together with Serkrent up until now because she had needed the numbers. Berkine hadn't given her permission to create new subordinate vampires, so the only pawns that she could use were her familiars. However, it wouldn't make any difference not having such useless pawns whose numbers had even been decreased by the journey. She didn't mind separating herself from Serkrent to work on her own. What? Serkrent was greatly confused. If Eleonora disposed of the damper while separated from him, that would be the same as him having failed his mission. On the other hand, this was a chance to take the achievement all for himself, but Eleonora was superior to him in ability, and the subordinate vampires who had been useless up until now were unlikely to suddenly become stronger. Very well, let us search Talashim. Serkrent, taking no notice of the vampire who had lived many times the number of years she had as he meaninglessly pretended to give his permission for the search of Talashim, Eleonora flew up into the night sky. However, upon reaching the site where the ruins of Talashim should have been according to the 2.100-year-old records left by the Mage Shield. Nation's army, Eleonora opened her eyes wide, dropped her jaw and stood stock still. Even before she became a vampire, she had never imagined that she would be making such a foolish looking face. Impossible. Eleonora, I assent this some kind of illusion. Serkrent, however, she had no need to worry about Serkrent and his subordinates seeing her like this. They were standing still with the same dumbfounded expression on their faces. They were dumbfounded by the enormous walls illuminated by the light of the moon and stars. As vampires, they could see the majestic walls as if they were in plain daylight. There was not a single ivy branch growing on the white stone walls and not a single crack in the stone. What does this mean? The Mage Shield. Nation's army in Mikhail destroyed the walls, didn't they? Eleonora, that's right, if I recall. Back then, the gate was broken and the wall had collapsed in 2 different places. Even if what we were told is a mistake, there is nobody repairing or maintaining them, so how are they so? Serkrent continued whispering, still astonished, but he slowly regained his composure. I see, it was the undead. The undead of Talashim repaired these walls. The undead don't tire, so I'm sure they could do it, given 200 years. Serkrent, however, Eleonora couldn't imagine that the conclusion he had arrived at was correct. The undead, repairing and maintaining the walls. Eleonora, undead were generally unproductive and didn't form societies. They did organize themselves in ways where the weak simply obeyed the strong or used the hierarchical relationships established while they were still alive, but in the majority of cases, they were simply disorganized groups of undead individuals. Even if the undead had 200 years, they might be able to sweep, clean and wash dishes, but would they be able to perform such advanced, large-scale work as repairing the city's walls? It was difficult to imagine that this was possible. If it was, every haunted building and ghost ship in this world would be sparkling clean. Nobody could blame Eleonora for staring at Serkrent as if he had gone mad. What other explanation is there? Serkrent, but even Eleonora couldn't answer that question. These walls were clearly not the work of monsters, and they hadn't received any information that the Orbon kingdom had occupied the ruins of Talashim to build a new city. Eleonora reminded herself that their objective wasn't to take back or occupy Talashim. It was to kill the damper. We're going to look inside. Eleonora, fortunately, it didn't seem like there were any guards posted on the walls. It looked like there were several undead titans at the gate, but for the noble-born vampires who could fly through the sky, it wasn't a problem. They could simply fly over the walls and the subordinate vampires could climb over the walls with their claws. However, the surprises continued even after Eleonora and Serkrent passed the walls. The dark, silent Talashim had a loneliness drifting from it that made it look like a ghost town. However, one glance was all it took to notice something abnormal. There aren't any collapsed buildings. Serkrent, the buildings of Talashim were lined up neatly against each other. Though they were large, stone buildings built from stone, they had been abandoned for 200 years, after a terrible war, even. Are you going to tell me that this is the work of the undead as well? Eleonora, then who could have? That's it. I'm sure it's the damper, he made his ghoul subordinates. Serkrent, are you trying to say that the ghouls simply repaired all of those houses as they were originally, in Titan. Size. Eleonora, Serkrent fell silent at Eleonora's words, but even she had no idea who could have repaired the city. 200 years ago, several hundred Titans had actually escaped from the Merg Shield. Nation. The possibility that crossed Eleonora's mind was that those surviving Titans had returned and spent the past 200 years restoring Talashim with the Hartner Duchy's assistance. But even that was hard to imagine. If that was the case, then why was the city so quiet? Serkrent. Sama, it's very faint, but I can see a light. Subordinate, what? The direction of the royal castle, huh? Alright, let's go. Serkrent, the vampires couldn't help but to tremble as they thought about how strange all of this was, but even so, the mission took priority. They renewed their resolve, but as they approached the plaza in front of the royal castle, they were surprised 3 times. It's not really going well, is it? Saria, but we can't really have Bakken build this as well. Rita, Jo, Mwaza. Dono and the others said that it will be finished by spring. Let us wait and look forward to when it is complete. Bone Man, strange-looking living armors and a skeleton were looking at what appeared to be a half-finished stone statue. I'll definitely win this time. Young Titan, no, I cannot lose to a youngster. Old Titan, undead Titans were playing a game on a board the vampires had never seen before with clacking sounds, eating baked sweets. Fugo, it's cooked just right. Orcus, I want miso with mine. Black Goblin, fish sauce for mine. Black Goblin, black orcs and black-colored goblins were cooking skewered meat on frying pans and eating it. This shark fillet has no flavor. Ghoul Woman, but I heard it does wonders for your beauty. It tastes good when you use it to make soup, too. Ghoul women were walking together with their arms linked. Paper, scissors, rock. Anubis, face away, there. Anubis, monsters that appeared to be humans with the heads of dogs were playing some kind of game that the vampires had never seen before. What exactly is the meaning of this? I can understand the ghouls being here, but orcs and goblins in colors I've never seen, and monsters with dog heads. And they're living in such a carefree way in the same space as the undead, it's just as if it were a human town. Eleonora, she knew that Serkrent wouldn't give her any response worth listening to, but she simply couldn't remain silent. That was how much the sight before her defied everything she knew. Monsters as well as humans built societies that included multiple races, but almost all of them were systems where the strong dominated and the weak obeyed. For undead, even those kinds of societies were impossible to form. Excluding some special cases, undead were generally either superior individuals who had maintained their personalities from when they were alive or inferior undead that indiscriminately tried to kill and consume any living thing, whether it was a human or a monster. Such undead were living calm, quiet lives. Were all of them superior undead? That was impossible. Even if their personalities had been preserved, they should still be ferocious. I don't know. What does this mean? Could they have been tamed by someone? Impossible, it should be impossible to tame undead. Serkrent, like Serkrent whispered, undead were impossible to tame. That was true whether the tamer was a vampire or a human. In the past, many individuals with superior tamer-type jobs had attempted to tame undead, but they weren't even able to tame the most inferior, rank 1 living bones and living dead, let alone superior undead such as elder lichas. As a result of these unsuccessful attempts, it became known in this world that like insect-type monsters, undead were impossible to tame. But the vampires knew that there was an exception. Could it be that there's someone who has gained the divine protection of the evil god? No, the goddess. Eleonora, it was possible that those with the divine protection of the goddess Vita who had revived Zakhart as an undead or evil gods like Hiryashukika could create and command undead. A vampire from another evil gods. No, it's Vita. There is someone with the goddess Vita's divine protection. Eleonora could see the church of Vita that had been restored. If they possessed the divine protection of an evil god, there was no way that the church of the goddess would be restored. Impossible. Surkrent trembled, his eyes open wide. If the one who possessed the goddess Vita's divine protection was one of the pure breed vampires they feared, the ones who worshipped the goddess Vita, then Surkrent. Sama, we should escape while we still can. Subordinate, nobody has noticed our presence yet, let us retreat. Subordinate, still hidden, the subordinate vampires began to talk about retreating. It was clear what would happen if they were discovered in a place where a pure breed vampire who worshipped Vita was present. A one-sided annihilation at the hands of that vampire's overwhelming power. The noble-born Surkrent and Eleonora being here would make no difference. That was how great the difference between a pure breed and a noble-born was. If that wasn't the case, there was no way that pure breed vampires like Berkine and Turnitia who possessed personalities that would make them enemies very easily could have ruled hundreds of noble-born vampires for 100,000 years. Surkrent, who had been tortured by Berkine, and Eleonora, who had been directly appointed by him, understood this better than the subordinate vampires. The two of them wanted to retreat immediately, but at the same time, they discovered the reason they couldn't do so. Wait, there are ghouls among the undead and goblins. The damper is definitely here. Eleonora, they had searched everywhere other than Talashim and hadn't found a single ghoul, but there were numerous ghouls here. Considering that, there was no doubt that these were the ghouls the damper had led across the mountain range from the Merg Shield. Nation. In that case, it was only natural that the damper would be here. You know what will happen if we run away without dealing with the damper, don't you? Eleonora, the already pale faces of the subordinate vampires who had been suggesting a retreat turned even whiter. We'll look for the damper. If I recall, his name was Vandalul. Eleonora, capture one of the ghouls and make them talk. Surkrent, I don't need you to tell me what to do. Eleonora, they would quickly dispose of the damper and escape before they were noticed by the superior being who possessed Vita's divine protection. Casting aside her exasperation and disgust towards Surkrent, Eleonora began to act in order to accomplish that difficult goal. Chapter 43, Something that cannot be run from, cannot be disobeyed, that doesn't exist. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 43. Something that cannot be run from, cannot be disobeyed, that doesn't exist. Teria was walking back home from the bathhouse, wearing a fur coat to keep out the cold of the winter's night. Phew. It has become cold as of late, hasn't it? Teria, despite being known as the capital of the sun, Talashim's winter was colder than the Devil's Nest forest that she had lived in previously. It wasn't that Teria had become weaker against cold temperatures over the past few years. Nevertheless, as Teria watched the ghouls and undead entertaining themselves and eating food, it occurred to her just how affluent Talashim had become. Many would object to Teria's opinion. In fact, the ghouls' lives might not seem affluent at a glance. Very few of the clothes they wore were made of cloth, the majority of them were made from tanned leather and fur that had been stripped from monsters, making them look like a tribe of savages. Because the economic environment consisted of primitive bartering, there were no stores of any kind. There were no resplendent theaters, bookstores selling tomes containing knowledge, restaurants offering delicious foods or anything of the sort. But the various things that Vandalul had created surpassed these. Though board games were considered as entertainment for the wealthy in human cities, Vandalul had created the simple yet interesting reversi and distributed it freely. He had created numerous seasonings that were even more valuable than the reversi boards. The walnut sauce and acorn cookies that he had been making since when he had lived in the Devil's Nest forest weren't anything unusual other than the fact that he was making them in a devil's nest. However, the fish sauce and miso that he had invented after arriving in Talashim, were astonishing. In addition, he had turned ginger that had only been used as medicine and an unknown plant called wasabi into additional seasonings. He had created these and then distributed it in significant amounts. Those who wanted more could trade for them at the remains of the Adventurers Guild. Vandalyu himself wasn't aware of how astounding these feats were. Even Teria wasn't confident that she understood just how incredible it was. However, in human cities, adding seasoning to food had been a luxury that only the wealthy could afford. Poor commoners would use salt sparingly at most, they almost never tasted sugar. It seemed that things had improved in recent times, but 200 years ago, when Teria had been a human, that was how things were in the city she lived in. But these seasonings were being offered at exchange rates that anyone could afford. There was no doubt that miso and fish sauce would sell for soaring prices if sold in human cities. Recently, Vandalyu had even started to make kombu dashi and katsuobushi, though the latter was still incomplete. Of course, the fact that he had solved the fertility problem that affected the entire ghoul race couldn't be forgotten. Personally, Teria was most happy about the fact that he had repaired every public bathhouse in Talashim. For commoners, being able to submerge their bodies in hot water up to their shoulders while bathing was as much of a luxury as seasoning their food. As long as Van.Sama is here, the ghouls will prosper for 1,000 years. Teria, Vandalyu had performed deeds that made her believe this with confidence. But that was also why she was feeling anxious. How should I close the distance between myself and the great Van.Sama? Teria was not a combatant, but an armed smith who created equipment using monster materials. When Vandalyu spent time clearing dungeons and training himself in unarmed fighting, the amount of time that she could spend with him inevitably decreased. Vandalyu's body was small, so the only armor he could wear was clothes made of leather or fur, and he was using his own claws as weapons, so Teria didn't even have any opportunities to create equipment for him. He had said that he would refrain from venturing far from Talashim until Pauvina had developed to a certain extent and Badia had safely reached the 3-month mark in her pregnancy, but he would be going into another dungeon before spring. I feel the distance between myself and Van.Sama. Teria, even while Teria remained in the city, Badia and the others were spending significant periods of time with him, fighting for their lives together. Kachia, a ghoul who had formerly been an adventurer, had recently shown strange movements as well. And it seemed that Zadiris would be accompanying Vandalyu on his next journey into a dungeon. How unfortunate. What an unfortunate turn of events this was. If I had daughters, everything would be fine, but I have only had sons up until now. Would it be better for me to start having a daughter now? I am only just over 260 years old, so it might be. It is impossible, I cannot give birth to another man's child in front of Van.Sama. Teria, Vandalyu was currently acting as something like a maternity doctor. Because of that, if Teria were to attempt to get closer to him by having a daughter, she would surely be found out. That would be an unbearable shame. She had no idea how Badia had been able to do such a thing. When she had asked Badia herself, Badia had replied with a straight face, "It's not like I'm letting him see me during the act, so it isn't something to be concerned about, is it? Perhaps this was one of the differences between a natural-born ghoul and a ghoul who had once been a human. So should I do it personally after all? But it would be meaningless if it causes Van.Sama to withdraw from me. Teria, just as Teria passed by an alleyway between two buildings, a pebble rolled in front of her feet with a small noise. And as she turned her face towards the alleyway, there was a woman there. Ghouls could see even in this darkness where the only light was coming from the moon, so she could clearly make out that woman's crimson pupils. Could you tell me more about this Van.Sama? Eleonora, a woman with crimson eyes, red hair and white skin. This appearance was enough to tell Teria with a single glance that this person didn't belong in Talashim, but the emotions that Teria felt right now were not caution or fear, but affection. Of course, Teria, thank you. Let's talk over here, shall we? Eleonora, with a drowsy look on her face, Teria was led into the alleyway by this woman, by Eleonora. Among the ghouls walking along the streets, Eleonora had chosen the ghoul woman who had been speaking the name Sama. She hadn't appeared to be particularly strong, and the fact that she was adding Sama to the end of his name indicated that she was referring to the damper. Both of these guesses turned out to be correct. She had been successfully lured and captured by the effects of Eleonora's charming gaze without showing any signs of resistance. And Eleonora was able to learn information about the damper from her. Sama is inside the castle. He is in a room that was originally used by a cabinet minister or general or someone of that sort. He should be sleeping in there. Teria, now we've learned the damper's whereabouts. He lives in the royal castle, but he isn't using the king's room. Is this because there is indeed some superior being that commands the undead? I see. So is there someone with the divine protection of the goddess Vita in this city? Eleonora, divine protection. Teria gave a puzzled look in response to Eleonora's question. Under the effects of the charming gaze, she treated Eleonora as if the two of them were close family members, but she was unable to answer what she didn't know. But this was a question from someone close to her. Her mind worked in order to answer the question as much as she could. I am sure that would be Sama. Teria, that was why it was only natural for her to give this response. As Teria had ceased to be a human over 200 years ago during her teenage years, she was unaware that undead could not be tamed. For her, it was only natural that Vandalyu was able to tame the undead. He had undead among his companions ever since she met him, so she had no reason to inquire further about it. And when she remembered that Nwaza and the other undead titans showed respect towards him by referring to him as the prophesied Holy Son, it seemed even more obvious to her that Eleonora was asking about him. Wah! That damper is. Eleonora, this statement made a huge impact among Eleonora and the other vampires. The damper that they were trying to dispose of already possessed the divine protection of the goddess Vita. In that case, not only the ghouls, but every single undead titan in Talashim were the damper's pawns. Not good. This is not good. We must dispose of him at all costs. Surkrent, one of the only things that the vampires who worshipped the evil gods feared, a damper building up an organization, had already come to pass. With the countless undead added to the ghouls, their numbers would easily exceed 1,000. Such great numbers were located in a sturdy fortress city. Their defense was still full of holes, but a defensive net that even vampires could not easily sneak through would be complete once the number of undead under the damper's control increased. If Berkine learned of this, Surkrent would not be able to avoid harsh punishment even if he completed his mission, as he was the one who had given the damper enough time to build such an organization in this location. This was a huge failure that even Gubaman, who was normally indifferent to the activities of his subordinates, might simply purge Surkrent immediately. So Eleonora could understand why Surkrent was making noise, but she silenced him with her hand. Dispose. What are you disposing of? Teria had heard Surkrent's voice and reacted to it. Eleonora's charming demon eyes weren't powerful enough to instantly brainwash their target permanently. We've learned everything we wanted to, but it would be unfortunate if this woman were to become restless now. You don't have to worry, he's just talking to himself. Thank you for telling me all these things, you have been of great help. Eleonora, Ofufu, I am glad to have been of use to you. Teria, fortunately, Eleonora was able to successfully divert Teria's wandering attention back to herself. You're tired now, aren't you? Stay in my room for tonight. Here, lie down. Eleonora, now that you mention it. My eyelids have grown rather heavy. Well then, excuse me, Teria gave a yawn as she lay down and quickly fell asleep in this vacant stone house. And then a subordinate vampire drew his sword and swung it down at the defenseless Teria. Gugya. Eleonora. Sama, what are you? Subordinate, but before his blade reached Terria's body, Eleonora broke his arm with her slender hand. "What is the meaning of this, you bastard? This ghoul has already served her purpose. What is wrong with disposing of her? Sir Krent, of course it's wrong to do so, Sir Krent. What have you been listening to all this time? Eleonora, if this is about her spirit, we simply need to pour holy water on her after we kill her." Sir Krent, as Sir Krent expressed his rage, Eleonora put a hand to her forehead and let out a sigh. She could no longer become ill or feel physically weak now that she was a vampire, but talking to him gave her endless headaches. "You know, this is different from when your subordinates were the ones dying. The ghoul adores the damper. If she dies, she will happily rush off to the damper. If we pour holy water on her and purify her spirit before that happens, we can prevent her from telling the damper about us. But that damper can tame the undead. How can you be so sure that another spirit will not inhabit her body to turn it into an undead? There are hundreds of undead here. Possibly even more than 1,000. Eleonora, even if they poured holy water on the ghoul's corpse to purify her spirit, there was no guarantee that the corpse wouldn't become an undead. Unless they held a memorial service or destroyed the body thoroughly, the body could be taken over by other spirits and become an undead. It is easy for dead bodies to become undead when there are other undead nearby. That is true, but there would be no problem even if it were to become an undead. It would be a living dead at most. What is a puppet that cannot even speak capable of doing? Sir Krent, if the spirit inhabiting Terria's body is not Terria's, it would not be able to warn anyone about Eleonora and Sir Krent's presence. However, Eleonora already knew this. What do you think will happen if this living dead were to be discovered by the other ghouls and undead? As far as I can tell, even the goblins seem to be able to speak and seem quite intelligent. Eleonora, they had learned through the questions they had asked that Teria was a ghoul with a prominent position in this community. It would cause a large commotion if such an individual was seen wandering around as an undead. They might be able to use the confusion caused by this to find an opportunity to kill the damper. However, it was questionable as to whether they would be to escape the city alive afterwards. Of course, there was also the option of burning the body so that it could not become an undead and then pouring holy water on it, but there was another reason that this was out of the question. Neither Sir Krent nor Eleonora knew of a technique that could silently burn a body without producing any smoke. Being discovered through the smoke produced by burning the body would defeat the purpose of burning the body in the first place. As for the holy water, they simply didn't have much left. Either way, by the time this ghoul woman woke up, they would already have escaped. With that being the case, they needed to save it in case they needed it after killing the vampire and escaping. TCH, hurry and fix your arm. Sir Krent, as if he had finally realized this, Sir Krent clicked his tongue and spat these words towards the vampire who was groaning and clutching his broken arm. "I was considerate enough to break your arm instead of your sword, which would have been irreparable, so you could at least thank me. But I'll stay silent for now. I can't expect anything from you anyway. Weary leaving. Eleonora, leaving behind the peacefully sleeping Teria, Eleonora and her party headed towards the royal castle in which their target resided. They were certain that by the time Teria woke up, everything would be over and they would have already made their escape. Getting into the royal castle was a simple task. There had been nobody acting as guards. Was the damper that confident in his own ability, or did he simply have no sense of caution? How are we going to dispose of him? Sir Krent, if we make any noise, we will be noticed by the undead outside. And now that we have come this far, we need to confirm whether the Sword King Borkas's remains are here. I will use my demon eyes to charm him, and lead him here, and you will decapitate him. Eleonora needed to maintain eye contact with her target while using her charming demon eyes. If eye contact was broken for a moment, their effects would be undone. To guarantee success, it was best to have someone else deal the finishing blow. And Sir Krent's parent, Gubaman, had a habit of gathering the corpses of those known as heroes, raising them as undead and adding them to his collection. Even during the war in which Talashim was destroyed 200 years ago, numerous corpses of heroes had been gathered. However, the vampire assigned with the task of retrieving the Sword King Borkus's corpse had unfortunately encountered the divine spear of Ice Mikhail, so he had failed. Eleonora didn't really have any reason to help Gubbleman with his hobby, but he was not someone that she wanted to put in an ill mood. She at least needed to put some thought into the task. I think there is a high possibility that he has already turned into an undead, though. Eleonora, I agree. But we still must confirm that. Even though he was defeated by Mikhail, he is still an undead hero. He should still be of a considerably high rank even after becoming an undead. With that being the case, he shouldn't be serving as the subordinate of a mere damper, but the damper may know where he is. Sir Krent, I know, I will ask the damper while I'm luring him out. Eleonora, if Sir Krent was able to obtain even a fragment of one of Borkus's bones, he may be able to avoid being purged by Gubbleman. Perhaps as if holding on to that hope, Sir Krent's eyes had the dangerous glint of someone who had been driven into a corner. If I grow desperate, I might be joining him. It's best to cooperate with him. Eleonora slipped through the completely unguarded door silently and entered the room. Eleonora, and in the next moment, her eyes met the damper's. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, but now that she thought about it, this was convenient. She had activated her charming demon eyes before entering the room just in case, so the damper had been put under its effects immediately. As proof, his own will had faded away from his eyes and become like those of a dead fish. You are Vandalyu, aren't you? Eleonora, yes, I am Vandalyu. Vandalyu, he answered honestly to her question. He had white hair and odd-colored eyes that were a manifestation of his mixed lineage. And his name, too. There was no mistake that this child was the damper the vampires had been targeting. However, Eleonora felt like something was out of place. She wondered whether this damper was really under the effects of her charming demon eyes. Those under the effects of her charming demon eyes normally loosened their face muscles as if drunk, and their tone of speech became relaxed. However, this damper's face was completely expressionless and his tone was normal. And she could feel some kind of strange power in his eyes that were supposed to be hollow and vacant. Looking into them made her feel a chill, as if she were peeking into the depths of some abyss, and yet she experienced some kind of mysterious feeling. Could it be that my demon eyes have been resisted? That should be impossible without a high level in the mental resistance skill. Even with the damper status effect resistance and the magic resistance skill of a dark elf. The mental corruption skill is a possibility as well, but if he had that, it's strange that he hasn't become some kind of madman who can't even hold a conversation. He doesn't appear to be insane. But I suppose it's best to be sure. Eleonora had absolute confidence in her own demon eyes, but this damper was someone who possessed the goddess Vita's divine protection. He was an opponent that warranted caution. Hey, what do you think about me? Eleonora, I think that you're a beautiful person. Vandalyu, I see, that makes me happy. Will you be my friend? Eleonora. If you're fine with me being your friend, it would be my pleasure. Vandalyu, well then, would you praise the evil god Hiryashukika that we worship? Say that he is a wonderful god. Eleonora, sure, Vandalyu. As Eleonora requested, the damper pressed his hands together in prayer and said, the evil god Hiryashukika is a wonderful god. And then he looked at Eleonora in silence. It seems that I was worrying needlessly, thought Eleonora. If the damper was conscious, he would have immediately realized that I'm a vampire and been on guard. And there is no way that someone with the divine protection of Vita would praise an evil god in a normal state. The damper would definitely not have complied with my last request if not for the effect of the demon eyes. This damper is still an infant, but according to the information we have, he's supposedly intelligent and is referred to by his subordinates as King and Holy Son. He should be a proud individual. Eleonora had initially thought that he looked ominous, but now she smiled, thinking that he was rather adorable. Now all she needed to do was question him and then bring him to where Serkrent and the others were waiting. You have tamed the undead, haven't you? How did you do it? When did you receive the goddess's divine protection? Eleonora, that's right, but even if you ask me how I did it. Well, in any case, I'm able to tame them. As for the divine protection. Are you talking about the prophecy? Vandalyu, what a surprise. Not only has he received the goddess's divine protection, but her prophecy as well. There's no doubt that the goddess had taken notice of him and is watching over him even now. Wouldn't it be dangerous to dispose of him? This thought occurred to Eleonora, but she couldn't go against Berkine's orders even if that was true, so she drove it out of her mind. I see. Well then, I wonder if you know about the Sword King Borkus. Can you tell me where he is right now? Eleonora, Borkus should be in the audience chamber. Vandalyu, should be, has he turned into an undead? Eleonora, yes. Vandalyu, as expected, it seems that the Sword King Borkus has turned into an undead. But judging from the fact that he's still in the audience chamber where his body should have been, it's likely that this damper hasn't managed to tame him. I suppose an undead hero is beyond even this damper's abilities to tame after all. It would be best on giving up on retrieving his remains. If Serkrent wants to attempt it, I'll just have to let him do what he wants on his own. Also, how did you repair the castle and the city? It should have been considerably damaged. Did you make the undead repair them? Eleonora, no, I made golems to repair them. Vandalyu, golems. Is he saying that possesses not only the spiritualist job, but the alchemist job as well? It would be best to question him in more detail. Oi, how much longer are you planning to take? Serkrent had entered the room without Eleonora noticing. The subordinate vampires were behind him. You have asked him everything that needs to be asked, there is no more use for him. Serkrent. I believe we decided that I would lead him to you. Eleonora, silence. We came because you wouldn't come no matter how long we waited. Serkrent, how impatient of you. Eleonora, in the corner of her vision, Eleonora could see Serkrent grinding his fangs without even trying to conceal his irritation. Is he trying to threaten me? I would appreciate it if you don't do such unpleasant things, considering that I have to maintain eye contact with the damper so that he stays under the effect of my charming demon eyes. This child might be beneficial to us. It would be useful to ask him how he tamed the undead and how he used golems to repair the ruins. Eleonora, if this damper is indeed using the goddess's divine protection to tame the undead, killing him could incur the goddess's wrath and cause movements from the pure breed vampires who worship Vita hiding in the far depths of distant devil's nests. And if I can find out how he used golems to repair the ruins and this method could be applied elsewhere, it would definitely be useful. Not even 1 year has passed since this damper came to Talashim. If this method could repair an entire fortress city in that short period of time, it might be possible to build small towers and castles in the space of a single month. The strategic value of such a method is immeasurable. Surely even this man would understand that. Eleonora, have you gone insane? The mission we received was to kill that damper. That takes priority, and everything else can come after we have accomplished that. Any secret knowledge or rare skills he might have are irrelevant. Serkrent, however, what Serkrent was advocating was that they uphold the rule of their society, the rule that the commands of the pure breeds must be obeyed without question. And that was also correct. As Serkrent said, what both Berkine and government emphasized above all else was that their orders should be carried out. Anything other than that was unnecessary. Praise would not be given if their orders were not carried out. I wonder what you mean when you ask whether I've gone insane. Eleonora, those words mean exactly as they sound. Could it be that you have developed some affection for him? To me, it looks like you are hesitating to kill him and repeating your questions in order to delay the inevitable. Serkrent, there is no way that is true. You dare ridicule me. Eleonora, she raised her voice unintentionally, but that was not because of anger but because she was trembling. And as Surkrent made this accusation that was supposed to be completely off the mark, she was surprised by her own trembling. Impossible, are you saying that I'm feeling guilty only now, after all this time? I was supposed to have discarded these emotions when I swore loyalty to Berkine. Sama. She had been abandoned by her family, captured by the lower members of Berkine's society and raised by them. She had received training while witnessing those with poor results being drained of their blood, many of them being her friends. She had endured being forced to kill her comrades who were raised together in the same environment, being encouraged to betray them and repeated torture conducted for absurd reasons in order to finally become a vampire. Listen, Eleonora. There are only two kinds of people in this world, the rulers who stand at the top and the weak who are trampled underfoot. If you want to become a ruler, you have to trample someone beneath your feet. After all, a ruler only becomes a ruler when there is someone beneath them. There is no such thing as a king who doesn't even rule a single commoner, is there? So if you don't want to be oppressed and exploited, you have to oppress and exploit someone else. Berkine, those words that Berkine had spoken remained in her ears. Steal if you don't want to be stolen from, persecute others if you don't want to be persecuted, kill if you don't want to be killed. This was the only way that Eleonora had been able to protect herself, this was supposed to be an absolute truth. So there's no way that I can hesitate to kill the damper before my eyes. I've killed countless people up until now. I've been betrayed by friends and comrades, almost killed by them, and then I killed them in return. Considering that, why would I hesitate now of all times? If you're willing to say that much, then you and your subordinates can just do it, can't you? Are you just going to stand there like scarecrows while making me do all the work on my own? Eleonora, as Eleonora provoked them, the subordinates began to tremble, looked at each other and then took a step. A step backwards. Nobody tried to approach the damper. It was as if they were being overpowered by something. Eleonora, you do it. If you don't, I will report to Berkine. Sama that you refuse to kill the damper. Surkrent. You bastard, Eleonora. It was only through great strength of will that Eleonora resisted looking at Surkrent. What was he playing at, trying to brush aside his numerous failures in the past? She felt an urge to tear his throat out with her claws. But it's just a matter of killing the damper. That's all I need to do. Can you come here? Eleonora, she called out to the damper who had been staring at her the whole time. His eyes were endlessly empty. She would kill this child. It was simple. Once he came closer, she simply needed to stab him with a sword or swing her claws at him. It wouldn't even matter if she kicked and tore through his soft belly with the claws of her toes. Eleonora was strong enough to kill even a heavily armored knight with brute strength alone. Killing this child is like crushing an insect. The damper approached her at a brisk, casual pace. Eleonora couldn't stop her heart from throbbing violently, and her breathing was becoming irregular. He was within range for her to kick him. She felt a painful sensation in her chest. That's right, I won't finish him with a kick. My claws, I'll dispose of him with my claws. He was within range of her claws. My hands are trembling, he needs to be a little closer. But if he walks any closer, we'll break eye contact. Surkrent and the others are in the way behind me, so I can't step back. Eleonora decided that there was no other choice but to lift the damper up. She would simply need to grab hold of his head, thrust her fangs into his neck and drain his blood until he died. And then Eleonora was staring into Vandalya's eyes at point-blank range. There had been no change, there was still no light in these eyes. They were empty, devoid of anything. But she sensed something that existed inside that emptiness. Something that Eleonora couldn't run from no matter how much she tried, something she couldn't disobey no matter what she did, something that didn't exist. No. I must not disobey this person. Instinctively, Eleonora became unable to move. She stood completely still, still breathing heavily, unable to pierce the damper with her fangs. At this moment, Serkrent shouted. Do it, you bastards. Dispose of the damper and Eleonora as well. Just like we did to that piece of trash, Valen. Serkrent, wa. Eleonora, swords were pointed at Eleonora and the damper. Before they could pierce her back, she flew as if pulled forward by something. She dived onto the bed that the damper had been sleeping on and rolled forward. She avoided it instinctively. As to be expected of one of Berkine's bodyguards, even if she is rotten. But with that wound, it's now impossible for her to defeat us. Serkrent, there was a wound in Eleonora's back so deep that it might have grazed her heart. Even though she was a noble-born vampire who wouldn't die so easily unless her heart was completely destroyed or her head was cut off, her movements would be slowed from taking damage. If I kill you along with the damper and seal your mouth, Berkine and Gubbleman will never know about my failures. Die. Serkrent could feel that the damper was emitting an unusual presence. Though it wasn't as powerful as his or Eleonora's, the reason he had been talking so much might have been to shake himself and his followers free of that presence. However, those words would lead to Serkrent meeting the most terrible of fates. What did you say just now? Vandalyu, the demon eyes weren't having any effect after all. Even as she stared at the damper, petrified with fear, Eleonora forgot the pain of her wound and felt a strange sense of relief. Relief at the fact that those eyes were not looking at her. Chapter 44, I will end you completely, there is no future for you. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 44. I will end you completely, there is no future for you. A little while earlier, Vandalyu suddenly woke up. The spirits are making a lot of noise. Vandalyu, has something happened? It doesn't seem like there's a large influx of monster spirits coming from the dungeon where Borkus's party is crushing everything in their path. Now that I think about it, Borkus returned from the dungeon today, so he should be in his usual spot. So then, what was it? He couldn't get an idea of what it was even when he asked the spirits directly. Well, it would probably be best to stay awake. I don't feel the presence of death, so it doesn't seem like there's a disaster. Level high, rank monster closing in on Talashim, at least. Let's relax and wait for now. It could be that Paulina has just woken up and will be coming here any moment now. Mom is asleep, Vandalyu, the small box on the bedside table that contained the enshrined fragment of Darshia's bone, was silent. As he started to wonder what to do while waiting, Vandalyu felt a presence. Detect life. Vandalyu, casting a detection spell with quite a wide area of effect, he discovered that numerous life forms had entered the castle. Who would visit at this time of night? The fact that there are reactions to this spell means that they aren't undead, so just who are they? Excluding people who visit the bathhouse, there should be nobody coming to the royal castle other than me, Paulina and Borkus. Zadiris is away in a dungeon today, and Badya visited Bilda and the other mothers to ask them about childcare and is staying with them. I invited Teria to live in the royal castle as well, but she needs to live in the same building as her workshop as she's busy with work. She seemed very disappointed, so she'll likely come to live here once she's less busy. Leaving that aside, who are these people? I'll use detect life one more time. They're coming here instead of going to the audience chamber. Vandalyu, which meant that they perhaps had business with Vandalyu, so he got up. He waited, wondering something as silly as whether it would seem villain-like to greet them with, "Yo, I've been getting tired of waiting," or, "About time." And then he felt a fairly strong presence of death in front of the door. This meant that someone on the other side of the door had murderous intentions towards Vandalyu. Who is it? He wondered as he took the fragment of Darshia's bone from the small box on the table and placed it into his breast pocket to keep it safe. Judging from the presence I can sense, it's not such an urgent situation, but just in case. But living people who hold murderous intentions towards me. It's far too early to be one of the people reincarnating from origin. Other people who could have a motive to kill me would be people related to Evbegia or its bandits, or humans from the Merg.Shield.Nation, but that's unlikely as well. It would be difficult for them to cross the Boundary Mountain Range, and even if they wanted to hire an assassin, nobody would accept the job. The most likely answer was monsters, but there were no species intelligent enough to do something like sneak into the castle living near Talashim. Could it be spies or something from the Merg.Shield.Nation? It was possible that there was a squad of highly skilled assassins. As Vandeljok considered this possibility, the door opened slightly and a woman slipped inside the room. A woman. And she's not concealing her face. A woman who didn't look like an assassin or monster at first glance had entered the room. She was wearing clothes that looked easy to move in, but she didn't have any kind of armor or weapon on her. She was a beautiful woman with red hair and white skin, only a year or two into her 20s. And then, without pulling a knife from a pocket or reciting an incantation, the beautiful woman raised her face. Eleonora, and then she opened her eyes. She seemed surprised. He couldn't blame her for being surprised to encounter the owner of the room that she had just sneaked into, but wasn't she a little too surprised? But the beautiful woman recovered from her surprise quickly. She stared at Vandeljok intently. What powerful eyes! Even as this thought ran through his mind, Vandeljok didn't take his eyes off the beautiful woman. She was a trespasser in his room, after all, and strangely enough, he could feel the presence of death coming from her. And he thought that this was some kind of contest where the first person to break eye contact was the loser. With gazes that seemed like they could pierce holes in a surface, they stared at each other. And then the woman's eyes and mouth suddenly relaxed. You are Vandeljok, aren't you? Eleonora, yes, I am Vandeljok. Vandeljok, she asked his name, so Vandeljok answered honestly. As he answered, he became more and more unsure of who this woman was. But the presence of death, the reaction from danger sense. Death is growing weaker and weaker. Hey, what do you think about me? Eleonora, for some reason, she asked a question like this. I think that you're a beautiful person. Vandeljok, I'll give a non-committal response for now. She's actually beautiful, too. I see, that makes me happy. Will you be my friend? Eleonora, in addition to being happy, she's asking me to be her friend. If I were on a street corner, I'd think that she was trying to pick me up. If you're fine with me being your friend, it would be my pleasure. Vandeljok, it's exceptionally questionable as to whether being friends with a beautiful woman who has trespassed into my room is a good idea, but I'll answer with a yes for now. If I refuse and she gets angry, I'd be scared. Well then, would you praise the evil god Hiryashukika that we worship? Say that he is a wonderful god. Eleonora. For some reason, she's asking me to praise the evil god that she seems to worship. Since everyone in this world knows about the existence of the gods, maybe it's some kind of etiquette in human society to show respect for the god that the other person believes in before introducing yourself. Well, I don't really care. Since it isn't Rodcourt or Alda, I don't mind giving some insincere praise to this Hiryashukika god. The evil god Hiryashukika is a wonderful god. Vandeljok, but just who or what is this beautiful woman? She isn't showing any signs of wanting to cause further harm to Mom, nor is she doing anything to try and kill me, and she probably isn't here to invite me to join her religion. Is there a possibility that she's a spy or something from the Orbom Kingdom side of the continent? When Talashim was destroyed, the first princess and around 500 citizens escaped to the Hartner Duchy of the Orbom Kingdom. They would naturally wish to restore their homeland one day. And the Orbom Kingdom that welcomed them would surely wish for Talashim's restoration as well. They would have set up a political marriage or something with the first princess to make the nation's ruler their relative, and turning Talashim into one of its vassal nations would surely be profitable for them. There's no longer a route through which the Merg.Shield.Nation can send their troops. They could maintain the nation as long as they have walls and soldiers to keep the monsters at bay, and adventurers would come swarming in large numbers as there are 4 dungeons nearby. Could this woman have set out to investigate Talashim's current state? But when she arrived here, the walls, the city and even the castle had been restored and there were undead and monsters living here. And there was even an unknown king present. So then has she come here to contact the king who currently leads the group who has taken over Talashim? She'll negotiate if possible, and if not, she'll have the guys outside the room dispose of me. I still don't get why she made me praise the evil god, though. They got me. I didn't expect the spies or humans to sneak in, so the security is full of holes. Without an ability like Vandalyu's golem transmutation to create roads among the cliffs, crossing the mountain range with hundreds of people or more would be difficult, and the tunnel leading to the Orbaum kingdom was still sealed. He had never imagined that humans would come in from the outside. The monsters couldn't climb the walls, and they wouldn't even approach since they could sense the presence of the undead titans. That was why there had been no guards on the high, sturdy walls, and it would have been easy for someone to sneak into the city or castle with a little knowledge. Vandalyu hadn't even thought about the security situation. He cursed himself for his own carelessness, but felt grateful that he could talk to this person more than the people who were trying to kill him with no arguments, such as the adventurers of the Merg Shield Nation or the religious fanatics who worshipped Alda. For now, I should ask for the woman's name. You have tamed the undead, haven't you? How did you do it? When did you receive the goddess's divine protection? Eleonora, before he could ask, he was asked a question. And the question asked was something that he'd never even thought about. How did I tame the undead, she says. I'm not really doing anything special, is it really something that you'd go out of your way to ask? I haven't thrown special balls to capture weakened undead, nor have I defeated them to have them stand up again and want to become my friends. I made Bone Man and the others myself, and the ghouls and the undead titans of Talashim are under the effect of the death. Attribute charm. I had to negotiate with Borkus. I don't really feel the sense that I've tamed them. I didn't think it would be that strange considering that there are tamer jobs in this world. Could it be the sheer number of undead? From her perspective, it might seem like I've tamed over 1,000 undead, so maybe she wants to hear whatever secret or trick I'm using. Unaware that it was common knowledge that taming the undead was impossible, this was how Vandalyu interpreted her question. And the goddess's divine protection. Ah, is she talking about the prophecy that Nwaza received? That's right, but even if you ask me how I did it. Well, in any case, I'm able to tame them. As for the divine protection. Are you talking about the prophecy? Vandalyu, I asked a question in response, and even though she seems surprised, she also seems to understand. Even though gods exist, prophecies are probably rare. I ended up asking her a question in response, but I'm relieved that she isn't bothered by it. Oh. I can feel her murderous intent returning a little. I see. Well then, I wonder if you know about the Sword King Borkus. Can you tell me where he is right now? Eleonora, I was lost in thought and missed my chance to ask her name. She's asking about Borkus this time. I don't know why she's interested in Borkus, but maybe she wants to know how much military strength is present here. Borkus should be in the audience chamber. Vandalyu, should be, has he turned into an undead? Eleonora, yes. Vandalyu, neither Borkus's location nor the fact that he had turned into an undead was something that needed to be hidden, so Vandalyu answered both questions. When he did, the woman seemed to ponder something. The murderous intent coming from the woman has disappeared again, but I can still feel a response from Danger Sense. Death on the other side of the door. I should call Borkus and the others here just in case. I have to awaken my undead insects, ask them to come to the room below and... Also. How did you repair the castle and the city? It should have been considerably damaged, did you make the undead repair them? Eleonora, and then the woman asked about the castle and the city. She might have been surprised after seeing the restored Talashim that had previously been a ruin. No, I made golems to repair them. Vandalyu, repairing things by making golems is definitely extraordinary. Even now, it costs thousands of mana to make a single golem, sometimes even more than 10,000. Even if it's theoretically possible, it's definitely impossible for ordinary alchemists to do in practice. The golem transmuter job was undiscovered, so only someone with over 100 million mana could possibly use such a method. As Vandalyu had no proper knowledge regarding golems, that was how he interpreted the woman's surprised reaction when he mentioned golems. And then the door behind the woman opened and several people stepped inside, led by an irritated-looking man. Things have changed. For now, I'll turn the floor into a golem. The men who have entered aren't hiding their faces and don't have weapons drawn, though they are armed. They're shooting dangerous glares in this direction. Come to think of it, including the beautiful woman, all of them have crimson pupils. Oi, how much longer are you planning to take? Sir Krent, the man is saying something dangerous, that I should be disposed of since there's no further use for me. He's not even making an attempt to conceal his murderous intent and malice. Despite that, he seems fully concerned about the woman, not me. Is the battle finally beginning? Vandalyu thought, but the woman began arguing with the man, still maintaining eye contact with Vandalyu. This child might be beneficial to us. It would be useful to ask him how he tamed the undead and how he used golems to repair the ruins. Eleonora, I'm happy that you acknowledge my value, but it'd be really helpful if you could try and stop the man. Still, saying things like this while looking into the eyes of the person you're referring to is quite questionable, isn't it? Eleonora, have you gone insane? The mission we received was to kill that damper. That takes priority, and everything else can come after we have accomplished that. Any secret knowledge or rare skills he might have are irrelevant. Sir Krent, this was the response the man gave. Vandalyu had finally learned the beautiful woman's name, but he had also heard something that he was far more concerned about. Killing the damper takes priority. Does that mean that these are believers of Alda? They're not spies from the Orbom kingdom. Was everything about the evil god a lie? It seems like all of my guesses up until now have been wrong. But why is this man saying these things calmly right in front of me? He's either very confident in his own abilities or simply underestimating me. Either way, it's unpleasant. Eleonora, you do it. If you don't, I will report to Berkine-sama that you refuse to kill the damper. Sir Krent. You bastard, Eleonora, and at the end of it all, Eleonora is being threatened to kill me. It seems that this Berkine they mentioned is a really fearsome person. But this Eleonora person hasn't broken eye contact with me during all this talking. Don't her eyes hurt? Mine sting a little. While these thoughts ran through his mind, Vandalyu decided how he was going to deal with these people. For now, I'll capture all of them alive. I could question them after killing them, but if they were dispatched by the Orbom kingdom, I could use them in the future if I capture them alive. Eleonora's murderous intent rose a third time. Did she intend to kill Vandalyu as she had been ordered to by Berkine? Can you come here? Eleonora, it seemed that she had steeled her resolve. She asked Vandalyu to move closer. It can't be helped. I'll approach her, and at the timing at which she tries to kill me. Vandalyu approached her while thinking this. He entered the range of a possible kick, but Eleonora didn't move. Her murderous intent faded rapidly. He approached close enough that he could reach out and touch her, but she still didn't move. He couldn't feel her murderous intent at all anymore. Even consciously using the danger sense. Death that was always active, there was no response. It seemed that she had either decided not to kill Vandalyu or become unable to. With this, she was no longer an enemy. However, he could feel a remarkable response from the men behind her. Unlike the response he could feel from Eleonora, the response he felt from them was growing larger. And it was pointed at not only Vandalyu, but at Eleonora as well. A conflict within their organization. Well, unlike me, she's not in enough danger to be killed suddenly. Ah, this isn't good. As Eleonora took Vandelu's head in both hands and lifted him up, the men moved. Do it, you bastards. Dispose of the damper and Eleonora as well. Just like we did to that piece of trash, Valen. Surkrent, the proud-looking man shouted with bloodshot eyes, and his subordinates drew their swords to kill Vandelu and Eleonora. Their movement was faster than he had expected based on the response he felt from Danger Sense. Death, and he reacted a moment too late. Using telekinesis, Vandelu flew backwards together with Eleonora. The bed creaked and blood sprayed from her wounded back. However, it seemed that the wound that almost reached her lungs wasn't enough to kill her. That was to be expected, she and the others were all vampires, after all. Having finally realized this, Vandelu looked at the men, still being held in Eleonora's arms. They were shouting something, but he didn't care about that. What did you say just now? Vandelu, that piece of trash, Valen. These men had called Vandelu's father, who had been killed before he was born, Darshia's husband, a piece of trash. The effect of the charming demon eyes has been cut off. Kill him before he summons the undead outside. Surkrent drew his own sword as he spat orders at the subordinate vampires whose movements were slowed as if they were in awe of the damper. He had no intention of exchanging words with Vandelu, no matter what he said. If Eleonora heals herself and becomes able to fight, I will not be able to defeat her. If the damper summons his undead, we will be overwhelmed by their numbers. The two of them joining forces would be the worst possible turn of events. They have to be killed now at all costs. The subordinate vampires bared their fangs and rushed in to tear the two of them apart with their swords and claws. Drop. Vandelu, however, the floor disappeared from beneath their feet. The floor that Vandelu had preemptively turned into a golem changed shape with the golem transmutation skill, turning into a makeshift pitfall. A pitfall. Vampire, impossible. Vampire, the vampires and the bed fell down helplessly. Only the floor below the bedside table remained as it was, but the vampires who had rushed in towards Vandelu and Eleonora hadn't noticed that. This is Eleonora, on top of the bed that defied gravity to float downwards gently. Eleonora was astonished. Too many things had happened in a single instant, her mind wasn't processing all of this new information quickly enough. As she blinked, seemingly unconcerned about the wound on her back, Vandelu thought that she looked quite adorable with this expression now that her formidability was gone. It would have been good to be able to say such cool sounding words, but there was someone that he was more concerned about than her right now. Please wait a moment. Vandelu, he wasn't really concerned about Eleonora. She wasn't an enemy. She had appeared before him with murderous intent, but that murderous intent had vanished without Vandelu having done anything to it. Even if she was one of his father's enemies, he would deal with that when it came. Vandelu turned his eyes towards Surkrent. Such impudent acts. Surkrent, the noble-born vampire Surkrent who possessed the ability to fly had fallen for a moment, but now he had regained his stance and was floating lightly in the air. There were none among the subordinate vampires foolish enough to land on their backs or heads. As to be expected of vampires. Hurry up and kill them. Surkrent, yeah, we'll do that. Borkus. Surkrent, as Surkrent turned to look in the direction that this unfamiliar male voice had come from, he heard a slashing sound. And then in the corner of his vision, he saw his own arm that was still holding his sword and his leg that had been severed above the knee flying away. Gah! You bastard. Surkrent, the bald titan who possessed only half a face with finely chiseled features responsible for the sky rend attack, laughed and said, "Don't scream so loudly. Oops, my bad. Are we taking them alive? Borkus, change of plans, Borkus. Please kill everyone except for this person." But I would be happy if you let me kill that one. Vandalue, yeah, roger that. Just when did you manage to charm such a pretty lady? Borkus, no, I'm the one who has been charmed. Vandalue, are you serious? At this rate, things will start to look bad if we don't find Zandia. Jushin soon. Borkus, seeing an undead with extraordinary bloodthirst emanating from his entire body, Eleonora whispered in wonder. The Sword King Borkus. It can't be, you tamed him. Eleonora, the Titan hero who was said to have cut off the head of a dragon in a single attack, defeated in the war 200 years ago. And even now, he had simultaneously severed the arm and leg of Serkrent, a noble born vampire. It was impossible that such a powerful undead could be tamed. The difficulty of taming a monster is proportional to the monster's rank and intelligence. Borkus possessed strength exceeding that of lesser dragons, and was intelligent enough to hold conversations. Even with the goddess's divine protection, the difficulty of taming such a being should be beyond comprehension. However, there were many vampires who, unlike Eleonora, didn't have the time to notice and be surprised by such facts. Serkrent. Sama. Vampire, you bastards, keep the undead busy. I will kill the damper in the meantime. Serkrent, as you will. Vampires, the 10 or so remaining subordinate vampires faced Borkus while Serkrent turned to Vandalue, who had slipped away from Eleonora's arms, and began reciting an incantation. Though subordinate vampires were lesser beings among vampires, their power posed a threat to humans. Even though they didn't possess magical abilities like noble-born vampires, they possessed immense physical strength, sharp reflexes, claws that could tear through iron, and tremendous vitality and regenerative abilities that prevented them from dying as long as they weren't decapitated or had their hearts destroyed. And they also possessed the human-like trait of receiving bonuses to their skills from jobs. Facing 10 such vampires was utter madness. Gaia. Vampire, a dragon from the wall. Gaha. Vampire, Serkrent. Sama. Please save. Gay. Vampire, but such vampires were trampled down without being able to resist in the slightest. Gaawea. Jaiua. The one responsible for this wasn't Borkus, but the undead dinosaurs that had been created from the dinosaur corpses Vandalue had received on his 3rd birthday. There was a large banquet hall on the unoccupied floor beneath the cabinet minister's office. Vandalue had already turned its walls into golems. That was why they had changed shape to form a corridor through which the undead dinosaurs had charged in from the dining hall. Apart from those who had been taken by surprise, the subordinate vampires attempted to deal with them, but Vandalue had also turned the floor that they were standing on into a golem. As their legs were caught by the arms that had sprouted from the ground and their movements were stopped by holes that had suddenly appeared beneath them, the undead dinosaurs pierced them with their teeth and horns. They had the upper halves of their bodies shredded by the teeth of a zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex, their heads smashed like ripe fruit by a direct hit from the tail of a zombie Ankylosaurus and thrown around in the jaws of a zombie in the shape of a mysterious one-eyed cat with scales. Every time they attempted to counterattack, fists would extend towards them from the walls and floor to hinder them, and then they were overwhelmed by the undead without being able to move properly. Meanwhile, only 3 of the subordinate vampires faced Borkus as they had been ordered to. Here, single flash. Borkus, with an unenthusiastic voice, Borkus swung his magic sword towards them and released the most basic of martial skills. You fool. Iron wall. Iron body. Vampire, a subordinate vampire quickly readied the shield that was on his back and used shield technique and armor technique martial skills. Both of them were skills increasing his physical and magical damage resistance that he had finally become able to use after his skills had reached level 5. There was no way that a sword swung with a technique such as single flash could touch even the vampire's pinky finger through such a defense. However, Borkus's magic sword cut through the subordinate vampire's shield, arm and entire body like a hot knife through butter. Come on, you have to survive at least one hit. Borkus, the martial skill's power was proportional to the user's skill level. The level 5 shield technique and armor technique skills couldn't possibly stop the single flash of Borkus, whose skill had reached level 10 and granted him the superior version, Sword King technique. Hi. Vampire, Surkrent. Sama, it is impossible for us. Please assist us. Vampire, the last two finally understand the difference in our strength, but are they stupid? Borkus wondered as he swung his magic sword once more. Look out! Borkus released 3 sideways slashes at high speed. They cut a subordinate vampire's neck, below the chest and the base of his legs. Blood scattered everywhere as his legs and head went rolling across the floor. Vampire, but the other one was saved by the fact that he's only had both legs cut off just above the knees. Well, I'll kill him soon as well anyway. Wait. I surrender, I'll tell you anything. I'll tell you about Surkrent. Sama, Gubbleman. And even Berkine. Sama. So please spare me. Vampire, sorry, but I've been told we don't need any prisoners. Borkus, I've been told to kill everyone but that pretty lady, and I have to do what the boss says. Oh, I've grown up quite a bit, haven't I? And it's an old saying that you should kill goblins no matter how pitiful they look. Borkus, saying an old proverb spoken amongst adventurers since old times. Borkus swung his sword 3 times. Scattering blood everywhere, the 3 small fries had turned into masses of meat giving off a delicious smell. Well, you can blame yourself for becoming that kid's enemy. Borkus picked up one of the legs rolling around and began munching on it raw. Delicious. Subordinate vampires taste better than they look. I suppose I'll try their brains and organs next. I should have at least brought some salt with me. With fresh meat as a snack, Borkus watched the execution. Die, you damn damper. Surkrent, shouting these words, Surkrent unleashed a lightning attack. The lightning that was writhing through the air like a snake was probably very powerful. There was no doubt that being grazed by it would stop Vandalyu's heart and taking a direct hit would turn him into ash. However, it vanished upon coming into contact with the magic absorption barrier surrounding Vandalyu's body. Wah! Very well, I will slaughter you personally with my claws. Surkrent, swinging his claws, Surkrent closed in on Vandalyu with the speed of a wild beast. His movements were unexpectedly sharp for someone missing an arm and a leg. I'll have your head. Iron tear. Surkrent, such wonderful speed. To Vandalyu, it appeared as if Surkrent had vanished in one moment and appeared in front of his eyes in the next. However, the impact, negating barrier and magic absorption barrier had both been set up. After what had happened during the battle against Bugin, Vandalyu had decided to make them extra thick. What? My mana, my strength. Surkrent felt as if the air had been replaced by a heavy, viscous substance. The moment he touched Vandalyu's barriers, his arm had stopped moving. His arm should have been strong enough to destroy a castle's walls, but Surkrent felt an incredible amount of resistance from trying to move it just a single millimeter. It was as if it was submerged in an impossibly viscous liquid. Surkrent thought that this was some kind of special defensive spell. And he understood how he could pierce through it. Fuhahaha. This simply means that I must attack with an attack powerful enough to overcome your spell. Surkrent, laughing loudly, he once again unleashed his high-level unarmed martial skill Iron Tear. His arm began moving towards Vandalyu again, 1 centimeter at a time. He was less than 30 centimeters away now. The moment my claws reach him, I will crush the damper's fragile skull and scatter its contents across the floor as he dies a terrible death. You're right about that. But you can't do it. Vandalyu, Surkrent had thought that the damper's expression was empty due to despair, but the damper said this proudly. Quite the bluff. Surkrent was inferior to Eleonora, but his mana and martial skills were worthy of being called those of a noble-born vampire. It will take some time, but even with one arm, breaking a barrier like this would be. One arm. Serkrent's arm and leg haven't regenerated. Eleonora noticed that Serkrent's wounds were simply continuing to spill blood. With the regenerative ability of a noble-born vampire, the wounds should have stopped bleeding and begun to regenerate by now, like the one in her own back, unless cut by a sword made of silver or a magic sword of the light attribute. However, there were no signs of this occurring at all. I've used a spell called Healing Negation that nullifies self-healing abilities. It only works while I continue casting it, but it's enough to kill you. Vandalue. It took a moment for Eleonora and Serkrent to understand the flat-toned words that Vandalue spoke. Ah. Aag. Serkrent. The moment he finally understood what Vandalue meant, Serkrent let out a shout that didn't quite sound like a scream or roar. He tried to break through Vandalue's barrier at all costs. Before he died from losing too much blood. Vampires have incredible regenerative abilities. Noble-born vampires in particular can lose limbs and regrow new ones, and after some time passes, the limbs return to normal. That was why Eleonora and Serkrent never bothered learning healing spells. They didn't even carry potions with them. Serkrent attempted to use lightning and fire spells as a last-ditch effort to cauterize his wounds and stop his bleeding, but they faded away as they had their mana absorbed by the magic absorption barrier. And the more he struggled, the more blood poured out of his open wounds. Serkrent's movements grew remarkably weaker and his originally white skin became deathly pale. You bastard, I am the subordinate of the pure breed. Vampire. Gubaman, who has received the divine protection of the evil god of joyful life, Hiryashukika. If you kill me, hundreds of vampires will. Even the Merg Shield. Nation is our puppet. They'll send their forces here. If you don't want that to. Serkrent, and then he started begging for his life. But it was partially true. Vandalue seemed to think that his words had some merit to them. He looked not at Serkrent, but at Eleonora behind him. What this guy is saying, is it true? Vandalue. On the other side of Vandalue, Eleonora could see Serkrent's face tensing up. No. This man who killed your father is indeed the subordinate of a pure breed vampire, who does have connections to the Merg Shield. Nation. But they will not move for the sake of this man. Eleonora, you bastard, wagging your tail for a damper. Serkrent, your breath stinks. Vandalue plunged both of his arms into the angry Serkrent's chest. Gaga. Serkrent, with spirit form transformation applied to his arms, he moved them around inside and extracted his spirit while he was still alive. I've never met my father, so I can't say that I love him. I don't even know if I respect him. So even if you ridicule my father, even if you're the one who killed him, I can't hate you on his behalf. Vandalue, and I've learned the hard way on Earth and in Origin that blood relatives aren't always your allies. And then Vandalue began to tear the spirit that he had pulled out. Jaya wa. Aag. Serkrent, but my mother loved my father. And the fact that you have connections to the Merg Shield. Nation means that you're not entirely unrelated to her death. I'm sure you were involved with the extermination force that was sent into the Devil's Nest Forest, too. That's why I hate you bitterly. I'll never forgive you. I don't want to be liked by you. You make me sick. I'm not going to let you have another life. Vandalue, his spirit. Form arms found a shining sphere, the size of a marble that he could pinch between his fingers. And then he seized it. Stop. Anything but that. Serkrent, this sphere was a soul. The core of a spirit, covered in spirit form. If compared to a cell, this was the part that would contain genetic information. Serkrent understood this instinctively and pleaded with Vandalue, but Vandalue wasn't listening. He crushed Serkrent's soul with all of his strength. Ga-wa. Jihaya. Gya. Dot. Surkrent, with a cracking sound, it crumbled and fell to the floor. The base fragments that made up Surkrent danced in the air like particles of light. Surkrent, who had been screaming for his life, stopped moving at that moment. His heart was still beating and he was still breathing, and if there were machines available to perform electroencephalography, they would probably be able to detect brain waves. However, Surkrent would never move again. What a nice sound. I've always wanted to do this. Vandelyu, he had broken a soul. In manga and light novels, Vandelyu had occasionally seen spells or items that could break or destroy souls, but he had always wondered ever since his time in Origin whether it was really possible to do it. Because in this world, and even on Earth or in Origin, there was no hell to punish the dead. It was impossible to imagine that Rodcourt, the god of the circle of transmigration, would make the effort to create one. If the guys who have taken everything from me were to simply die, pass on and be reincarnated, it wouldn't be worth it. But those who had their souls broken would have only oblivion awaiting them. Their souls would never find their way to Rodcourt. There would be no new start for them. But it takes a bit too long. It's not something I can do during a battle. I have to do it after immobilizing them or killing them first, I suppose. Vandelyu put Surkrent on the floor. He turned to see Borkus staring at him with his jaw dropped, half-eaten, subordinate, vampire. Leg still in hand, and the petrified, wide-eyed Eleonora. What are they so surprised about? Just now, what did you do to him? You broke something of Surkrent's. What was it? Eleonora, I'm an undead, and even I could see it. If my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, that was his soul. The kid went and broke that vampire's soul. Haha, he really did it. Borkus, his soul. Eleonora's expression was one of dumbfounded awe, while Borkus gave a nervous laugh. Vandelyu consciously used the muscles in his cheeks that normally never moved to smile at them. I'll be the one questioning you now. You don't really have to praise Vita or anything. Vandelyu, for some reason, the two of them remained petrified. You have acquired the soul break skill. Chapter 45, Apparently I'm her number one and only one. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 45. Apparently I'm her number one and only one. After breaking Surkrent's soul and having his dinosaur zombies eat the body so that he would gain experience points, Vandelyu brought Eleonora to the dining hall. He did this so that he could gather all of the important people here to listen to what Eleonora had to say. I'm terribly sorry. Teria, the one apologizing while kneeling on the floor, was not Eleonora, but Teria. To think that I was charmed so easily, spilled all of Van.Sama's secrets and then carelessly went to sleep. How can I apologize for such a thing, Teria? No, please don't worry about it. Vandelyu had panicked after Eleonora told him what happened to Teria, but considering that she had fallen asleep on a stone floor in the middle of winter, she seemed quite healthy. Vandelyu didn't think any more of the incident than that, so he felt that Teria didn't need to apologize so fervently. It could not be helped, Teria. Even if you had high levels in skills such as status effect resistance and magic resistance, you would likely have been unable to resist the demon eyes. Zadiris, and if you apologize any more than that, you'll only cause trouble for Van. Badya, you, thank you very much for your words. But, why have things turned out this way? Teria directed this question at Vandelyu, who was sitting right next to her. The two of them were sitting on a single Titan-sized chair. Not only could they hear each other breathing, their bodies were in contact. I heard that you were worrying about how there was distance between me and you, so I decided to try shortening that distance to 0. Vandelyu, who did you hear such a thing from? Teria, Eleonora. Vandelyu, you are. What does this woman think she's doing, blabbering such things so freely? Teria, your tone is becoming unpleasant. And do not squirm so much, your elbow has been hitting the boy. Zadiris, as Teria had moved around with her head in her hands, realizing that Vandalyu had been told everything she had said before she lost consciousness, her elbow had inflicted considerable damage to him. So why is this woman here? Teria, after quick recovery, Teria glared at Eleonora. She seemed to be looking not at Eleonora's face, but at a spot below Eleonora's neck, seemingly wary of the charming demon eyes. Eleonora sat quietly in her chair. Her hands and legs weren't bound, nor had she been gagged or blindfolded. It seemed that she might fly away and escape if they tried to place such restrictions on her. I am here to tell Vandalyu-sama everything I know, of course. Eleonora, for some reason, Eleonora was adding Sama to Vandalyu's name and acting as if she were his vassal. Trying to stop her after those events was difficult. Eleonora had praised the goddess Vita despite Vandalyu having told her it wasn't necessary, and after that, she had kissed his hand and sworn loyalty to him. If he hadn't stopped her, she would have likely gone on to kiss his feet. On top of that, Eleonora addressed him with an incredibly formal tone, and he had to put a lot of effort into asking her to return to her original, informal way of speaking. She had said, "I would never dare to," and Vandalyu had only managed to convince her by telling her that this was an order, gesturing with his hand by forming a fist. For some reason, she had made an expression that made it impossible to tell whether she was scared or happy. Can we have a discussion of what comes next after we listen to what Eleonora-san has to say? I woke up to find that lots of things have happened, so I still don't know what's going on. Darshia, these are Darshia-sama's words, so perhaps we should accept her suggestion. Sam, who had recklessly brought his carriage inside the royal castle's dining hall, relayed Darshia's words. And then Eleonora began to speak about the reason she and the other vampires had come here, and what the vampires who worshipped the evil god of joyful life, Hiryashukika, had done to Darshia and Vandalyu. Incidentally, Eleonora, Surkrent and their subordinates hadn't been haunted by the spirits of those they had killed up until now because they had preemptively poured holy water over their entire bodies numerous times. As an anti-spiritualist method, they had endured full body burns in order to prevent any spirits from informing Vandalyu of their whereabouts. It was a very effective method against Vandalyu, but quite a radical approach. Things are on a much larger scale than I thought. Vandalyu sighed as he listened. The vampires who had killed his father Valen had never become directly involved with him after he regained his memories up until now, and he could never learn anything more about them, so he hadn't really had strong feelings towards them. They had been hiding their existence behind High Priest Gordon and Hines, after all. The Merg Shield nation was a nation of the Amid Empire that worshipped his enemy, the god of law and fate Alda. He had never even dreamed that its strings were being pulled by a greater power. If they were going to advocate that vampires were evil, they should have at least prevented vampires from gaining control over them. Well, the Merg Shield nation and Amid Empire were always my enemies to begin with. Vandalyu, the truth appears to be stranger than fiction. Sam, it was a truth that shocked even Sam, who had once been a citizen of the Merg Shield nation. The pure breed vampires, Burkine, Ternitia, and Gubaman. The noble born and subordinate vampires who served them. And Marshal Thomas Palpapek. Even though Vandalyu had destroyed one enemy, it was as if his enemies had explosively increased in number. And they were even involved in the war 200 years ago. You guys instigated that. Borkus, on top of that, the vampires who worshipped the evil god of joyful life were considerably malicious. They had apparently been behind the war in which the Merg Shield nation destroyed Talashim. Nobody could blame Borkus for exuding rage from his entire body. I hadn't been born at that time, so I don't know the details. But I've heard that Gubaman used the war to have his subordinates collect the dead bodies of Talashim's heroes. Eleonora spoke hastily, perhaps scared of Borkus. The rough outline of the teachings of Hiryashukika, the evil god of joyful life, was that in this world, there were those who had their lives toyed around with and those who toyed with others' lives. By toying with others' lives, one could become a superior being. With the divine protection of such a god, it was apparently possible to tame undead who would normally be impossible to tame, or at least create undead and turn them into servants. And one of the three people who had attained that evil god's divine protection, the pure-breed vampire government, apparently had an interest in turning the dead bodies of those praised as heroes into undead and adding them to his collection. That was why he sent his subordinates into wars and large-scale monster hunts in which heroes lost their lives in order to retrieve the heroes' bodies. He had dispatched his subordinates in the war 200 years ago, too. I see, so that's why Gina and Zandia. Jushin's bodies aren't here anymore. But why didn't they take my body? Borkus, perhaps because your body was terribly damaged. With your dominant arm severed and your magic sword broken, it would not be strange to think that they would have thought you would not be a powerful asset even after becoming an undead. Mwaza, are you trying to say that I'm not a powerful asset? Borkus, it is not me who thinks this. I am simply saying that the vampires might have thought this way. Mwaza, this is just something I overheard, but apparently the other bodies were carried out first because yours was terribly damaged, and then Mikhail returned before your body could be taken. Eleonora, and then Mikhail and the vampires who had encountered each other had apparently done battle. It was likely that the vampires had thought that government would reward them if they simply killed Mikhail, who had wounds all over his body and had lost his precious spear, and then retrieved Borkus's body afterwards. However, as an adventurer who was said to be destined to become S-class, Mikhail was powerful even without the spear that was the origin of his title. He succeeded in repelling the vampires. However, as a result of the stamina he expended in doing so, his wounds deteriorated and were treated too late, causing him to perish. To think that something like that happened right next to me while I was dead. So I guess he set up that ice so that the vampires wouldn't be able to get inside. Borkus, what had finished Mikhail off wasn't the dragon golem that had been carefully crafted by the goddess, but the vampires who had come to retrieve Borkus's body. It was quite the questionable story. But it seems like we won't find their bodies even if we defeat the dragon golem. Vandalyu, alright, kid. We'll pillage them, take back the ladies from that government vampire. A man becomes an adult for the first time when he steals a woman from another. Borkus, but what about Eleonora? San? Doesn't this mean I've stolen her from the vampire called Burkine? Vandalyu, this one doesn't count. Borkus, Well, he is someone I want to destroy in the future, but please wait a decade or two. Vandalyu, I don't like situations where love is stolen. Whether I would be on the stealing side or having love stolen from me. No, it's questionable as to whether this falls under the category of stolen love in the first place. Still, no matter what Vandalyu said, he would still end up doing deadly battle with the vampires worshipping the evil god of joyful life. They were a group that was even more necessary to exterminate than the high priest Gordon and Hines in order for him to survive and live a happy life. Since they were vampires, they were immortal. If he left them alive, they would continue coming up with plans forever until Vandalyu died. Because of this, he felt no opposition to retrieving Gina and Zandia's corpses and turning them into undead, and if they were already undead, stealing them away was the obvious choice, but also, can you stop trying to put me on a throne? Vandalyu, for some reason, Borkus was trying to marry Vandalyu to Zandia, who had been second in line to the throne while alive, and place him on Talashim's throne. What, you're already a king, right? What's the problem? Borkus, the boy doesn't know when to give up. Zadiris, well, perhaps it can be considered practice for becoming a nobleman. Sam, Bakken, there's no need to worry. You don't need knowledge about laws and taxes, you're not taxing anyone now, are you? Saria, Talashim isn't really a proper nation right now, so it'll be more like pretending to be a king. Rita, you might be able to gain a new title and make Borkus and the others even stronger, you know. Badya, the thing that was most troubling was that everyone other than Vandalyu seemed to agree on the idea. Everyone, it isn't that Vandeleur is against it. He is just holding himself back because of the first princess and her descendants in the Orbaum kingdom. Darcia relayed her son's thoughts in his place. It was possible that the first princess who had escaped to the Orbaum kingdom and her descendants would make a claim to the throne and try to restore their royal lineage. Vandeleur had mistakenly thought last night that Eleonora was a spy who had come from the Orbaum kingdom for this very purpose. The war had taken place 200 years ago. With the Titans' lifespans of 300 years, the same as the ghouls, it was cutting it close, but there was still a chance that she was alive. If that were the case, if Vandeleur sat on Talashim's throne for even a moment, it would become very troublesome. Wounded Princess Livia and her descendants praised the Holy Sun who restored Talashim and gladly give up the throne. After all, the Holy Sun has restored Talashim's castle, walls and cityscape to its past splendor. Mwaza, as Mwaza said, these things could all be called Vandeleur's achievements. Even though the removal of the trees and extermination of the monsters had been carried out by the undead titans and ghouls, it was his golem transmutation skill that had restored the city structures. Even if the first princess and her descendants had returned to Talashim, without Vandeleur, it would have taken decades of time, an unimaginable amount of labor and an equivalent amount of funds to return the city to normal. Vandeleur had rebuilt the city, so this wouldn't be necessary. But I don't think they'll hand over the throne. And no matter how good a person the princess is, the people of the Orbaum kingdom will have their own expectations of her. Vandeleur, it was even possible that assassins would be sent to kill Vandeleur. In the worst case scenario, an extermination force with high class adventurers might be dispatched. Other than the damper Vandeleur, none of those currently living in Talashim were of races that the Orbaum kingdom recognized as people. There would be no legal repercussions if the Orbaum kingdom forcibly removed them and occupied the city. So because of that, I can't do anything careless while we still don't know how the Orbaum kingdom will act. Well, maybe I should have thought about this earlier. From now on, we'll have to think about defenses against not only monsters, but people as well. Vandeleur, only while they didn't know how the Orbaum kingdom would act. Vandeleur had no intention of relinquishing Talashim. It was a place that he had made great effort to obtain and arrange, a place for everyone to live. He wouldn't simply give that away. There was a piece of magical equipment that was capable of resurrecting Darcia underground as well. Even the Orbaum kingdom would become his enemies if they were to try and steal it from him. Now then, I think we should get to discussing plans to deal with various things. Vandeleur, Sama, before that, you must decide what we are going to do with this woman. Teria interrupted Vandeleur as she pointed a finger at Eleonora. It seemed that she felt great humiliation because of the fact that she had been misled by Eleonora's charming demon eyes. But Eleonora turned her gaze towards Teria without moving a single eyebrow, and Teria lowered her head. I am very sorry about what happened last night. Eleonora, You are apologizing willingly. Teria, of course. I am the one at fault, after all. I simply do not want to become Vandeleur Sama's enemy. That would be more terrifying than anything. Terrifying enough that if I have to cast away my pride as a noble-born vampire to avoid it, then so be it. Eleonora, as Teria expressed surprise at Eleonora's apology, Eleonora smoothly explained the reasons behind her apology. After destroying Serkrent's soul, Vandeleur had briefly spoken to Eleonora and the spirits of the subordinate vampires. And then Vandeleur had broken and destroyed all of the subordinate vampires' souls. It was not because they had tried to take Vandeleur's life. He did that because they had directly ended the life of his father Valen, and because they had tried to kill Teria. The reason Eleonora was sitting here unrestrained and unharmed was because Vandeleur had decided that she was not an enemy. She wasn't involved with Valen's death. Though she had initially come to kill Vandeleur, she had lost the will to do so before she could attempt it, and she had stopped the subordinate vampire who tried to kill Teria. With those 3 points in mind, Vandeleur acknowledged that she wasn't his enemy. Why are you saying all these things about me? The goddess's divine protection and all that was just a misunderstanding. Vandal, you, no, in a way, you possess a power even more fearsome than that of the gods. Eleonora, this was Eleonora's response to Vandalu's question. Destroying a soul is something that only the legendary demon king was capable of. Even the evil god of joyful life could not do such a thing, let alone my previous master. Eleonora, I heard about things like that when I was a kid as well, but... Well, that's why I was surprised when you destroyed that guy's soul. My body froze unconsciously. I suppose that's what you call rigor mortis. Borkus, leaving Borkus's joke aside. There are none in Lambda capable of destroying souls. The reason for this is that the circle of transmigration for people is the domain of Rodcourt, not one of the gods who exist in Lambda. Rodcourt is the god who governs the circle of transmigration system that applies in multiple worlds, including Earth, Origin and Lambda. That is why no god or evil god, no matter how powerful, can destroy a soul. No matter what kind of gruesome torture someone is subjected to, no matter what kind of disgusting manner in which they may die, no matter how many hundreds or even thousands of years their souls are bound for, they will find their way back to Rodcourt eventually. And then they will be reborn as a new life. Form. Including Eleonora, the people of Lambda are unaware of Rodcourt's existence. But everyone believes in the circle of transmigration. Because the circle of transmigration is a guaranteed thing, the people have hope after death. One day they will be reborn and walk a new life. As long as the soul is safe, there is a chance that one will be chosen to be a god's follower after death. Many heroes and great individuals have been chosen in this way to become subordinate gods and followers, and their deeds are praised even after their deaths. And as long as the soul is intact, there is hope that the god they follow will revive them. The thing that denies all of that hope is the destruction of the soul. The only one who has been able to do that up until now was the Demon King, and it was this power to destroy souls that made the gods fear him and evil gods obey him. So now that the Demon King is gone, you are the one with the most fearsome power in this world. Neither Berkine nor Hiryashukika can even compare to you. That's why I don't want to be your enemy. Eleonora was and always had been a slave of fear. Her parents who had ruled her through fear sold her as a slave, and the slave merchant who purchased her saw no value in her body that was thin and dark colored back then. He treated her roughly without caring if he caused her injuries, and the mine owner who bought her after that treated her like an expiring product that should be exploited to its fullest. And then she was purchased by Berkine who had spotted her quality by coincidence, and then she was ruled by even greater fear. But unlike her treatment up until that point, Berkine treated her well as long as she produced favorable results. When she produced results superior to those of the other children, she would be given praise instead of a hard fist. When she obeyed his commands, she would receive soft, pretty clothes instead of cold chains and collars. If she carried out filthy, gruesome tasks, she would be able to eat extravagant food instead of soup containing half-rotten vegetable scraps. If she flattered her master and wagged her tail, her body would be decorated with beautiful pieces of jewelry instead of scars. And so Eleonora developed into a beautiful woman, was accepted as a noble-born vampire, acquired the charming demon eyes and received Berkine's favor. However, at the same time, she feared losing that favor above all else. Berkine did acknowledge Eleonora's excellence, but she understood that he didn't consider her to be a unique existence. To Berkine, Eleonora was a recent favorite, but given 1,000 years, anywhere between 1 and a dozen vampires of her quality would come by. Yes, just 1,000 years. For Berkine, who had lived for 100,000 years, this wasn't a long time. That was why Eleonora continued wagging her tail for Berkine. However, she met someone even more fearsome than him. That person was Vandalul. If Berkine discovered that his pet dog had gone over to the damper side, he would likely tremble in humiliation and rage. If Eleonora was ever caught by him, she would have to be prepared to be subjected to horrendous torture. But her soul would not be destroyed. Are you really sure? Vandeleur, it was not only Teria, but Vandeleur who also gave Eleonora a puzzled look. I'm sure you will get paid better on Berkine's side. They have more resources, too. In fact, his side is stronger than ours, overwhelmingly so. Vandeleur, that's not true. You tortured Surkrent and killed him in a one-sided manner, didn't you? Even in perfect condition, it would be impossible for me to defeat him in such a ruthless, cruel way. Eleonora. I'm starting to question whether you're complimenting me. Vandeleur, even Eleonora seemed to think that Berkine's side had more resources. She didn't seem to think that this was particularly important, however. The one from yesterday, Surkrent, was it? I was only able to kill him so one-sidedly because he was so careless. Vandeleur himself didn't think that Surkrent had been a weak enemy. He was simply careless, or rather, very unlucky in various ways. As he hadn't possessed accurate information regarding Vandeleur, he had been separated from his subordinates when Vandeleur removed the floor. In addition, one arm and leg had been cut off by Borkus who Vandeleur had discreetly summoned, and then Borkus and the zombie dinosaurs had slaughtered all of his subordinates. The finishing touch was that he had chosen to engage in close-quarters combat with his claws before sealing his wounds, thinking that magic wouldn't work against Vandeleur. Because of this, he had his arm caught in the impact, negating barrier, become unable to move and panicked at the prospect of dying of blood loss due to having his regenerative abilities nullified by the healing negation spell. It would have been better to use a weapon like Buchan had, with his arm directly caught inside the impact, negating barrier, kinetic energy had been directly drained from his muscles and he had become immobilized. And Vandeleur had learned from his past mistakes and poured a huge amount of mana into the barrier this time. Because his skills level had increased, the performance of the barrier itself had increased as well. With so many disadvantageous circumstances working against Surkrent, it could only be said that he had been unlucky. From what I heard from you before, Eleonora, it seems that he was being driven into a corner in various ways even before you arrived here, so maybe he was panicking because of that. But if he had kept his distance and engaged in long-range combat, he might have at least been able to escape. Vandeleur, the reason Vandeleur wasn't saying that he could have put up a decent fight was probably because Borkus had been present while Vandeleur remained inside his barriers. A superior foe behind him and an untouchable target in front. Under those circumstances, there had been no hope for Surkrent to win that battle. Even if he ran away, only execution would be waiting for him. Eleonora, vampire society is rough, isn't it? Well, leaving that aside, I'm still not powerful. I'm just specialized in defense. Vandeleur, I don't have offensive power like Borkus's ability to slaughter enemies with a single swing of a sword. No, I do, but I can't aim mana bullets too accurately and they're slower and have shorter range than arrows. But one day you'll kill Berkine and his vampires. You will destroy them, won't you? Eleonora, of course. Vandeleur, even if he is a vampire who had lived for 100,000 years, it would probably be easier to defeat him than the people who will resurrect here from origin with cheat-like abilities. Even if he does possess an evil god's divine protection, he isn't an evil god himself, after all. But if this Berkine person steps into the fight directly before I become strong, what will you do? Vandeleur, that won't happen. They would never cross the boundary mountain range personally. Eleonora declared this with confidence. There was a basis for that confidence. Berkine and the other pure-breed vampires were indeed powerful, but it could never be said that the pure-breed vampires were on good terms with each other. If Berkine were to act personally, the other two pure-breed vampires, Trinicia and Gubaman, would promise to help, saying, I see, do your best. We'll lend you our subordinates. However, they would then seize the vampire organization in his absence. The king of the hill can only be a king because there is a hill to be a king of. If he stepped down from the hill, making it back up would be next to impossible. Eleonora, as to be expected of a community that worshipped an evil god. The idea of kicking each other down instead of cooperating was deeply ingrained in its roots. So you're saying that's why it's fine for you to be on my side? Vandeleur, that's right, there is nobody more fearsome in this world than you. Eleonora, so you'll put in as much effort as you can to get along with Teria and everyone else. Vandeleur, of course. Their enemies are your enemies, are they not? I will beg for their forgiveness even if I have to lick their feet. Eleonora, in fact, if Teria had been killed, Vandeleur would have likely killed Eleonora, so this was the correct response. I get the feeling that she's being too brave about it, though. Well then, if Teria forgives you, then that will be fine. Let's get along from now on. Vandeleur, and so Vandeleur quickly moved on. Vandeleur, are you sure it's alright to believe her so easily? Darcia, boy, what this person is saying is equivalent to saying that if there is ever someone she fears more than you, she will betray you. Zadiris, Darcia and Zadiris expressed their objections. Vandeleur waved both of his hands to calm down the flustered ladies. As to whether I should believe her, it's alright because at her request, I'm going to apply a method of insurance. And what you say is true, Zadiris, but that's how the world is. Vandeleur, people gather beneath those who can provide them with the most benefits. On Earth, Vandeleur had seen news reports of trouble caused for factories and businesses because their employees were readily leaving to work for other businesses that paid better. What Eleonora was doing was equivalent to that. The criteria that Eleonora is using is fear, so as long as nothing like the Demon King's resurrection happens and I'm the only one who can destroy souls, I'm sure she'll never betray me. Vandeleur, there's also a chance that someone with that ability might be among those reincarnating from Origin, but I probably don't need to worry about it. It's difficult to imagine that Rodcourt would give someone a power that infringes on his domain. Well, the method of ruling through fear is something that has existed in the past, but, Zadiris, other reasons for accepting Eleonora as one of our companions. She wasn't involved in the incident with my father, so she's not an enemy. I can gain information about the vampires who worship the evil god from her. She can fight for us. Also. Vandeleur, she's a pretty lady, I suppose. She has a nice body, too. Borkus, yeah, that's right. Vandeleur, Borkus interjected, and Vandeleur nodded in agreement with his words. A few seconds later, for some reason, there was a strange atmosphere in the room. Really, why was that? Sama. Didn't we agree that you should hastily deny this fact? Teria, I don't believe in telling unnecessary lies. Vandeleur, how can this be? Then does that mean you prefer this woman over me? Teria, no, you have a nicer body, Teria. Vandeleur, after all, Teria has more muscle, particularly in the upper arms. And her abdominal muscles are quite splendid to touch as well. Oh my! If that is the case, Teria held her face in her hands as if blushing. No, I am sure he is referring to her muscles. Zadiris, there's no other explanation. Badia, Zadiris and Badia whispered to each other, and they were entirely correct. So, Bakken, what did you mean by method of insurance? Sam returned the derailed conversation to its original topic. I will make a golem in the shape of a piercing and apply it to her. With that, I will know where she is at all times, and if anything happens, I will make the golem attack her body from the inside. Vandeleur thought that this was a harsh method of insurance for Eleonora, but this was something that she herself wanted. It was Vandeleur who had deliberately suggested a harsher method in order to make it easier for everyone to accept Eleonora as a companion, however. Incidentally, Vandeleur planned to put mercury on the inside of the piercing and apply preservation to prevent corrosion. If you're going that far, I don't have any complaints about it, but where are you going to have her put that piercing? Her belly button. Vigoro, Bakken likes belly buttons, after all. Full. Muscles, wrists, all parts that we don't have. Rita, Vigoro, Rita, I'm sure you know this, but other than muscles, everything else is a misunderstanding. And anyway, what parts do you have, Rita? Vandalyu, loveliness, Rita, I'll have her put it on her tongue. Vandalyu, as Rita made a joke, this was Vandalyu's serious reply to Vigoro's question. Her tongue, Vigoro, Vandalyu, that's a little, Darshia, for some reason, everyone drew away from him. Whether it is 1 or 2 piercings or as many as you wish, I will accept them. Eleonora poked out her red tongue as if asking Vandalyu to pierce holes in it. I want to discuss Talashim's defenses, so can we leave this topic here? Vandalyu, what was important was what they would do next. Incidentally, Vandalyu had decided to leave the inspection of his newly acquired soul break skill until later. Name: Eleonora. Rank: 8 race. Noble. Born vampire baroness level 47 job. Demon Eye user job level 70 job history. Slave, servant, apprentice mage, apprentice warrior, mage age. 6 years old, 20 years old at time of vampire transformation, passive skills. Self, enhancement, subordination. Level 3 superhuman strength. Level 5 rapid regeneration. Level 2 status effect resistance. Level 5 intuition. Level 3 mental corruption. Level 3 automatic mana recovery. Level 3 detect presence. Level 3 active skills. Mining. Level 1 time, attribute magic. Level 5 life, attribute magic. Level 5 no attribute magic. Level 2 mana control. Level 3 swordsmanship. Level 1 unarmed fighting technique. Level 1 silent steps. Level 3 steel. Level 1 housework. Level 2 unique skills. Charming demon eyes. Level 7. Chapter 46, Preparing Defenses While Desperate and Out of My Mind. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 46. Preparing Defenses While Desperate and Out of My Mind. Now then, I want to set up Talashim's defenses. Vandalyu, using the contents of the discussion that had taken place on the day Eleonora had been accepted among his companions, Vandalyu and the others set to work. From Eleonora they had learned that the vampires worshipping the evil god had subordinates in positions of power within the Merge Shield. Nation, including the currently Marshal, and they even had subordinates in the Orbaum kingdom. It was uncertain how much strength the pure breed vampires would invest into the task of killing Vandalyu, but in the worst case scenario, the vampires among the Merge Shield. Nation's army could send troops to Talashim. The only thing sturdy about Talashim right now was its appearance. It wouldn't hold out against an army of thousands, and with the vampires among the army making hidden movements, escape might be impossible as well. If Vandalyu was on his own, he would have the option of escaping while he could, but if the enemy's reach extended even as far as the Orbaum kingdom, there was no place that he was completely safe on this continent. Of course, because Vandalyu needed to ensure the safety of the undead titans and ghouls who lived in Talashim, the option of separating himself from them was non-existent. There aren't any cowards here who would drive you out for their own safety. Borkus, that is correct, Holy Son. We will continue fighting, even if we quite literally have our flesh and entrails severed and our bones broken. Mwaza, I'm a bit late in having a say in this, but I agree. Vandalyu, we'd be in trouble without you. Vigoro, indeed, if the magic items we are using now were to break, we would once again face problems with fertility. Even if we leave that matter aside, what is the use in driving out our own king in order to achieve temporary safety? Zadiris, Borkus, Mwaza, Vigoro and Zadiris made it clear that this was not an option. It wasn't as if Vandalyu didn't want to protect Talashim, the place where he belonged. He planned to go to the Orbaum kingdom eventually, but he planned to at least return for a visit once a year or once every few years. Even if he moved away to chase his dreams, he wanted there to be a home for him to return to. That was how he felt. Thank you. Well then, we will set up a system that will hold just fine even if we're attacked by an army of 10,000, including vampires. We'll achieve this by spring or early summer, or mid-summer at latest. Vandalyu, are you insane? Everyone, no, I'm desperate and out of my mind. Vandalyu, Berkine and the other vampires who had sent Eleonora's party here would be suspicious at the sudden lack of contact, realize that they had failed and take the next step. Well, it was unlikely that they would suddenly manipulate the Merg Shield. Nation into sending its troops here because of that, but they would at least try to gather more detailed information about Talashim. And once they learned about Talashim's situation, it was highly likely that they would realize that dispatching a few vampires would be ineffective and begin to make a greater effort to crush the city. Fifth. This golem transmutation, nobody can use it except for Vandalyu. Sama. Leaving aside the mana problems, it's impossible for alchemists to create them in an instant and have them change their shape freely. The same goes for taming the undead. Eleonora, this was what Eleonora had said. If the pure breed vampires discovered that Vandalyu possessed these abilities, they would try to kill him at all costs. That's a bit of an overreaction. The three pure breed vampires can tame undead as well, can't they? Vandalyu, as Vandalyu asked this question, Eleonora, who was having trouble pronouncing words because of the new piercing in her tongue, shook her head. Berkine's group can't tame them. Trinicia and Gubaman are the ones who mainly use undead, and they can turn corpses into undead and control them, but they can't control creatures who have already turned undead. Eleonora, it seemed that the undead controlled by the pure breed vampires were those created themselves. They would not be able to tame even a rank 1 living dead if it had already become an undead without their intervention. So if they discovered that Vandalyu. Sama can tame undead, they would be outraged. Especially Gubaman. Eleonora, I see. Vandalyu, the Sword King Borkus was one of the heroes that Gubaman had wanted, but now he was already an undead. Vandalyu had even gathered the scattered bone fragments of his right arm and used corpse healing to restore it, so claiming even a single bone fragment of Borkus would be impossible. Vandalyu didn't know what kind of personality Gubaman had, but it did seem likely that he would be outraged to learn that a mere damper had stolen one of the heroes that he had wanted in his collection. Vandalyu found it satisfying to know this, but felt that it would be unreasonable for Gubaman to get so serious over it. He wanted to go on the offensive so that he wouldn't lose to such an unreasonable person, but that was difficult. Like the vampires, Vandalyu and his companions would find it difficult to cross the Boundary Mountain range now. In addition, the vampires who worshipped the evil god possessed numerous bases and Eleonora didn't know the locations of all of them. After coming to the conclusion that going on the offensive wasn't a realistic plan, Vandalyu set out about addressing the problem of not having enough numbers. Talashim had originally been a fortress city. Nation of 5,000 titans. Of course, this meant that the city was plenty large enough for a population of 5,000 to live inside the city's walls. However, there were only 1,000 undead titans. Even including the ghouls and monsters of the new races Vandalyu had created, there were less than 2,000 of them. Creating a flawless defense with these numbers would be impossible. As undead didn't feel fatigue or need to sleep, it was possible to have them permanently keep watch, but Vandalyu didn't want to ask them to do this. The undead needed riches and pleasure in their day-to-day lives as well. So the first thing he did was increase the number of golems he had at his disposal. Get up, go. Vandalyu, he went to Garan's valley and mined the stone. The method he used was to directly turn the stone walls into golems and have them walk themselves back to Talashim. Other than requiring a lot of mana, this method was very easy. Amazing, holy sun. Titan, doesn't that mean we're losing our jobs? Titan, because there's no time. In any case, I'm going to be mining here today until this place becomes known as Garan's Pit instead of Garan's Valley. Vandalyu. We're actually going to lose our jobs. Titan, no, we're actually going to have more work. Titan, really? Titan, as the undead Titan stonemason said, their workload had sharply increased. Because they would be turning these new golems into ornaments. I'm going to attach these golems to the outer walls and the walls of the stone buildings. I want you to work on them so that they look like decorations at a glance. Vandal, that's quite fancy. We don't mind, but is there a reason you're doing that? Will it make the golems stronger or something? Titan, no, it won't. They'll just look like decorations. Vandal, the stonemasons looked puzzled, but once the decorated golems were actually set in place, the effect would be clear. Simply stationing golems near the walls and buildings would be sufficient as a defense against intruders. But golems decorating the walls and buildings would look like simple ornaments, and golems embedded into the walls which had also been thickened would look like mere sculptures. If an enemy army tried to close in on the defenseless walls, they could be taken by surprise by the enemies springing forth from the walls. And I can do things like have the sculptures keep up their act, wait for the enemy to set up ladders to climb the walls and then make them destroy the ladders. Vandal, that's dirty. Titan, holy sun, will the fortress and buildings not become more fragile once the golems start moving? Titan, I'll add more stone to the walls to compensate when setting up the golems, so it will be fine. Also, the golems on the houses and buildings will be just for scouting, so there'll be things like faces and eyes. Vandal, with that, it will be unlikely that the enemy will destroy them. Titan, Vandal had thought of the idea from security setups used on Earth where security guards and cameras would be positioned in inconspicuous places. And I don't have to pay any attention to the golems acting as security guards and cameras, so it's not mentally taxing on me. It would improve Talashim's scenery as well, so there were only benefits to this method. Furthermore, Vandal discovered that taking too much of the stone cliffs in Garan's valley would cause them to become unable to mine any more stone for a while. It was as if there was a transparent barrier that created a dead end, preventing him from going any further. It looked like he could continue forward, but the background scenery might as well have been painted on a solid wall. But the dungeon would return to normal in a few days' time, so there was no need to worry about the stone running out. The others weren't taking it easy while Vandal and the stonemasons worked busily. I'm going to request something a little dangerous. I want everyone to place the golems and undead that I made to keep watch in the places that I tell you. Vandal, they were strengthening their defenses, but the fact that they didn't know when enemies would come would be a source of insecurity and inconvenience. That was why Vandal requested that golems be stationed to keep watch. There were 3 possible routes that enemies could take. Leave it to me, Vandal. Sama. Eleonora, the first was the route that Eleonora had used to cross the mountain range. This route was relatively safe, but many of Serkrent's subordinate vampires had been defeated along the way. Only noble-born vampires and beings stronger than them would be able to use this route safely. Eleonora declared that this route would be absolutely impossible for normal humans to use. Considering that, Eleonora realized just how abnormal Vandal was to have crossed the mountain range with 600 ghouls and not sustained a single casualty. Is there a need to watch this area as well? Zran, there are vampires worshipping the evil god in the Orbaum kingdom as well. Vandal, the second was the tunnel that led to the Hartner Duchy in the Orbaum kingdom. It was collapsed for now, but it could be reconstructed from Hartner Duchy and vampire underlings might be sent through it. If the first princess was still alive on the other side, there was no guarantee that the vampires wouldn't utilize her feelings for her home country. And the third route was the most difficult. So you want us to look for a tunnel that connects to the Merg Shield. Nation. Does such a thing even exist? Zran, I can't rule out that possibility. Vandal, there were no legends that said there were tunnels in the mountain range leading to the Merg Shield. Nation. But since there was one that led to the Orbaum kingdom, there was a high chance that there was one that had not yet been discovered. It would be a tunnel over 100,000 years old, after all. Back then, the Amid Empire and Orbaum kingdom hadn't existed, and it might have been constructed even before the goddess Vita created the vampires. If that were the case, it made sense to think that tunnels would have been built to the west as well as the east. Who could have built such tunnels was still a mystery, however. They would have to traverse lands full of devil's nests with uncontrolled monster populations to search for ruins that could be anywhere. Borkus would lead Vigoro and Zadiris in performing this task, and even Bone Wolf and the other undead would be dispatched so that they would be fully prepared. I don't mind, but make sure you have miso, fish sauce and especially katsuobushi waiting for me. If you're going to make adventurers work, you have to reward them. Borkus, do you like katsuobushi? Vandalyu, yeah, it makes the soup taste nice if you boil it, and it makes a good ingredient. Don't need to put any effort in. Borkus, the katsuobushi was an unfinished product that was simply dried without being smoked, but as Borkus said, it made a good addition to soups. I want a perfect katsuobushi by the end of the year, too. Vandalyu, it's imperfect. I'm looking forward to the finished product. Borkus, leaving that aside, I'll be having you place goblin skeleton skulls, rock golems disguised as rocks and wood golems disguised as dead branches. Vandalyu, all of them were objects that could be held in one hand. They were also things that would not be strange to find lying around anywhere. If the appraisal spell was cast they would be discovered, but surely nobody would go around casting this spell on every rock, branch and goblin skull lying on the ground. The mountain range was a place where monsters struggled violently to survive. Nobody would have the time to do that. Well, there was a chance that a golem or undead would be unfortunate enough to be destroyed by a stray monster, but that was why they would be placed in sets of 3. If one of them were to break, they simply needed to be replaced. Incidentally, Vandalyu had decided to abandon the route used by the Merg Shield Nation's army 200 years ago. According to Eleonora, a pair of hurricane dragons inhabited the area surrounding that route. In order to simultaneously battle against 2 dragons above rank 10 and win in an environment where the only footholds were precipitous, fragile cliffs, a party of S.-class adventurers would need to be formed. This would be difficult for the current Amid Empire, even if they expended all of their resources to do so. It would be difficult for the vampires as well. Eleonora had said that it would be possible for a pure-breed vampire like Berkine to defeat them, but the signs of such a battle would likely be visible from Talashim. Bright flashes of light, explosions, and the sound of parts of the mountain range crumbling would be very noticeable. It was also possible for enemies to make a detour into the southern regions of the Bon Gaia continent and then pass through the boundary mountain range from there, but apparently it would be suicidal for even a pure-breed vampire to journey into those regions. Those regions contain dragons and giants of even higher ranks than those found in the mountain range, and there is even apparently a palace of demons. Eleonora, there were also countless unexplored devil's nests and large organizations of monsters such as noble orc empires. They weren't exactly Vandalyu's allies, but they served as a very effective protective wall. Well, because of them, it was impossible for Vandalyu to go and look for the vampires who worshipped Vita. Well then, please get to work. Vandalyu, it took less than a month for all of these tasks to be completed other than the discovery of a tunnel leading to the Merg Shield Nation. Vandalyu would have Eleonora and Zran's party join up with Borkus's and continue searching for this 1,100,000-year-old tunnel. While they're doing that, we're going to build a second and third outer wall. Also, we will be developing weapons. Vandalyu, Bakken, are you planning to work yourself to death? Saria, it's alright, I'll rest properly on my days off. Vandalyu, the only ones who had visited Talashim in the last 200 years were Vandalyu and the ghouls, and the vampires led by Eleonora. And apart from Eleonora, all of the vampires were now dead. It wouldn't be easy to immediately tell that the number of Talashim's walls had increased from the city's slightly different appearance. The second wall would be built sturdy like the first, golems would be set up on it and slots through which arrows could be fired would be included. The third wall would be tall enough to conceal the first and second walls, but constructed in a way that would make it look fragile and easily collapsible. I was thinking that if I put mud all over them and have undead vines crawl over their surface, it would have the appearance I want. Vandalu, if the Merg Shield. Nation came, they wouldn't see the holes in the wall that should be there according to their records of past events, but they might let their guard down because the wall looked so fragile. Of course, Vandalu would build the whole wall out of golems so that the wall would maintain itself without actually crumbling. So the wall itself will turn into soldiers when the time comes. Sam, but vampires that are noble. Born or greater can fly through the sky, can't they? Like Eleonora. San. Saria, that's why I'll be making anti-air weapons. Creating undead that can fly would take time, after all. Vandalu, it would be a different story if he only needed a few, but to make dozens, hundreds of undead like bone bird from bone remains and raise them until they were able to fly, he would need a lot of time. There was the option of turning fresh corpses of monsters such as wyverns into flying undead, but getting those numbers would still take time, and if they were completely destroyed, it would take time to replace them. He did consider making hundreds of undead from small creatures like small birds and insects, but in this world, becoming an undead didn't necessarily make the creature stronger. Even if he turned winged insects and beetles into undead, there was a high chance that they wouldn't even be able to bite through the enemy's skin. And since noble-born vampires were proficient with magic, they could easily be wiped out in an instant by a single wide-area attack. And turning that many insects and small birds into undead would actually be likely to cause Vandalu to work himself to death. I could probably use the corpses of insect-type monsters, but well, I suppose once I've set everything else up, I can take my time gathering them. Vandalu, more importantly, Sama, what about the new weapons that we will be assisting you with? Teria, if it's working with metal, leave it to this old man. Datera, I'm planning to have you build some crossbows. Vandalu, Teria and the undead titan blacksmith Datera gave Vandalu odd looks. Crossbows. Ah, you mean those. Teria, what are you going to do with something like that? Datera, crossbows already existed in the world of Lambda. However, they weren't very popular or in demand. Crossbows are accurate weapons with a slow rate of fire, but with their strings wound back, even frail women and the elderly can use them. However, skills and martial abilities exist in this world. A high level in the archery skill increases accuracy and power with a bow, and with increased attribute values from gaining levels, even a woman with slender arms can draw the bowstring of a large bow. And with martial skills, it is possible to achieve superhuman feats such as rapid consecutive fire and firing with enough precision to thread a needle. Crossbows receive a bonus to accuracy from the archery skill, but martial skills cannot be used due to their structure. One does not physically use one's hands pull the string back, so increased attribute values make no difference to their power. Because of this, even soldiers do not use them, let alone adventurers. As they are easy to use, ordinary people sometimes purchase them to have just in case, but even then, it is more common to buy regular bows and arrows as this is the cheaper option. Thus, crossbows are known as weapons only used by the eccentric in the world of Lambda, and apparently it is common for weapon stores in even larger cities to not have them in stock. It would be better to hand out good bows and arrows rather than crossbows. Datera, no, I'm not going to hand out the crossbows to everyone. I'm going to turn the crossbows themselves into undead. Vandalu would make spirits haunt the completed crossbows, creating cursed weapons. Cursed weapons are weak, rank 2 monsters consisting of weapons possessed by spirits that move on their own. Normally, they would be unreliable even against normal soldiers, let alone vampires. However, crossbows fire projectiles capable of piercing through plate armor with the pull of a trigger. They are also highly accurate. Because cursed weapons don't use martial skills to begin with, there are no drawbacks. The problem would be making sure they were loaded, but if Vandalu installed each of them with a golem arm responsible for reloading and placed them on the walls, the city's rooftops and the royal castle, that problem would be solved. Once this was complete, he would have tireless archers that would shoot enemies to death until running out of projectiles to fire, undetectable through detect presence and capable of seeing in the dark. Vandeleur planned to have projectiles with silver dot-plated tips for the anti-vampire crossbows installed on the upper walls and rooftops. Normally, technology would be required for this plating process, but Vandeleur could perform it easily by manipulating the shape of the silver with golem transmutation. Let's make ballistae and catapults as well. Vandeleur. You really are planning to fight a war. I cannot wait to get to work. Teria, I can make ballistae, but I can't make things like catapults. Datera, yes, I'll be in charge of making the catapults. Vandeleur, of course, Vandeleur had no prior experience in catapult building either. However, he had once seen a documentary on Earth that described how catapults were built. If he recalled, it had been a documentary in which weaponry of ancient civilizations were recreated through modern technology and then inspected in detail. It was the kind of program that would have caused Uncle to have a fit from his luxury allergy, so I remember it well. That program hadn't described every part of the building process of a catapult in detail, but it had showed the overall shape and structure of a catapult. All Vandeleur needed to do was recreate it with golem transmutation. And on his days off, he played with Paulina and the other children, checked Bastia's condition and busied himself with the aging reversal of Teria, which he had been procrastinating doing. Before he knew it, it was summer already. The levels of the rapid healing, status effect resistance, death, attribute magic, chant revocation, automatic mana recovery, surpass limits, golem transmutation, no attribute magic, mana control, carpentry, engineering and alchemy skills have increased. You have acquired the multi-cast skill. The ranks of Zadiris, Mwaza, Bone Man, Bone Wolf, Bone Monkey, Bone Bear, Bone Bird, Braga, Zendo, Memetiga, Rita and Saria have increased. Name. Vandeleur race. Damper, Dark Elf, age. 4 years old title. Ghoul King job. Death, attribute mage level. 39 job history. None attributes. Vitality. 69 mana. 144,596,652 strength. 52 agility. 31 stamina. 56 intelligence. 157. Passive skills. Superhuman strength. Level 1 rapid healing. Level 3, level up. Death, attribute magic. Level 5, level up. Status effect resistance. Level 5, level up. Magic resistance. Level 1 dark vision mental corruption. Level 10 death, attribute charm. Level 4 chant revocation. Level 3, level up. Strengthen followers. Level 5 automatic mana recovery. Level 3, level up. Active skills. Bloodsucking. Level 3 surpass limits. Level 4, level up. Golem transmutation. Level 4, level up. No attribute magic. Level 3, level up. Mana control. Level 3, level up. Spirit form. Level 2 carpentry. Level 4, level up. Engineering. Level 3, level up. Cooking. Level 1 alchemy. Level 3, level up. Unarmed fighting technique. Level 1, new. Soul break. Level 1, new. Multi-cast, level 1, new. Curses experience gained in previous life not carried over cannot learn existing jobs unable to gain experience independently monster explanation. Vampires. This is the race born between the goddess Vita and the undead champion Zakhart. While not technically monsters, many nations and societies treat them as monsters, and thus they are explained as monsters here. There are currently 3 kinds of vampires: pure, breed, noble. Born and subordinate. Their communities are built and managed as strict vertically structured societies. The majority of vampires encountered and reported to the Adventurers Guild are subordinate vampires. Encounters with noble-born vampires are very rarely reported. Although vampires are monsters, they are capable of possessing jobs as they are also blood-related to the goddess. Due to this, the skills they possess vary significantly compared to other monsters. Subordinate vampires alone are powerful adversaries, and noble-born vampires are a threat equivalent to or even greater than dragons. Because of this, the Adventurers Guild recommends that adventurers report any sightings of vampires to the guild rather than try to defeat them on their own. There are large differences between individual vampires, but according to the Adventurers Guild, subordinate vampires are a minimum of rank 3. Noble-born vampires are defined as vampires of rank 7 and above. Subordinate vampires only possess physical vampiric powers, but when their rank increases, they gain skills such as beast transformation and clone, making them extremely dangerous beings. It has been confirmed that they have race titles such as vampire slaves, vampire lycans and vampire rebels after their rank increases. Noble-born vampires possess magical powers, and depending on the individual, may even possess some kind of demon eyes. They tend to place importance on studying magic diligently, but that does not make them physically inferior to subordinate vampires. Because of this, superior individuals master both magic and martial skills and possess high base attribute values, making them nightmarish creatures. Incidentally, there is a misconception that all noble-born vampires have demon eyes of charming, paralysis or mind-reading, but demon eyes are in fact a unique skill that only a handful of individuals possess. This misconception is likely caused by those witnessing noble-born vampires casting spells that have similar effects to such demon eyes. Most noble-born vampire race titles follow the aristocratic system used in human societies. Inexperienced rank 6 vampires are just vampires, but they are vampire leaders at rank 7, vampire barons at rank 8, and so on. All of these vampires have a common weakness to sunlight, silver and attacks of light. Attribute magic, which is governed by the god of law and fate, Alda. Depending on their family and the evil god they worship, they may possess additional weaknesses such as not being able to enter buildings they are not invited into and weaknesses to garlic and running water. There is almost no information available about pure breed vampires. The only thing that is known is that even the highest rank noble-born vampire with the race title of Vampire Emperor would bow and swear loyalty to a pure breed. Furthermore, Serkrent was a rank 7 vampire leader. His talent was clearly inferior to that of Eleonora, who became a rank 8 vampire baroness in the space of a few years. Chapter 47, Let's launch things with a high amount of bloodthirst. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 47. Let's launch things with a high amount of bloodthirst. The bathhouse was currently the only functional facility in the royal castle of Talashim. As there was no functioning national government, this was the only facility of any use. That was a good bath, ghoul woman. The massage golems that the king made for us were good too, weren't they? Ghoul woman, really? I found the jacuzzi thing that made bubbles come out to be better. Ghoul woman, the ghouls who had only ever bathed in cold water before coming to Talashim were totally engrossed in submerging themselves in hot water. There were some golem products that Vandalyu had come up with, but the hot baths seemed to be the most pleasurable thing after all. Oh yes, have you heard? The rumors that Chief Teria has been summoned into the king's bedroom every day recently. Ghoul woman, I've heard about it, but doesn't he just want her company? The king is only 4 years old, after all. I've heard that he gets lonely easily, too. And she's not the chief anymore, she's the foreman, right? Ghoul woman, that's right, but I'm more used to calling her chief. Ghoul woman, as the two ghoul women walked along during their conversation, Teria, the subject of their discussion, ran across in front of them. Ha! Foreman. Ghoul woman, immediately afterwards, Vandalyu passed across them as well. For some reason, he was crawling across the ceiling silently using all four limbs. Ghoul woman, as the two of them were rendered speechless at the sight of the Ghoul King, Teria came back. She had been captured by Vandalyu. No. Please let me go for Tony Ayit. Teria, no, we have to test the catapults firing tomorrow, so let's do 10 more today. Vandalyu walked away, holding the teary-eyed Teria in the air with telekinesis. Watching him leave, the two ghoul women swallowed before speaking again. It's not because he's lonely. Ghoul woman, Vandalyu was next to Teria, who was lying in an unladylike, spread-eagle position while breathing wildly. The youth transformation will be complete in a few more days. Let's do our best. Vandalyu, how? Teria, seemingly exhausted and unable to get up, Teria let out a strange sound. Teria had experienced many things in the past, but the youth transformation caused sensations she had never felt before to run through her entire body. The unpleasant feeling of something foreign crawling around inside her body, and the pleasure of having her entire body massaged, causing her muscle tension to vanish. She was in an incomprehensible state where her body was full of energy, but at the same time, it felt as if she had just run a marathon. The fact that she had learned a secret that was only between Vandalyu and Zadiris up until now made her feel younger as well. These were only good things for Teria, but... It's true that I don't get tired easily, run out of breath or get blurry eyes anymore, and my back no longer hurts, but, Teria's aging had progressed further than Vandalyu had initially thought. As to be expected of someone over 260 years old. Should we reverse another 10 years of age? Vandalyu, hi. Let me go for tonight. Teria, the pure-breed vampires who only gathered together once every few millennia had assembled in one of the numerous meeting places for the vampires who worshipped Hiryashukika, the evil god of joyful life. Something that hadn't happened for tens of thousands of years was taking place. A crooked 7-pointed star had been drawn on the floor using special, freshly drained blood. The three pure-breed vampires raised their arms towards the center of this star, curling their hands into fists. Trinicia, pour my sacred blood. Trinicia, a drop of blood fell from in between Trinicia's fingers. Her eyes were shining like those of a child about to open a box containing a present. Gubaman, pour my sacred blood. Gubaman, an old man who looked like a withered tree, rolled his large eyes. A drop of blood fell from in between his fingers as well. His unknown desires were showing unpleasantly in his eyes. Berkine, pour my sacred blood. Berkine, and then red blood also fell from Berkine's white hand. His eyes were ominously empty. His lips that normally gave a gentlemanly smile were pressed together tightly, as if he were enduring something unpleasant. These three pure-breed vampires gathering in one place and cooperating to carry out a task was something that had not happened in tens of thousands of years. A single pure-breed vampire possessed enough power to defeat a party of adventurers made up of superhuman A-class adventurers alone. As well as acting as the rulers of this vampire community, they had received the divine protection of Hiryashukika, the evil god of joyful life, and were equivalent to being his subordinate gods. Just what kind of ritual were they carrying out? It seems that the ritual has failed. That damn Serkrant, has he betrayed us? Gubaman looked at the 7-pointed star that showed no response whatsoever and raised the ends of his lips in a smile, exposing his pointed fangs. Well then, next is Eleonora. Get on with it. Trinicia. Yes. Berkine, as Trinicia pressed Berkine to perform the next step, he took an unconscious child from a noble-born vampire who had been waiting nearby and cut off its head, using the side of his hand as a blade. Blood gushed onto the floor, glowing mysteriously and crawling around as if alive to form another 7-pointed star. The three of them each gave a drop of their blood as they had done earlier. However, the result was the same. Nothing happened. It seems that Eleonora has betrayed us as well. Trinicia, Kukuku, if they were dead, they would have been revived here as undead, after all. Gubaman, this ritual was one that summoned the souls of dead noble-born vampires and resurrected them as undead. It required the decapitation of a child born to a woman who had only ever known one man, and all three of the pure-breed vampires needed to contribute a drop of their own blood to the seven-pointed triangle drawn with that child's blood. Even though this ritual would revive a noble-born vampire as an undead, the resulting undead would be vastly weaker than the live vampire, so it was hardly worth the trouble. The reason this ritual was being carried out was because a major incident had occurred a month ago. Slay the damper born between the subordinate vampire Valen and the dark elf Darcia. That was the divine message that had recently been given to the pure-breed vampires by Hiryashukika, the evil god of joyful life. They had given the task of slaying the damper in question to Surkrent and Eleonora around a year ago. As vampires' sense of time was different from that of humans, they had thought that perhaps Surkrent and Eleonora were having some difficulty with the task, so it hadn't really occurred to them that they should investigate the situation. As the problematic pure-breed vampires who worshipped Vita had showed no signs of movement, there hadn't been anything to get impatient about either. However, things changed when the evil god sent the divine message directly. Even though the evil god had given the pure-breed vampires his divine protection, it was unusual for him to send them a divine message. The evil god had given them a direct order to slay the damper. It was a significant enough event that even Gubaman, who normally refrained from attending these meetings, had stopped admiring his collection to come out here. They had then tried to contact Eleonora and the others who had been sent to slay the damper, but it was already too late. That was why this ritual had been carried out. If they had killed the damper but lost their lives in the process, they would be revived as undead and be able to report the fact. If they could not be revived, it would be clear that they had betrayed the vampires. It seems that we've been underestimating this damper. Perhaps he has captured his would-be assassins alive and is now tormenting them, but either way, they have failed. Trinicia, Surkrent was not a particularly excellent individual, but he was still a moderately useful man. If the damper has made him betray us, he must possess a considerable amount of power. Gubaman nodded in response to Trinicia's words, excited about the fact that his subordinate might have betrayed him. Either the damper had prepared something that forced Surkrent to obey him even if it made his own parent and every noble-born and subordinate vampire his enemy, or he was powerful enough to convince Surkrent that doing so was the better choice. Fuhaha. The corpse of such a damper is something that I would like to acquire. I cannot help but be excited by thoughts of what kind of undead I will turn him into. Kaihihihihihi. Gubaman, who had made it his life's hobby to collect the corpses of heroes and use them to create undead, it appeared that the evil god of joyful life had given him an indication as to which corpse should be added to his collection next. A damper so dangerous that the evil god personally wished for his demise. Wouldn't that be an even more valuable addition than some A-class adventurer? It was unclear as to what made him so dangerous, or perhaps he had simply incurred the evil god's wrath, but he had caught Hiryashukika's attention. Do your best then. I'm not really interested. No, I am a little. That damper was leading hundreds of ghouls, wasn't he? Making undead from ghouls sounds interesting. Trinicia was also interested in creating undead, but she did so to create works of art. Unlike Gubaman, she wasn't particularly concerned with the strength and fame of the materials used to create the undead. The theme of her creations in the past few centuries had been families, so she had no interest in a damper whose father had already been disposed of and whose mother had been burned at the stake. But it was possible that the gray-brown skin of the ghouls would look attractive once they were turned into undead. That was what her twisted inspiration was whispering to her. And as for Berkine, he quietly whispered a single word. Hearing a word that Berkine wouldn't utter with his usual demeanor, the noble-born vampires who had been standing by with empty cages in their hands opened their eyes wide in surprise. Berkine. Sama. Higi. Vampire, Berkine unconsciously seized the head of the noble-born vampire who had spoken his name and raised this thing into the air. Berkine. Whatever are you doing? Huge. Vampire, Berkine swung the panicking thing around wildly. Damn Theat. My Eleonora. My toy that I chose from among dozens of humans. He stole her from me. That accursed Dampier. Berkine, being shaken in every direction, the thing in his hand struck the floor and walls numerous times, causing various pieces to break off and scatter everywhere. I was going to toy with her for centuries to come. I was going to convince her that she was special, make her conceited and then break her by scraping off her flesh piece by piece. How unfair of him to take her from me before I could get to the good part. That damned, accursed, unforgivable Dampethier. Berkine, what? Hi. Berkine. Vampire, please stop, Berkine. What is the? Giho. Vampire, hi. Berkine. Has gone mad. Run away, run away. Vampire, nu. Vampire, Berkine went into a frenzy with disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes and a foaming mouth. His appearance was no longer that of a young nobleman or even that of an angry beast, but that of a broken madman. He swung his fist wildly, destroying a pillar that had barely avoided destruction up until now, and then stopped, breathing heavily with his shoulders heaving. Ha, fu. Berkine, he looked up into the sky to see the beautiful, blue-white glow of the moon and the sparkling stars that accompanied it. As Berkine threw away the thing, the head of the noble-born vampire, which was already in a poor enough state to make it impossible to tell whether it was even a man or a woman, he calmly spoke to Turnitia and Gubaman as if nothing had happened. So that brings up the question of what we will do next, Turnitia. Do you have any ideas? Berkine, he took a silk handkerchief from his breast pocket, cleaned his mouth and hands with it and quickly adjusted his hair with his fingers. Ah, you're back. It didn't last very long this time, did it? Turnitia, the last time, you were in that state for days. I was considering whether Turnitia and I needed to stop you. Gubaman, Fufu, my apologies. Berkine had completely reverted to his usual self, but his surroundings were in a pitiful state. The meeting chamber that previously looked as if it were from inside the large mansion of a nobleman had now turned into a mountain of rubble, other than two circular areas roughly a meter wide around Gubaman and Turnitia. Blood and severed limbs sprawled over the rubble. Heads and fragments of heads littered the ground. Half of the noble-born vampires and the majority of the subordinate vampires had been turned into silent corpses. Well, it's fine. I thought that this would happen, so I didn't bring my servants to today's meeting other than some subordinate vampires to fill the numbers. Turnitia, Kakaka, well done. But all of my noble-born vampires were present today. Gubaman, I have done a terrible thing. How many of them did I crush? Berkine, don't worry. I was thinking of cutting down those that were below average so that I do not end up with another individual like Serkrent. You have merely made the selection for me by cutting down those who could not survive your temper. Gubaman, I see. How terrible of you to use me like that. Berkine, by the way, why are you asking me? I did say that I'm interested, but I'd be happy as long as I can skin the ghouls when the damper is dead. Turnitia, it's simple. First was Gubaman's subordinate Serkrent, then my Eleonora, so you're next, aren't you? Berkine, you're right. I suppose I won't look very good if I don't make any moves. Turnitia took a moment to think. Well then, I suppose we can mobilize the army. There's a guy in the Amid Empire's army that wants eternal life. A convenient guy who will do anything we tell him as long as we turn him into a vampire. Turnitia, we'll exert our influence on him, and a few other noble families and high officials. If we do that, we should be able to set the army after the damper in about 2 years. An average noble-born vampire, another noble-born who was quite exceptional for her age, and a few dozen subordinate vampires, was it? The damper disposed of that many of our forces. I don't know what methods he used to fight them, but it was enough for the evil god himself to send a divine message. I'm sure he used a very abnormal method. So let's try attacking with numbers. Things will surely go well if we use thousands of soldiers, knights, adventurers, and the high priest that burned his mother at the stake. If we hide our subordinates among such an army, there will be no chance for him at all. 100 noble-born vampires would be too many, but a few dozen should be enough. Can you give me that information? I'm sure those who worship Vita can't make use of it if I break it with my own hands once I'm finished with it. Tunisia, I do not mind, said Berkine in response to Tunisia's request that it was information that the guys worshipping Vita are fairly likely to know anyway. Berkine, yes, if Tunisia destroys it, we can be certain. But it is a serious matter to mobilize the army. You were quite poor at utilizing humans, were you not? Gubaman, what, you don't consider yourself good at it either, do you? Tunisia, hi. That is right, I am also poor at using them. Gubaman, in any case, it seems that you have an idea. I want you to let me know when your plan begins to progress. Now that our God has given us a divine message, there is a need for us to cooperate. Berkine, that is right, Hiryashukika. Sama's punishment would take a toll on our bodies, after all. Gubaman, the three of them laughed in agreement as the other vampires who had somehow managed to survive staggered to their feet. And then they began the journey to the next meeting location. They were all thinking the same thing about Hiryashukika's divine message. Why would the evil god, the only existence who certainly possessed greater power than them, make the effort to send a divine message instructing them to kill the damper? For him to have done that meant that Hiryashukika's attention had been drawn to the damper. A damper that was not one of his followers. In other words, couldn't this be a sign that the damper possessed something that would be a threat to Hiryashukika? Some kind of power or information. In that case, if we could somehow get our hands on it, wouldn't it be possible to rule and conquer the evil god himself? Hiryashukika knew that the pure-breed vampires would think this. It was only natural, they were only applying the teachings that he himself had given them. That was why Hiryashukika had given them no information regarding Vandalyu in his divine message. A human-sized boulder flew from the catapult with a whoosh. The boulder fell accurately on top of a wooden target set up in the firing area, destroying it. Badya, who was sitting in a chair with a monster leather parasol protecting her from the sun much like a human lady, let out a sigh of amazement as she rubbed her expanding abdomen. These catapults are amazing. They look very promising. Badya, this is still just the test. Firing phase. Vandalyu, this was the response of Vandalyu, who was being thrown into the air by Paulvina next to her, but he seemed not entirely unsatisfied. He was generally expressionless, had the eyes of a dead fish and a flat-toned voice, but once one got accustomed to it, it was possible to tell his emotions from his manner of speech. The slightly more carefree tone of speech he was using now was proof that he was in a good mood. The results of firing with normal projectiles are excellent. Next, I'll begin firing with golem projectiles. Vandalyu, yes, ready. Paulvina, as Paulvina gave this vague order, the catapult moved on its own and prepared to fire. This catapult was essentially a catapult-shaped golem that Vandalyu had created through golem transmutation. It was no ordinary catapult, it possessed arms and wheels made of stone. It was possible to make it load projectiles, take aim and fire all on its own. And as Entwood had been used in the construction of its body, it had the sturdiness of metal and excellent resistance to fire. Fire. Paulvina, the loyal catapult golem, fired the next boulder. It flew through the sky in a trajectory similar to the previous one, but towards a different target, which had wooden dummies lined up around it for some reason, and landed on top of it. Yuan. And then the projectile let out a groan and stood up. Did the catapult launch a golem? Badya, the sight of the projectile. Turned. Golem destroying the wooden dummies around it took Badya by surprise. The golem seemed to have taken some damage from the impact of landing, but it caused no problems in combat as golems didn't feel pain or anything. This would likely be incredibly effective in a real battle. The main weakness of golems was their slow movement. This method would provide the golems with a way to attack the enemy while removing that weakness. A golem fired at the enemy this way would easily break down the front lines and then run rampant among their ranks. This would not be an easy attack to deal with. Yes. And since we might be fighting subordinate vampires, I've put silver plating on its fists and toes. Vandal you've got attention for detail. It's exciting to see. Badya, thank you, but it seems that the golem projectiles still have room for improvement. Vandal do they really? Badya, it's destroyed all of the wooden dummies set up as enemies, so as far as I can see, it's perfect. As Badya thought this, Vandal, who was sharing the vision of the undead insects he had set up nearby, shook his head. There's one wooden dummy that has only had its legs crushed, its torso is completely unharmed. Even though I ordered the golem to inflict damage in ways that would be fatal to humans. Vandal, it would be impossible for a human to enter a battle with two broken legs unless they were treated first. However, it would be possible for vampires to continue fighting even with both legs broken. Vandal wanted the golem to crush their heads just in case. You've got a high amount of bloodthirst, don't you, Van. Badya, hi, Paulina threw Vandal directly overhead. It seemed that she had reacted to the word hi in Bastia's sentence. She had once done this inside a room, causing a stain of Vandal's nose. Blood to appear on the ceiling, so she had been forbidden to throw Vandal into the air indoors. She seemed to be intent on enjoying herself as much as she could today. Paulina caught Vandal as he fell onto her with a smacking sound. There's a big impact when I land, so do it more gently. Vandal, okay. Paulina, I'm begging you, I really am. Leaving that aside, I'll be starting the test. Firing of the special projectiles now. Vandal spoke somewhat lifelessly, and then the catapult loaded a large barrel this time. And then it was launched. It drew an arc in the air, and then split into two. What? Did it fail? Badya, a transparent fluid spilled from within and splashed onto the ground in front of the target. No, it was quite successful. That was a barrel-shaped golem I made for spreading poison and pathogens among the enemy. After it's launched, it splits at a certain timing and spreads its contents in front of the enemy. Vandal, poison. Badya, yes, poison. It only had water in it just now, though. Vandal, poison and pathogens could be created as long as Vandal had the mana for it. He could carry out biological terrorism anywhere, anytime. He did have to be careful not to be affected by his own poison and pathogens, however. If he was afflicted by the deadly poison and disease that was powerful enough to overcome his status effect resistance skill, he would collapse immediately without even being able to cast any spells. Poison and disease. Is that alright? Badya, it's more of a problem of what I spread than how I spread it. The undead and golems will be fine, but poison and diseases will affect you and the other ghouls, after all. Vandal, it was a truly difficult problem to solve. If he was planning to spread disease, it would be best to use pathogens with high infectious capacity, but it would be pointless if Badya and the others, especially the children with weak immune systems, were to be affected by them. It would be fine if he could use sterilization and disinfect right away, but it was impossible to know what could happen during battle. So then would poison be better after all? But if Vigoro and the other warriors were in the battle, it couldn't be used. Maybe it will be fine if I use the same components that are in the ghoul's paralyzing venom. I wonder if there are any deadly airborne diseases that are difficult to treat, highly infectious and only affect humans. Vandal, wait a minute, that's not what I was trying to ask. I'm trying to ask if it's really alright to do that. Our enemies might be humans, right? Badia, yes, Anne. Vandal replied as Pavina threw him up and down slightly more gently than earlier. It seemed that he was still unsure as to why Badia seemed concerned. No, I'm not going to say that I have a problem with killing people either. But won't it cause problems to kill too many? Badia, it would be problematic to kill more than necessary, wouldn't it? Vandal nodded a few times in agreement, probably. It was difficult to tell due to him being thrown up and down. It's fine. I'll be careful not to kill more than necessary, and it's not like these weapons have to be used. Mom wouldn't be happy about it either. Vandal, Darshia wasn't a peace advocate in particular. However, she wouldn't approve of a massacre either. She would definitely hate unnecessary murder and try to stop Vandal from performing such murder. If he actually did it, she would likely be heartbroken about it afterwards. Badia was a ghoul who had been raised in a village where she had been taught not to fight with adventurers. It was possible that she felt very reluctant to kill humans because of this. And Vandal had no recollection of becoming a murderous fiend. He considered himself to be a normal person. People are creatures with societies, and as long as that is the case, the happiness of humans lies in those societies. Vandal's objective was to become happy and stay happy. Unnecessary murder would simply be an action that would lead him further from this goal. That's why I'll try not to kill any more than necessary. Vandal, yeah, we won't kill, Pavina, Vandal and Pavina made this declaration together. But Vandal continued speaking. But if I need to slaughter every single enemy to protect everyone, I'm going to do it. So don't get angry at me if it comes to that, alright? Vandal, you got it. Pavina, he wouldn't kill people he didn't have to. However, there was a god and a religion that taught that killing every member of their races was justice, and this religion was the official religion of an entire empire. In order to survive in this world, there would be times where he would be forced to kill all of his enemies in order to survive. As Vandal told Badia this, she seemed to get a little haughty. That's a given. If it were necessary to slaughter all of the enemies in order to protect this child and you and all the others, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd gladly swing my axe at them. Badia, what a reliable mother you are. Vandal, I am, aren't I? If you ever want to give me my child, let me know anytime. Badia, that will be at least another 10 years from now, Vandal. As Vandal gave Badia this response, Pavina gave Vandal a particularly large throw towards the sky. Falling from this height would cause quite the impact, so he used flight to float gently in the air. And then he reflected upon the events of the past few months. Chapter 48, It Seems I've Become a Place for Insects. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 48. It seems I've become a place for insects. Vandal and his companions had built their walls, solidified their defenses and prepared their weapons. Undead and golems had been successfully placed for surveillance purposes at locations where vampires and humans were likely to cross the boundary mountain range. Vandal had personally tried stepping into the entrances of the route that had been used by Eleonora's party and the tunnel that led to the Hartner Duchy after the surveillance golems had been placed at these locations. There had been no particular problems on the route that Eleonora's party had used. But things had been strange at the tunnel. From the outside, the tunnel looked as if it had simply caved in, but Vandal had used golem transmutation to turn the rubble into golems and spirit form transformation to go inside and investigate. He had found that the inside of the tunnel had been destroyed too thoroughly. According to what he had heard from Mwaza and the other undead titans, 200 years ago, the first Princess Levia and the other undead titans used this tunnel to escape and then used some hidden mechanisms to seal the tunnel. But the inside of the tunnel had been like an impossible puzzle. There hadn't been a single large rock among the rubble, only large amounts of soft dirt and sand. When he had tried to remove the rubble to rebuild the tunnel, more and more dirt and sand kept falling from above. That was the state the tunnel had been in. Vandeleur hadn't investigated through the entire tunnel to the end, but the first few hundred meters were all in this state, even though the tunnel was covered by mountains high enough to reach the clouds. It was as if someone had used sophisticated earth attribute magic to turn the boulders and hard bedrock above the tunnel into tiny grains of sand in order to make it impossible to rebuild the tunnel. With this being the case, the tunnel would remain sealed forever. If Vandeleur's golem transmutation skill didn't exist, it would have been completely impossible for the Merg Shield Nation army of 200 years ago to reconstruct the tunnel. Nobody knew how Princess Levia had collapsed the tunnel. It was possible that the mechanism or magic used to collapse it, which only Talashim's royal family knew about, was just that incredible. However, Vandeleur found this suspicious. He wondered whether the vampires had something to do with this. If he thought about it, the commercial trade between Talashim and the Hartner Duchy would have been nothing but an eyesore for the pure-breed vampires who worshipped the evil god and feared the pure-breed vampires who worshipped Vita that lived in the southern regions of the Bon Gaia continent beyond the Boundary Mountain Range. If trading had become very prosperous in Talashim's geographical location, the people there would have eventually started exploring the southern regions of the continent. This could have caused the vampires worshipping Vita to possibly make a move. That might have been why they had chosen to mobilize the Amid Empire and the Merg Shield Nation without making any movements themselves. They had probably wanted to reduce the strength of the Empire and the Merg Shield Nation around then anyway, and with the vampires' influence extending into the Empire, starting a war would have been a simple matter. Eleonora knew nothing about this. She seemed to have been considered an individual with great promise, but she hadn't been in an important position in the community as a whole, and not even a decade had passed since she had even become a vampire. Since the vampires in the same faction that worshipped the evil god didn't seem to be on good terms with each other, it was only natural that she didn't know. Vandeleur stopped his speculations here. No matter how much he investigated, the truth wouldn't be clear unless he were to talk to some person or spirit who knew about the events of 200 years ago. For now, he just needed to increase his intent to kill the vampires who worshipped the evil god. And the remaining tunnel in the mountain range leading to the Merg Shield Nation was found. It had been covered by a large boulder, however. As Vandeleur had suspected, a tunnel had been built 100,000 years ago on this side of the mountain range as well. Borkus's party had slaughtered earth dragons, rock dragons and scattered a goblin king's large pack to find it. The dragon materials that they had brought back as souvenirs were currently in Terria's hands, being processed to create equipment. With this, Vandeleur's surveillance network was complete. And though they didn't possess enough fighting strength to stand against the pure-breed vampires, everyone was improving both individually and as a whole. His powerful companions like Borkus, Eleonora and Vigoro had leveled up in the past few months, but their ranks hadn't increased. However, prior to this, Vigoro had undergone a job change from warrior to axeman, a job specialized in using axe techniques. He had apparently even acquired the deforestation skill as well. He had acquired it during the search for the tunnel by cutting down trees that were in the way with his axe. Mwaza had become a rank 5 lich. I have finally lost the lesser from my race title. I will no longer allow Borkus Dono to call me a weak youngster. He said, smiling with his face that was only made of skin and bones. Braga had become a rank 4 black goblin assassin, while the other black goblins had become black goblin scouts. They were quite the team of scouts. It seemed that Braga was walking along the path of a ninja that he had heard about from Vandeleur. Zamido and Memetiga had increased their ranks as well, becoming an Anubis rider and an Anubis monk respectively. Zamido had successfully tamed a monster he had captured in a dungeon and become able to fight while using it as a mount. Memetiga had apparently increased in rank while studying magic and martial skills simultaneously, shortly after she began going on dates with Berg in the Church of Vita. Was this the goddess's blessing? The Orcus Gorba hadn't increased his rank yet, but his body had grown enough for him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3-meter tall Borcus, and he had grown even stronger and sturdier. Most importantly, he had found a Giga in a forest and captured it alive. Because of this, Talashim now had a supply of fresh eggs. Everyone was becoming stronger by increasing their ranks, leveling up and improving their skills. With this, unlike when they had been forced to escape the Devil's Nest forest, they were capable of fighting. Vandalyu wanted more anti-vampire weapons prepared if possible, but he lacked time and, more importantly, skills and technology for those. However, fortunately, it seemed that pure-breed vampires and noble-born vampires who had lived a long time had an unusually slow perception of time, so when they made a move, they would use a plan that would take years, or several months at least to carry out. Vampires had long lifespans and surrounded themselves with the company of other vampires, so their sense of time was very different from that of humans. They often referred to events over 10 years ago as a little while ago. It was still unlikely that Vandalyu would be left alone for 10 years, but Eleonora estimated that they would take 2 to 5 years to make their next move as long as there were no special reasons to act faster. And so Vandalyu decided that he should start taking action to achieve his own goals. He would acquire Vita's legacy, the resurrection device beneath Talashim's royal castle, and resurrect Darshia. I have to become stronger for that as well. Vandalyu, in order to do that, the half-destroyed dragon golem that still protected it needed to be defeated. But if that was all, Vandalyu wouldn't need to become stronger. He would simply need to stand at the back and support Borcus, Eleonora, Vigoro, Zadiris, and the others. Darshia's resurrection was at stake, but there was no need for him to be positioned at the front. However, only Vandalyu was capable of melting the ice that sealed the chamber guarded by the dragon golem, and when he had gone to melt it, he had felt a powerful response from his constantly active danger sense. That was proof that the dragon golem had noticed Vandalyu and was preparing to attack him the moment he tried to enter the chamber. In other words, even if he was planning to leave all of the fighting to Borcus and the others, there was a high chance that he would receive some kind of attack as soon as he opened the chamber and be killed immediately. Of course, Vandalyu had become much stronger than he was the first time he had seen the dragon golem through the wall of ice. He had gone through a job change and leveled up. His attribute values and his skills had increased. The soul break that he had acquired after destroying Serkrent's soul was a particularly powerful skill. Upon careful inspection, it had turned out to be a skill that dealt damage to mana equal to the amount of damage to vitality that Vandalyu inflicted. If he dealt damage to vampires with this, their mana would stay damaged even if their vitality recovered immediately, so this skill would be effective to use in battles against vampires. He would even be able to drain the dragon golem of the mana it used as its power source, if he could damage it. But even so, he still felt a powerful reaction from danger sense. Death. That was why he needed to become stronger. That was why he decided to resume his dungeon clearing that he had put on hold. The dungeon we're going into is a class dungeon. It'll be on another level from the D.class dungeons you've already been in, kid. Don't let your guard down. Borcus was doing his best to make a strict face, but the remaining half of his lips were raised in a smirk. Vandalyu didn't comment on this. Yes. I'm relying on you to guide me through. Vandalyu, the dungeon they would be clearing was Borcus's sub-dragon Savannah Star. It was a dungeon discovered by Borcus's ancestors, countless generations ago. Unlike the D.class Garan's Valley in Doran's aquatic cavern, nobody usually entered this dungeon other than adventurers. No matter how strong titans were, this dungeon was too dangerous for anyone other than a genuine adventurer to venture into. That's right, this place is really harsh. There are a lot of floors and the monsters are strong. There aren't many monsters that use attacks that inflict status effects or problematic traps, but the monsters are strong. Vigoro, you have said the same thing twice. Are you drunk? Zadiris, but the monsters really are strong. Even though our ranks increased, it's tough for us from the 3rd floor onwards if Vigoro.san isn't with us. Saria, Jewel. From the 11th floor onwards, it was difficult battle after difficult battle. Bone Man, the members of this exploration party were the rank 6 members Vigoro and Zadiris, as well as Rita, Saria, Bone Man and Bone Bird who had become rank 5. Other than the inclusion of Borkus, their guide, they had a suitable amount of fighting strength for clearing this dungeon. As its name suggested, Borkus's Dragon Savannah was a dungeon with many savannas in its terrain. Some floors had forests, rivers and lakes, but they were mostly savannas. The scenery was just like in a movie. Vandalyu whispered these words as he released a mana bullet. Dinosaurs roamed across the ground that was covered in thick, verdant grass that looked like a green carpet. It was as if Vandalyu had traveled back in time to the Cretaceous period. It was a truly moving sight. Even as he noticed the groups of dinosaurs coming to attack, Vandalyu's sense of wonder didn't disappear. Oh oi, if you don't hurry and crush that raptor. Oh, you've already done it. Borkus, as Borkus relaxed at the back and watched, one of the raptors that had slipped through the front line tried to attack Vandalyu, only to be turned into mincemeat by a mana bullet. Normal mana bullets weren't this powerful, they were slower than arrows and attacks of other attributes of magic, difficult to fire in a controlled trajectory and easy to predict. It was a spell full of flaws, but Vandalyu had poured 10,000 mana into a single bullet to release a projectile larger than himself that should have been called Super Mana Cannon. Its size made it hard to avoid, and lately he had been twisting the shape of the mana to alter the projectile's trajectory. Because of this, it was even able to bring down a fast-moving raptor. I suppose the others won't have any problems on the 1st floor since they've been in here before. Borkus, though Vigoro, Zadiris, Bone Man and the others were still inexperienced in his eyes, they were slaughtering the raptors with ease. The boss of this group of raptors was a rank 4 huge raptor that was larger and more intelligent than the rest, but they were fighting it safely. If there had been a few less raptors, Vandalyu would likely not have had to do anything. Well, this is where it starts. Borkus, the monsters appearing in the earlier floors of Borkus's Dragon Savannah were mostly similar to the dinosaurs that Vandalyu knew, or large reptile-type monsters such as crocodiles and turtles. It seemed that these monsters that had scales like dragons and yet weren't dragons had been named dragons by the people of Talashim. Incidentally, wyverns and similar monsters were apparently also categorized as dragons. Indeed, it wouldn't be strange to think of them as being related to pterosaurs. As they descended from the 1st floor to the 2nd and then from the 2nd to the 3rd, the battles with the monsters naturally became harsher. From the 5th floor onwards, there were no rank 3 monsters appearing at all, and there were rank 5 monsters among the monsters that did appear. Jayun. Oh, a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Vandalyu, an enormous, triangular silhouette, fangs sharp and long enough to be used as tips of spears, powerful rear legs and short front legs. Probably the most well-known carnivorous dinosaur on Earth, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was an armored Tyrannosaurus, a monster with a higher rank. It was a dinosaur covered in hard scales and a carapace like an ankylosaur, but it was apparently a rank 5 monster in Lambda. Vandalyu found it strange to think that this enormous carnivore was weaker than Bugin and only as powerful as a wyvern, but it turned out that this wasn't so strange after all. Ju. You will become provisions for my lord. Flowing water. Slicing moon. Bone Man avoided the armored Tyrannosaurus's biting attack with flowing movements and severed its neck with a slash that drew a circular path in the air. After successfully increasing his rank when Vandalyu had added more spirits to his body, he had trained even further and become a rank 5 skeleton baron. His swordsmanship skill was level 5, while his other skills such as archery and shield technique had reached level 4. The armored Tyrannosaurus was supposed to be of the same rank as him, but it was only capable of simple movements, perhaps due to its overly active instinct to attack. Bone Man performed complicated, mysterious movements that seemed to ignore the normal rules of motion as if they came naturally to him. This was the difference between them. My lord, what shall we do with this corpse? Bone Man, I already have a Tyrannosaurus zombie, so I suppose we'll use it for materials and food. Which parts of the Tyrannosaurus monsters were tasty, again? Vandalyu, I believe it was the area around their legs. Bone Man, they took the armored Tyrannosaurus's magic stone, stripped it of its scales and carapace and then took a break as they ate the meat of its legs. The mid-boss on the 10th floor was a herbivorous dinosaur. But it wasn't the enormous, long-necked Brontosaurus that Vandalyu had been hoping to see. It was a ferocious Triceratops that even a wild boar would flee from. Boo. Flashes of lightning appeared around the horn on the tip of the Triceratops's nose and the pair of horns on its forehead as it let out a roar that sounded somewhat similar to that of a cow and prepared to charge. As to be expected from a creature of another world. Vandalyu, this Triceratops had undergone a fantasy-like evolution. It is a tri-horn that has increased its rank and contains wind. Attribute mana in its horns. Leave this to us. Saria, we have defeated it before. Rita, Saria and Rita, the living armor sisters, stepped forward. They looked significantly different from how they had looked before. They had increased their ranks to become a rank 5 magic high leg armor and magic bikini armor, and finally acquired the spirit form skill. As a result, they had visible bodies instead of just being suits of armor. Bodies that were like clouds of white mist with no outline that were just barely human-shaped. Their spirit form was vague and seemed as if it would be blown away by a strong wind, but their other skills had increased as well. Though they were rank 5, the two sisters could hold their own against rank 6 enemies. The promising-looking pair charged directly at the tri-horn from the front. Kaiwea. Saria/Rita, as they leapt up, their gauntlets that were still clutching their weapons, their greaves and their iron boots separated and flew into the air. Vandalyu, they died. Have they died? Vigoro, gay. Gia. Bone Bird, hey, isn't this looking bad? Borkus, Vandalyu was surprised. The two men and Bone Bird began to panic. However, Zadiris didn't panic or make any noise, instead letting out an exasperated sigh. Another of their ill-humored jokes again. Zadiris, as she whispered this, Rita and Saria's gauntlets and iron boots and turned in the air and they gripped their weapons, the halberd and the glaive, once more. Boo. As the tri-horn who believed it had defeated them let out a roar of victory, they thrust their weapons into its neck, back and belly and cut it to pieces. And then the tri-horn stopped breathing and the pieces of armor that had separated reunited once more, restoring Saria and Rita to normal. We're done here. This method is effective against the tri-horn. Saria, I suppose it thinks that it has defeated us once we separate our parts. Its movements stop and it's full of openings, so it's a piece of cake. Rita, I suppose you're getting thirsty now. Here. It's freshly squeezed, Bakken. Saria, Vandalyu took the wooden cup full of fresh tri-horn blood from the two sisters who showed no signs of shame. I understand why you did it, but wasn't the screaming unnecessary? Vandalyu, that's. The electricity of the horns shocked me more than I expected, so I couldn't help it. Saria, nay. San, you're weak to electric shocks, aren't you? Rita, I believe I heard you screaming as well. Zadiris, that was. I was just feeling a little playful. Rita, that kind of playfulness is unnecessary. And more importantly, tighten your spirit form. You look like a log. Zadiris, you're mistaken. This isn't because I had a child's body or that I had excess flesh when I was still alive, but because I'm still experienced. Rita, don't play around in battle when you're still inexperienced. You scared the hell out of me. Vigoro, yeah, you've got some bad hobbies, Jew. Chan. Borkus, Vandeleur was watching Rita being scolded by the senior members. It seemed that he had decided not to say anything to her himself. But Saria, you should be careful as well, okay? Even if you're going to do something like that, do it better next time. If you don't, I'll let my enemies cut my flesh and organs in battle again. Vandeleur, it's unfair that I get scolded for being reckless while others can get away with it. It should be fine to say at least this much. Please don't. Really, please don't. I'll think of a better way to do it. Saria, with her face turning pale, or not, Saria hastily made this promise. Things would probably be fine from now on. Though this is another topic, how did you do that thing where you separated into pieces while attacking? Vandeleur, though Saria and Rita's pieces of armor were separate at first glance, they had generally moved together as if worn by an invisible person up until now. However, they had acquired the spirit form skill, though it was still level 1, which had granted them misty bodies. Yet they had separated the pieces of their armor in battle. Shouldn't it have been the other way around? That's because we have acquired the long-distance control skill. Saria, long-distance control. Vandeleur, yes. It is a skill that lets us move parts of our bodies such as our gauntlets and boots separately from our main bodies. Saria, apparently, Saria and Rita had wondered whether something like that would be possible and acquired the skill by practicing together. That seems like quite a useful skill. I would certainly like to acquire this skill myself, Jew. Bone Man, Gi. Bone Man and Bone Bird spoke up after hearing this story. Since Bone Man had flesh and cartilage made of spirit form and Bone Bird was made entirely of bones other than its wings, it was likely possible for them to acquire the long-range control skill with practice. If they controlled their spirit form, they would simply be separating their bones without any risk. It was likely that the long-range control skill was a special skill possessed by undead such as living armors, skeletons, and zombies to begin with. Vandeleur hadn't seen it in this world yet, but scenes where a zombie or skeleton's severed limbs would move and attack on their own had been almost obligatory to include in horror works on Earth. There were things like severed lizard tails that regrow, but they didn't move on their own, so that was probably different. I'd like to acquire that skill, too. Vandeleur, Though the skill was a specialized skill for undead, Vandeleur didn't see this as a reason that he couldn't acquire it himself. But as he said this, the atmosphere around everyone froze. I don't know about Bakken separating himself into pieces, Saria. If you do not put yourself back together afterwards, would you not be forced to become an undead yourself, my lord? Bone Man, no, I'm not planning to cut my own arms and legs off to practice. Vandeleur, it would indeed be problematic if he didn't put himself back together afterwards. He thought that it might be possible if he used spirit form transformation beforehand, but if not, he might cause irreversible damage to himself. He had put himself back together after allowing Bugin to cut his torso, but that was because he had repaired the damage immediately after being cut. There was no telling what could happen if he delayed the repairing process to practice for acquiring the skill. For now, let's try doing it with my hair. Vandeleur, Zadiris and Badia had called Vandeleur's long hair truly manly hair. It seemed that he had wanted it to be like the lion's manes of the ghoul men. Darshia had thought of it as being cute, so Vandeleur was growing it out, thinking that it was fine as it was. It would likely reach waist length soon. He did plan to cut it before it reached his ankles, however. Well, if it's your hair, then, Saria, my lord, if it does not work well with your hair, please do not attempt to make changes to your fingers or anything of the sort. Bone Man, it seemed that Vandeleur had made them worry, but he had no intentions of giving up on the acquisition of the long-range control skill that seemed as if it would have a variety of applications. Even if he did acquire it, he had no plans to cut off his arms and send them flying to perform rocket punches or anything like that, however. Things got even harsher from the 11th floor onwards. The monsters appearing were all rank 5, and from time to time a rank 6 monster would appear on its own. But it's from the 11th floor onwards that this dungeon becomes a good hunting ground. There are a lot of usable materials other than those that come from monsters. Borkus, the fresh leaves of an enormous fern the size or a large tree could be crushed to make medicine, and if dried and boiled, they made a bitter but healthy tea. Apparently, adventurers in the past had ventured into this dungeon with the aim of reaching the floors containing plateaus in which amber could be found, and cliffs whose rocks would produce whetstones that made it more difficult for weapons to rust. And there were many experience points to be gained here. The dinosaurs here are on the verge of death, so please finish them off. Vandal you, as you will. Bone man, nay. San, an octopus. Like one went that way. Rita, Bakken. What is this flying monster that seems to be related to snails and octopuses? Saria, I think it's an ammonite, though the ones I know didn't fly in the air. Vandal you, a knight of the ammo race. In that case, I shall be its opponent. Bone man, no, it's not really a knight. Vandal you. Bone man stepped forward to challenge the flying ammonite with a shell as large as a bear to an honorable one. On one duel. Including this ammonite, all of the monsters appearing here were individually of the same or higher rank as Bone Man. Of course, by defeating them, he could gain large amounts of experience points. Iron/. Vigoro, facing a hard-headed herbivorous dinosaur's headbutt attack, Vigoro used his newly learned axe technique martial skill. With a loud smashing sound, it split the dinosaur's oval-shaped, bony head in two, continuing down to its chest. Now that Vigoro had become a ghoul berserker in the battle in the Devil's Nest Forest and acquired a job in Talashim, his strength was equivalent to that of a B-class adventurer. As he had acquired the axeman job that provided bonuses to the axe technique and deforestation skills, he would likely continue to grow even stronger. Yo! I've even split the magic stone in half. Vigoro, what are you doing? Zadiris, Vigoro felt the sensation of cutting through the magic stone among the flesh and blood and raised his voice. Zadiris sighed as she fired a spell at another dinosaur. Zadiris had reached level 100 long ago but had lacked the skills to increase her rank. Due to the training that she had done after coming to Talashim, she was now a rank 6 ghoul high mage. Her appearance hadn't changed significantly, but a red jewel had appeared on her forehead like a third eye. It was apparently some kind of organ that assisted her in the use of magic. Zadiris's light. Attribute attack spells were fearsome, cutting the ankylosaur. Like dinosaurs like hot knives through butter. The chant revocation skill is working well. Boy, can you give me a little of your mana? Zadiris, yes. Vandal you, her mana pool had increased as well, but it was certainly still nowhere near Vandal you's. It was only natural for her to run out of mana if she used it carelessly. The most valuable materials that could be harvested in Borkus's sub-dragon savannah, other than the materials obtained from the dungeon's boss, were the honey and beeswax of the cemetery bees. They were rank 5 B-shaped monsters, around 30 centimeters in length. Each of them weren't individually threatening, but they were fearsome in that the whole swarm attacked together like a single unit. Their large jaws were capable of shredding plate armor like paper, and their sharp stingers couldn't be blocked by the average shield bearer. And the most vicious weapon they had was their deadly venom. The potent neurotoxin couldn't be resisted by average resistance skills and was capable of causing death by shock in minutes. It was said that countless corpses of adventurers desiring the exquisite honey and the beeswax that could be turned into the most extravagant candles and soap could be seen surrounding the nests of these monsters. So their nests were just like cemeteries. That's what I heard, but could it be that they're surprisingly friendly to people? Vandal you, there's no way. Kid, could it be that those bees are undead? Borkus, I think they're healthy and very much alive. Vandal you, Orcus was astonished by the sight of Vandeleur being swarmed by so many bees that he appeared to be made of them. You wanted sweet things, so when you asked me to find some for you, this is what I thought of. The cemetery bees are the rarest monsters in this dungeon. Orcus. Considering that, there are a lot of them, aren't there? Vandeleur. The cemetery bees buzzed around Vandeleur, licking him with their tongues rather than biting him with their jaws or stabbing him with their stingers. Vandeleur didn't get the sense that they were surrounding him to increase his body temperature and overheat him to death, so it seemed that they were simply attached to him. Amazing, Bakken, even the bees are madly in love with you. Saria, Ju, is this really alright, my lord? Bone Man. Probably. Vandeleur, if Vandeleur had been someone who hated insects, he would probably have fainted, but he didn't dislike them that much. As a child, he had admired rhinoceros beetles and stag beetles. As he reminisced about this, a conspicuously large cemetery bee, leading countless other bees, flew towards him. It made a creaking sound with its jaws as it landed on Vandeleur's head. Boy, is that not what is known as a queen bee? Zadiris, it looks like it. Vandeleur, and what is it doing? Zadiris, probably being tamed. Vandeleur. Boy, is it possible that you can charm not only undead, but monsters with things like death and cemetery in their names. Zadiris, that's pretty amazing. I've heard that insectoid monsters have powerful instincts that makes it impossible for anyone to tame them. Orcus, yeah, that's amazing, Vandeleur. This could be the first time anyone in the world has done this. Vigoro, I'm guessing you're praising me, but I can't hear you over the sound of their wings. Vandeleur, it seemed that death, a tribute charm, also worked on a certain kind of insects. Or perhaps he had used undead insects so much that even living insects had started to become attached to him. Chapter 49, The victory against the mid-boss was unfulfilling, but the dragon golem is next. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 49. The victory against the mid-boss was unfulfilling, but the dragon golem is next. Insectoid monsters have no ability to think and move solely on instinct. Upon hearing this, one might think that this would make it easier for tamers such as those with the animal trainer skill to control them. However, the reality is that their instincts are too powerful for humans to manipulate. There have been those who came up with ways to use special herbs, incense and certain sounds to control them to a certain extent, but the final result was too unstable to be called taming. It was a dangerous method where one mistake would end with the would-be tamers being eaten. And thus, the fact that insectoid monsters and undead cannot be tamed became widely known. Is that how it's supposed to be? Vandeleur asked after listening to Borkus's explanation. Buzzing. It is, replied Borkus. More buzzing. I find that hard to believe. Vandeleur had been captured by the countless cemetery bees and was now being carried around by them. They're so friendly, though. It apparently happened to be the time of year ere the cemetery bees would change the location of their nest when Vandeleur had found them. And then they had been caught by his death attribute charm. There had been a previous incident where the undead in a dungeon were friendly towards Vandeleur, but he hadn't managed to tame them and bring them outside the dungeon back then. However, these bees had followed Vandeleur's party even down to the next floor. It was likely because the level of Vandeleur's death attribute charm skill had increased since back then. Or perhaps it was simply that cemetery bees were more compatible with Vandeleur. Ghouls, vampires and cemetery bees. This death attribute charm works on a lot more things than I thought, said Borkus. Cemetery bees were originally one of the types of monsters created by the Demon King to fight against humans and take over this world. It is possible that they were actually created by an evil god who rules over death. Either way, if death attribute charm levels up any further, it might be a good idea to start avoiding dungeons and devil's nests where there are lots of undead. It would be pandemonium if I was followed by hordes of undead each time I entered and exited such places. It might be an effective way to gather forces quickly, though. So what are you going to do about that guy? Asked Vigoro, pointing at the mid-boss on the 20th floor of Borkus's sub-dragon savannah. Jayun. The rank 6 venom wyvern spread the wings that were attached to its front limbs as it let out a roar. It was a wyvern that had grown older and increased its rank, becoming larger and evolving to gain the ability to secrete deadly venom from its claws and the enormous spike at the end of its tail. Its intelligence was still just at the level of being relatively intelligent for a beast, and it was still incapable of spitting some form of deadly breath. However, the speed and mobility of normal wyverns couldn't compare to those of the venom wyvern. It was said that it would be impossible even for class adventurers to defeat this monster in close-range combat without being able to fly themselves. I'll try fighting it alone, just as we planned at the start. Vandalyu had been planning to use the mid-boss that appeared before the boss of Borkus's sub-dragon savannah as a test for himself. Even if he leveled up and his attribute values increased, it would be meaningless if he couldn't put them to use in real battles. He wouldn't be able to confidently say that he had become strong enough to not be killed instantly by the dragon golem. For that purpose, he was to fight the venom wyvern 1. On point 1 and see if he could defeat it. Of course, without using a mana absorption barrier to remove the mana from its wings and bring it to the ground. Of course, even if he was able to defeat the venom wyvern, there was no guarantee that he would be able to avoid an instant death at the hands of the half-destroyed dragon golem. That dragon golem was overwhelmingly superior to the weak dragon that was currently flapping its wings threateningly in front of Vandalyu. Well, this is just to get an idea of how strong I am. I know I'm not going to gain any special abilities or anything from beating this mid-boss. If I win, I'll try going down to the dragon golem again, and if it's still not going to work out, I'll just have to come back and do more training. Make sure you don't die, Borkus warned him. Do your best, boy. Do not forget that we are all watching over you, said Zadiris. Receiving this encouragement, Vandalyu stepped forward to challenge the venom wyvern on his own. I failed this time, too, said Vandalyu. Well, it can't be helped. I heard that class adventurers need to have a lot of talent or put in an incredible amount of hard work. Vandalyu works hard for his age, but it's 1. On point 1, you're a tamer, so you don't need to worry about it, right? After failing for the 5th time, Vandalyu had returned to Talashim and was resting while developing more weapons, making katsuobushi and doing other various things. He was currently attending a meeting between Bilda and the other mothers who were busy raising their children, where ideas regarding childcare were being exchanged. He was also practicing death attribute magic at the same time. The food menu was mostly Japanese, consisting of miso soup containing katsuobushi and wild vegetables, acorn powder udon and agar soaked in honey for dessert. He had first tried making katsuobushi around this time last year, producing failed products that had been made using a process based on his knowledge from Earth of over 20 years ago, but he had finally become able to make it successfully and reliably recently. I should have learned more about katsuobushi and smoking food. Well, I'd never imagined that I would be making katsuobushi in another world. He had tried to connect the pieces of his vague knowledge of the process from television and whatnot and executed it as best as he could, producing large quantities of failures as a result. He got the feeling that the fillets were supposed to be smoked near a charcoal fire, but it was likely that he remembered it incorrectly or the method he remembered was some kind of unorthodox one. As for the udon, it had been made using acorn flour that was smoother than wheat flour with the eggs of the giga bird that Gorba had captured to bind the flour together. He had originally wanted to make ramen, but he had been unable to make lye water star. Sodium carbonate and potassium carbonate are the main ingredients of lye water, in other words, it is a special kind of alkaline solution. Vandalyu was currently trying to think of ways he might be able to make it. Even the spirits of the researchers in Origin that Vandalyu had listened to hadn't made their own lye water. He was trying to devise a method, so he would likely be able to make it in a few years' time. Vandalyu had been surprised to learn that noodles didn't exist in Lambda. There was no udon, soba, ramen, not even pasta. So when he had first made udon, everyone's impressions had been something along the lines of, "This bread is quite long and thin. It's interesting that you've used boiling water to make it." Well, that was why spreading the Japanese custom of slurping when eating udon and soba seemed like it would be fun. He had thought that there would be at least udon or pasta, but considering that there was no smoked food either, perhaps there were only simple foods and recipes in this world. Perhaps the reason was that the people hadn't had the freedom to invent them, or the fact that delicious monster meat and produce could be obtained from devil's nests, eliminating the need to invent such food. And the agar used for the dessert was something that Vandeleur had made from tengusa, while the honey was, of course, from the cemetery bees. Vandeleur had tamed, or rather, been forced to tame the cemetery bees, who were now building an enormous nest in Talashim's royal castle. Even though it was winter, worker bees were being sent into the devil's nests to produce honey. Incidentally, the cemetery bees mainly ate meat. There was no problem with giving them the meat of monsters that wasn't suitable for eating, such as that of goblins. The honey of the cemetery bees had a powerful scent and rich taste. The combination of agar with this honey had become very popular. With things like tengusa and kombu being major food ingredients, the inhabitants of Talashim were forced to reconsider their opinions on the value of seaweed. They required effort to make, however, as they couldn't be created through the cast of a spell like miso and fish sauce. "Come to think of it, Van, isn't it a bad idea to give honey to the children?" asked Badia. "This is honey that has had everything harmful to the body removed, so there's no problem," said Vandeleur. Vandeleur had used sterilization and disinfect to remove any components that could cause harm to the body from the honey while preserving its quality. It would be impossible for anyone to collapse from eating this honey, though he couldn't change the fact that one would gain weight if they ate too much of it. "So I suppose it's fine for them to eat." You. The baby in her arms made a strange noise. "But it's still too early for you to eat baby food, Jadal." Badia readjusted the way she was holding the baby, who was reaching a hand out towards a plate full of honey-covered fruit, so that the baby was further away from it. Jadal was Bastia's daughter who had been born towards the end of summer. Perhaps in return for Badia having gone through so much trouble getting pregnant, the birth and delivery had been surprisingly straightforward. Now Jadal was growing quickly. Her gray-brown, puffy cheeks were very adorable. "Jadal-chan has grown big, hasn't she?" said one of the other mothers. "Ah, are you trimming her claws properly?" "No, it seems like she hasn't grown any yet," replied Badia. "When did Varby start growing them?" "For Varby, I suppose it was just before she turned a year old. But sometimes they can grow them as early as 3 months after they're born, so make sure you trim them properly. Children can hurt themselves with their own claws, after all," said another mother. "Did that happen for you, King?" Vandeleur started growing his claws after only 3 months, but he was already very smart by then, said Darcia. "Really? Smart at the age of 3 months, that's amazing. He was only a year old when he came to our village, so I think it's a bit late to be surprised." Darcia was smiling as she joined in on the conversation between the ghoul mothers. She had only been visible to Vandeleur and the undead up until now, but now she was able to be seen by Badia, Bilda and the others as well as converse with them thanks to the visualization spell that Vandeleur had invented, though it did make her appear rather transparent. He had thought that Darcia would be less stressed if she could communicate with others more smoothly, so he had created the spell with that in mind. Well, since it also made the whip marks and burns on her spirit visible, it would be difficult to use in human societies, unlike in Talashim where everyone knew about her circumstances. Vandeleur wanted to resurrect her and make this spell useless before entering human societies. Meanwhile, Vandeleur was playing with the ghoul children nearby. Now. Another of the ghoul babies made a noise. As ghoul boys had the heads of lions as soon as they were born, they looked just like kittens at this age. They didn't have paws, but they were very cute. Bone Man didn't seem to be able to deal with them, however. Vandeleur was really glad that he had instructed him not to harm any cats without thinking. Papa. I'm not your papa, said Vandeleur. I know you're really attached to me, but I'm not your papa. Let's make this very clear. Ni.nii, that's right, Ni.nii is correct. If by Ni.nii you mean Onii.chan, you're absolutely right. I'm 3 years older than you. Nay, not Nay.nay, Ni.nii. I'm not your Wani.chan. The king is kind of girlish, I guess, one of the ghoul mothers commented. Like the shape of his head. You're right, if he had the same skin color as us, you'd never think he's a boy, said another. As ghoul men had the heads of lions, from Bilda and the other mother's perspective, Vandeleur had feminine features and a girl's head. However, it seemed that this didn't apply for the undead titans like Borkus or Zran, who had large, robust bodies with beautiful muscles. Once my voice changes and I hit my second growth period, I'm sure I'll be like them, too. And by the time I'm an adult, I'll have a cleft chin, arms like logs, a broad chest, abdominal muscles like the caterpillar tracks of a tank and thighs thicker than a woman's waist. I'll definitely be as macho as a Hollywood star. I have the superhuman strength skill that increases my muscle strength, so I'm sure of it. Probably, I hope. Palvina, with the other children riding on her back as if she were a horse, passed happily by Vandeleur as he was feeling strangely insecure about his future self. She was almost 1 year old, but she was already big enough to look 5 or 6. She was currently obsessed with letting the other children ride on her back. She was definitely not showing off her future promise of becoming a muscular individual right in front of Vandeleur. Come to think of it, what happened with clearing the mid-boss, asked Badia. Once I'm finished with this break, I'll be going to challenge it for the 6th time, replied Vandeleur. Vandeleur had repeatedly lost to the mid-boss on the 20th floor of Borkus's sub-dragon savannah. Of course, it wasn't as if his life was put at risk during these fights. In a fight to the death, he would win. But simply based on the rules he had set, he was losing. He fought the mid-boss on point 1. This included the restriction of the use of golems created through golem transmutation. On top of that, he wasn't allowed to use mana absorption barrier to rob the mid-boss of its mobility. The time limit he had set was determined by an hourglass, which took roughly 5 minutes for all of its sand to fall. Vandeleur had fought the Venom Wyvern under these rules 5 times. He couldn't land his attacks on the Venom Wyvern, and even if he did, they were ineffective, and 5 minutes would quickly pass. He had repeated this process several times. Using Disinfect removed the venom inside the Venom Wyvern's body, which meant that he didn't need to worry about being poisoned until it produced the venom again. His impact, negating barrier was more than enough to stop the Venom Wyvern's direct attacks. But Vandeleur's attacks hadn't been able to deal a decisive blow, either. At first, he had tried using the no-attribute spell, Flight, to match his opponent, but he had been completely unable to keep up. If it were just a matter of speed, he would have been able to move faster by simply spending a great amount of mana, but the Venom Wyvern was far superior when it came to performing tight turns. To begin with, the no-attribute spell, Flight, was simply a spell that used telekinesis to move the caster's body. It wasn't a match for the skillful, complicated flying techniques of the Venom Wyvern that employed the use of wind-attribute mana in its wings. And then he had tried defeating it from a distance. He had tried aiming at it with mana bullets, but this had failed due to their problematic range and projectile speed. At any rate, mana that wasn't affected by any attribute dispersed easily. The mana bullet spell was a spell that gathered such mana to prevent its dispersion as much as possible. However, there were limits to how much he could prevent it from dispersing. Their range was only several dozen meters normally, and even when Vandeleur poured 10,000 mana into a single projectile, it didn't even last 100 meters. Even using multi-cast to release multiple mana bullets at the same time had the same result. Their speed was inferior even to arrows, never mind bullets fired from the guns on Earth, and their trajectory was linear, making them very easy to avoid. Dodging them was child's play for the venom wyvern that could fly in any direction at high speeds. Vandeleur had tried methods like twisting the shape of the mana bullets to alter their trajectory, but still none of them had managed to hit. If they did, they had enough destructive power to burst the venom wyvern's flesh and organs, however. In any case, as Vandeleur was unable to engage it in close-quarters combat and mana bullets were ineffective. This meant that he was left with the indirect methods of poisoning it, infecting it with disease, using Soul Break to somehow take its mana away and distracting it with a lemure to create an opening. But even when he had managed to get poison created using his deadly poison spell into the venom wyvern's eyes and mouth, it wasn't effective as it seemed to possess the poison resistance skill. Things had gone well when he had done the same thing with disease, but 5 minutes passed before the disease began to work. Soul Break was a skill that had no effect if Vandeleur couldn't land any physical or magical attacks on the enemy, and since the mana drained by the skill was equal to the amount of damage dealt to the body, he couldn't drain any of the venom wyvern's mana. Though lemurs had worked on lesser wyverns, the venom wyvern hadn't shown any large openings despite being surprised by the bloodthirst that the lemure suddenly produced. And then Vandeleur had remembered his battle against Serkrent and amplified his impact, negating barrier at the moment of the venom wyvern's attack, managing to trap its claws and tail in the barrier and creating an opening for the first time. But before he had managed to move into an attack, it twisted its long neck to bite off the tip of its tail and its trapped paw to escape. It was even more resolute than Serkrent had been. This wasn't something that even a wild animal would be able to do immediately. It was only its fighting instincts as the mid-boss of a dungeon and the knowledge that it would die instantly if one of Vandeleur's mana bullets struck its torso that allowed it to do this. And after that, the 5-minute time limit passed again. After their battles, Borkus and the others had quickly dealt with the venom wyvern, continued on to defeat the dungeon boss on the 30th floor and taken the loot in the treasure chamber. This had given him experience and caused him to level up. "I can definitely win next time," said Vandeleur. "Vandeleur, you don't have to be in such a hurry, you know," said Darcia. "If I'm resurrected 5 years, 10 years or even 100 years from now, I don't mind." "It's all right," said Vandeleur. "I say this every time, but it'll be all right this time." Darcia seemed uncertain, but Vandeleur knew he had a chance to win this time. He had gotten an idea for altering the mana bullet spell to create a new death. A tribute spell. Vandeleur had thought that death attribute magic had limited ways to deal damage directly to enemies, but if there were limited ways, he just had to invent some. He had postponed the invention of such a spell because he didn't gain any experience from defeating enemies himself, but he could devote his efforts to it if necessary. As a result, he had successfully finished developing a new spell yesterday. This spell was a projectile affected by the death attribute with long range, high speed and a difficult to read trajectory. "I'll definitely win next time." "There won't be a 7th time," Vandeleur declared confidently. Unlike the regular monsters, mid-bosses and bosses that appear in dungeons are produced by the dungeon's core. That is why no matter how many times a boss is defeated, once a certain amount of time passes, a monster of equal strength appears in its place. Shwa. 7 enormous snake heads large enough to swallow a cow whole were coiling around each other. However, there was only one tail. It is one of the dragon races, a serpent with multiple heads. When this creature hatches from its egg it has 2 heads and is the size of a Japanese rat snake, but the number of heads increases as it develops, as does the size of its body, the hardness of its scales, its regenerative abilities and the potency of its venom. And once it matures to adulthood, it becomes an enormous 7-headed serpent known as a hydra. It is rank 6, superior to wyverns among the dragon races. Its intelligence is not much different from a normal snake and it is far less mobile than wyverns. However, its powerful body can mow down a human with ease, and it is difficult to wound it through its scales with normal methods. And the substance secreted from its fangs is a potent venom that cannot be removed without a special antidote. And what makes this creature difficult to kill is its resilience that keeps it alive unless all of its heads are cut off and its heart is destroyed. If only one of these two steps are taken, its regenerative ability will allow it to make a full recovery in a matter of days. Incidentally, hydras can develop even further to grow an eighth head, becoming known as an Orochi. Its name was no doubt given to it by one of the champions from another world. "I want a rematch," said Vandeleur, seeing the hydra that had appeared for his sixth attempt at fighting a mid-boss of Borkus's sub-dragon Savannah. "No, that's probably impossible," said Borkus, denying him immediately. "But I just invented a new spell to deal with the venom wyvern's mobility." The hydra was less intelligent and less mobile than a normal wyvern. Of course, it couldn't even compare to the higher, rank version, the venom wyvern. "There's nothing to be done about it," Borkus told him. It was actually really unusual that the same monster spawned 5 times in a row as the mid-boss in the first place. Normally, the race of mid-bosses and bosses that appear in dungeons are not fixed. They tend to be of around the same general strength, but they are generated randomly by the dungeon. This dungeon would generate rank 6 dragon or dinosaur-type mid-bosses. The venom wyvern was probably one of the stronger monsters that could have been generated. The reason it had appeared 5 times in a row was due to Vandeleur's bad luck. "It's not like that hydra's going to back down now," said Borkus. "Try it out. That new spell of yours." "Sure. Death Bullet." As Vandeleur lifted a hand towards the hydra that was raising its curved necks, a black object resembling shimmering hot air appeared at his palm. He fired the death bullet at the hydra that had sensed some extraordinary presence and was trying to escape. The death bullet consisted of death. Attribute mana capable of draining an enemy's life force, condensed using the same principle as the mana bullet. He couldn't fire them consecutively because he still wasn't used to casting the spell, but their range and speed were on another level. They also had a homing ability that allowed them to chase targets to a certain extent. Shigya. However, the death bullet's projectile speed and homing ability proved unnecessary as it hit the hydra with ease. A scream rose from the hydra as its vitality was drained, and its heads began lowering towards the ground one by one. Vandeleur fired multiple more death bullets, and once all of its heads were lying on the ground, he fired one last death bullet at its heart to deal the final blow. What remained was the corpse of a hydra that was dead despite being completely unwounded. "Oh, that's pretty amazing," said Borkus. "Considering that the amount of mana I spent was equivalent to the entire mana pools of 100 first-rate mages." "Not really," said Vandeleur. "That might be true, but that's less than 1% for you, isn't it? Anyway, you should be happy. You beat a mid-boss in less than a minute, never mind the 5-minute time limit." "I did, but you don't need to be so focused on the venom wyvern. The main thing is, you just need to become strong enough that the dragon golem won't kill you straight away," Borkus reminded him. "Isn't that right?" "You're right, but I still can't feel satisfied. Still, as Borkus says, clearing this dungeon repeatedly until the venom wyvern appears is wandering too far away from my goal. So I guess this will do. The dragon golem is next." The levels of the death attribute charm, strength and followers, no attribute magic, mana control, cooking and unarmed fighting technique skills have increased. You have acquired the long distance control skill. Name: Vandeleur. Race: Damper, Dark Elf. Age: 4 years old. Title: Ghoul King. Job: Death attribute Mage. Level: 100. Job history: none. Attributes: Vitality: 90. Mana: 204,506,933. Strength: 67. Agility: 46. Stamina: 71. Intelligence: 233. Passive skills: Superhuman strength. Level 1 rapid healing. Level 3 death, attribute magic. Level 5 status effect resistance. Level 5 magic resistance. Level 1 Dark Vision Mental Corruption. Level 10 Death, Attribute Charm. Level 5, Level Up. Chant Revocation. Level 3 Strengthen Followers. Level 6, Level Up. Automatic Mana Recovery. Level 3 Active Skills. Bloodsucking. Level 3 Surpass Limits. Level 4 Golem Transmutation. Level 4 No Attribute Magic. Level 4, Level Up. Mana Control. Level 4, Level Up. Spirit Form. Level 2 Carpentry. Level 4 Engineering. Level 3 Cooking. Level 2, Level Up. Alchemy. Level 3 Unarmed Fighting Technique. Level 2, Level Up. Soul Break. Level 1 Multi-Cast. Level 1 Long Distance Control. Level 1, New. Curses experience gained in previous life not carried over, cannot learn existing jobs, unable to gain experience independently.